The House will come to order. Today, the pledge will be led by Representative Jackie Phillips.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Armagast, Bacon, Barone, Byrd, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley,
Excused.
Brooks, Brown, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Clifford,
Excused.
DeGraff, Duran, English, Espinoza, Ferre, Froelich, Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Representative Gilchrist,
Excused.
Gonzalez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, Kelty, Leader, Lindsay, Lindstead, Luck, Representative Luck,
Excused.
Lukens, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow.
Excused.
Morrow is excused. McCormick, Pascal, Phillips, Puglisi, Richardson, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Rutinell, Ryden, Sirota, Representative Sirota,
Excused.
Smith, Soper, Representative Soper is excused. Stewart K, Stewart R,
Here.
Story, Sukla, Taggart, Titone. It's in the back. Valdez A, Velasco, Weinberg, Wilford, Winter, AML Winter, Woodrow, Woog, Zokai, and Madam Speaker.
With 59 present and 6 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Journal of Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Members, we do have business. I will invite you all to take your seats. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I do need your services again.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of House Joint Resolution 1026.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of House Joint Resolution 1026. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Joint Resolution 1026. And members, we are proceeding into business.
House Joint Resolution 1026 by Representatives Weinberg and McCluskey, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Mullica, concerning designation of Colorado State Highway 402 from United States Highway 287 to Interstate 25 as the Rep. Hugh McKeen Memorial Highway.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you, sir.
I'd like to move House Joint Resolution 25-1026 and also to be read at length.
That's a proper motion. Mr. Schiebel, please read the resolution.
Whereas Representative Hugh Monroe McKeen was born on October 27, 1967, to Michael and Janet McKeen in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and grew up on a farm in northern Missouri. And whereas Representative McKeen settled in Colorado, graduating from Colorado State University in 1996, and worked as an independent residential contractor across northern Colorado. And whereas after moving to Loveland, Colorado, Representative McKeen devoted himself to raising his 2 young children and went on to become active in local government, serving his community on a charter school board and a school district master planning board. And whereas beginning in 2009, Representative McKeen served on the Loveland City Council for 2 terms, during which time he demonstrated his love for helping neighbors, supporting his community, and finding durable solutions to local and regional problems. And whereas Representative McKeen was first elected to represent Colorado House District 51 in 2016 and went on to serve for 6 years in the House of Representatives, where he worked tirelessly to build a better future for every Coloradan and was an effective lawmaker, with over 50 of the bills he sponsored being signed by the governor. And whereas in 2020, Representative McKeen was elected leader of the Colorado House Republican Caucus and gained a reputation as someone whose ability to forge genuine connections with people and educate himself on the deep details of public policy, combined with his infectious sense of humor, boundless energy, and innate curiosity of a 7-year-old, made him not only an effective legislator, but an invaluable colleague and friend. And whereas Representative McKeen passed away on October 30th, 2022, 3 days after his 55th birthday. And whereas at his memorial, attended by hundreds of colleagues, family, and friends as he lay in state in the Capitol Rotunda, Representative McKeen was remembered as someone whose laughter filled the state capitol, but not as much as his heart. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that Colorado State Highway 402 from United States Highway 287 to Interstate 25 be designated as the Rep. Hugh McKeen Memorial Highway, that the Colorado Department of Transportation may accept and expend gifts, grants, and donations for the purpose of the initial placement of signs to mark Colorado State Highway 402 from United States Highway 287 to Interstate 25 as the Rep. Hugh McKeen Memorial Highway, and that the Colorado Department of Transportation may explore a cooperative agreement with the Board of County Commissioners for Larimer County for the maintenance of the signs marking the Rep. Hugh McKeen Memorial Highway.
Representative Weinberg.
This one is very hard. October 30th, 22, on my birthday, I got a call that Hugh McKeen had passed away. And it's not like Hugh and I were best friends, but having to even be thrown in to fill such shoes sucked. I hope the whole time while I'm here, I will serve him proud, because he was a force to be reckoned with in this building. And there are many of you, some of you standing here, that he is the reason we're even doing any of this. And I hope that he's proud that this road that he drove on, as the Honorable Amy Parks had said, to me when I was telling her originally about this is he would go west on this road, 402, and look, and we have the most beautiful mountain view on that 402. And he would just look at it while talking and say he loved where he lived. And that's where he started that love where you live in Loveland. There's so many coincidences. I take that road every single day. I did it this morning. I cannot wait for his name to go up on that road and live on as a legacy in Loveland, because he was. He sat on the planning commission. He sat as a city councilor. He was involved in every facet of that city. And I'll tell you now, I didn't know it until maybe 2 years ago when my life was changed because of this. But I want to be like Hugh. I'm proud to be doing this. I'm happy that you're standing with me. I hope you all will say something. He was a good man. I was with him the night before he passed. And he gave me the biggest hug I've ever received in my life, which was unlike him with the relationship him and I had. I'm very, very proud to be doing this. Obviously, I urge you all to vote yes. If you don't know who Hugh was, you gotta look him up. Before I came into this chamber, I would watch him speak in this well and take pointers and hints. I would be in drive-thrus at McDonald's, talking to him, ask him, why the hell did you do this to me? And I miss him. And again, I'm honored to be joined by Speaker of the House and all of you to get me through this. And I hope you take 402 one day and you see that name and you remember what he did in this chamber and how he forged relationships between Democrats and Republicans. Because it was not R&D in his mind. It was what was good for the state of Colorado, and I hope I would continue that legacy with all of you on for the tenure I have here. So God bless you, Hugh. I really do wish you were still here. Thank you.
Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and I could never match a Hugh McKeen hug, but I'd give you one right now. I met Hugh, as many of you have participated in the bipartisan newly elected orientation getaway that Hugh helped to create and sponsor. I met him there, and then seat assignments being what they were, he and I were seatmates right up here. And I remember initially thinking, oh my gosh, I'm sitting by a Republican, I have to hide my work, and I have to protect the democratic values. And I, in my time with you, learned more, laughed more, found common ground on so many issues. His love for this building, his love for the rules of the House, his adoration of our Chief Clerk, Marilyn Edens, his commitment to trying to bridge a divide that exists in politics today was genuine and real. He would talk and talk about his children. Loved you both so much. Hannah and Aiden, thank you for being here today. And Amy, thank you for joining us. And my last time to see Hugh was a very hot day in this room right before the election. And we joked about what more could we do to break the barriers that keep us working in a bipartisan way. He was excited to come back as minority leader. I was excited to come back and work along his side. And every time we laugh in this chamber, I hear Hugh's laugh, that bellow of joy and excitement. And even today's prayer referenced that today we should rejoice. And while I am not a resident of Loveland, I went to CSU and love that part of our state. And I love Hugh McKeen. To my husband who is watching, I know you loved him too. I am so proud that we can honor him in this way today. Thank you all.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Hugh McKeen. I was in my office in Grand Junction in November of 2021, doing my work as a professor and continuing to consult for the company that I had led for so many years. When I got a phone call from the administration that said, Representative Hugh McKeen is here on campus and he wants to visit with you. I said, okay. And folks in Grand Junction, because I was mayor at the time, knew I was considering running for the State House, but I had not made the decision to compromise my family. I went to the Starbucks on campus with Hugh McKeen and met him for the first time and got the Hugh McKeen hug. I didn't even know the man. And I'm pretty known to be pretty stoic. We sat down and we talked for a period of time, and he looked me square in the eyes and he said, Rick, I know you're considering this, and you're probably thinking you should do this. And he looked at me and he said, I need you to do this. And I went, holy smokes. And we continued to talk, and we talked about what was going on in Grand Junction, what was going on here. And I had another meeting, and I went to get up. He looked me square in the eyes again. And he was quite a bit shorter than I am, but a much bigger presence than I have. He looked at me and he said, you're not leaving without a commitment. And I said, okay, you have my commitment. And he smiled. I mean, the whole room lights up. When your dad and Amy, when he smiled, you couldn't help but smile. And he gave me another great big bear hug and he said, I expect you to win. And you call on me if you need my help. My wife will tell you, I cried deeply that morning that I heard about his death. I obviously knew Representative Soper. Believe it or not, Representative Soper was a student of mine. Probably doesn't want to admit that. But I was so looking forward to serving with that man. I learned so much from him over that year, and that was a very hard morning. I miss him deeply. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I served 4 years with Hugh McKeen, and it's amazing. There's not that many of us left who served with Hugh. I was sitting here listening about the 402 highway, and I too remember a conversation I had with Hugh, and he was just remarking how beautiful the mountains were as we were talking one evening on the cell phone. And I happened to be out looking at Grand Mesa, and I was like, well, actually, I have a pretty good view myself. But I'll never forget the morning of October 30th, 2022. I was at DIA, going to be on a state trade mission to Europe, and Dominic Moreno came up to me, and as many of you know, I'm not a morning person, so I'm sure I was still pounding coffee, waking up, and Dominic says, "Is Hugh okay?" And it was the tone of his voice that you could just feel in your heart. It hit the very bottom of your toes, that he didn't have to say anything else. I knew the answer was no, and that something horrible had happened. Moments later, Tim Geithner called and heard the news, but had the entire day to reflect on a flight about Hugh and his legacy and stories. Many of you have shared your life stories. I may not be able to recall them, but I can definitely recall Hugh's stories. The fact that his parents were Quakers and edited the encyclopedia, and that's probably what gave him such a great trivia knowledge and background. But also the fact that he talked about growing up where George Washington crossed the Delaware, and this love of our country and being a patriot. And then stories he shared about refueling Ross Perot's plane in Texas. I mean, of all the coincidences. And then making his way to Colorado and being involved in local government and then state government. But Hugh always emphasized statesmanship, reaching across the aisle. Do what's good for all of Colorado. And he always would say, I love you. And I remember he was the first member to ever say that, and that was my first week in office. And I come from a family where we don't actually say that very much. We also don't hug or touch much. I'm not a touchy person. So when Hugh said, I love you, and gave me a bear hug, I thought to myself, I don't know what world I've just stepped into, but this is not the world I come from, because I like having a distance, and we just don't say those things. But it's true. Hugh did love us, and I loved Hugh too. He was someone that continues to teach us lessons. There's things I still learn about Hugh today as we go back and we're having to look at a little bit of the legislative history and realize it was something Hugh was involved with, and it's like, oh, he touched so much, and it's still being felt today. And that's why it's incredibly appropriate to name a section of highway for him, because of how much he touched. If just a few people drive that section of 402 and realize it's the Hugh McKeen Highway and ask, who was Hugh? And what did he do for the state of Colorado? Because it's a long list. Thank you.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I didn't get to serve with Hugh. It was definitely the first encounter I had with him was a few years ago after the redistricting happened, and I got a phone call from somebody asking me if I wanted to run for a state office, which, coming out of law enforcement, working executive protection, was not in my wheelhouse. I said no. They said, well, think about it, but first I need you to call the minority leader, Hugh McKeen, and just talk to him about it and see what he thinks. And I was okay. Just thought it was a futile thing to do anyway, but I gave it an attempt. I called him, he answered right away, and I spent probably 2.5 hours on the phone trying to talk him out of pushing me into this. And by the end of the phone call, he had me convinced that I needed to do this. And that's why I always have jokingly said he was the one that got me into this mess. But with from that point forward, at the end of the phone call, it was typical Hugh as well. His motive of reassurance, it was, I love you, brother, you got this. I'll help you anywhere along the way, whatever you need, give me a call. And during campaigning and everything else, I went and campaigned at Hugh's events. He was at my events, neighboring districts, neighboring cities. And just being able to see him, hear his reassurance every time. He just, you've got this. Don't worry about anything. You've got this. You're going to win. It's fine. And every time I felt deflated or defeated, just was ready to throw my hands up. I don't want to do this anymore. He'd be the reassurance. If he was here today, I'd probably say, thank you. But at the same time, that was he always had that. And I still think about that today. I was able to shadow under him as the minority leader. I never got to serve with him, unfortunately. I was floored like everyone else that day, getting that phone call. And he definitely left behind huge shoes to fill. And for all of us, as a statesman, as a legislator, and as a person, as a human being. So I definitely miss Hugh. I am thankful for everything that he did to push me in the direction that he did, and I will never forget him. So I would say yes on this as well.
Minority Leader Puglisi and Mr. Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Amy, it's really good to see you and his family. It was really interesting. So when I've been reflecting in these moments about how a couple of weeks ago we celebrated the life of Representative Rod Bockenfeld, and I said how part of the reason I am here in this first chair is because of him. But Hugh, even before that, had seen something in me that I never saw. And so I won my primary and got a call from Hugh, and he said, okay, I need you to get to work. And I was like, I just did my work. And he's like, no, 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 that was that work. Now I need you to help get others elected. And he's like, I need you to travel the state. I need you to knock doors. I need you to help candidates. I know you can do it. And I was like, all right, I can do this. He'd invite me to events, and people would be like, why are you here? You're a freshman. And I was like, I don't know, Hugh McKeen invited me. And they were like, well, he sees something in you. And he did. And he had told me that he had wanted me in leadership, clearly not in the second or first seat, but he had wanted me in leadership because he thought it was really important that I was the future of this caucus. And I didn't really feel like I was ready. And then he passed away, and dominoes fell, and I am where I am. But these two great men saw in me something special that I didn't see in myself. And I really am just so incredibly grateful for the light that they shone on me and the abilities that they have given me. I think about them all the time, and how appreciative I am for the opportunity to be in this caucus and help lead this caucus. But it's because of their vision and their faith in me that I'm here, and I'm incredibly grateful for that. So Hugh will definitely be missed. Thank you.
Mr. Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and my comments are going to be short, just like my first phone conversation with Hugh McKeen. I was sitting at home one night, getting over being sick, and everybody in here knows Holtorf, and he called me with Mike Lynch from the U Club and said, hey, buddy, you should run for the new redistricted seat. And I told him and Mike that I wasn't sure, I'd have to think about it. And he says, well, you'll be getting a call from Hugh McKeen in the morning. And I didn't know who Hugh McKeen was. I mean, I live in the southeast corner. We're somewhat detached from this. So the short part of our conversation was, as he called, and he said that, members of my caucus know you. They know you work hard. And right before he hung up, he said, next man up, next man in. See you for orientation in December.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Anytime Hugh McKeen is brought up, I will never miss the opportunity to speak about how kind and loving he was. I also don't want to cry, so give me just a second. So like Rep. Soper and Madam Speaker, we were part of that. I think we were the last people to have served with Hugh, who was incredible. Everybody loved Hugh, including my constituents. So I'm going to tell you a story about Hugh. So Hugh, I also sat in front of Hugh over here, and that's how I got to know Madam Speaker so well. And we had a group over here, and Hugh was a great mentor and just a fast friend to all of us sitting over in this corner of the universe. And I got to know Hugh, and well, you know what? He's great, and he's the perfect example of everything I think that's right about Colorado, where we should be showing our constituents we get along, that, there's so much put out there in the press about how we're fighting and all of the division, but what we live here in this chamber with unique members, especially like Hugh, but all of us, right, that we get along. And I asked Hugh, hey, we should do a bipartisan town hall sometime. Sure, I'm all in, he says. Why don't you start? You come visit me in Loveland. Great. So not thinking, I drive up there on the appointed Saturday and join Hugh for a town hall. I will just say at this town hall, I won't get into what we had been doing on the House floor, but we had had some pretty significant battles with things that made some people in the state not real happy. And so I'm there at Hugh's town hall, and I got to answer for all of that. The crowd was very, very hard, but they were fair and came around. It was okay. It all went well. And then fast forward 2 weeks later, Hugh came to my town hall, and everybody loved Hugh. I have pictures of everybody literally fawning over Hugh McKeen, oh, he's so lovely, he's so charming, or, oh my goodness, this is who you work with, this is wonderful. So I just want you to know that it's not just this chamber and us talking about how incredible Hugh was and what he meant to all of us. He was charming and infectious and just a light that shined everywhere he went. I don't think anybody could miss what a special human being he was. And I have to say to his family here, the pictures he showed of you, he loved you so much. Sorry. He loved his family so much, and Amy every day. He'd show me, look at the flowers I sent to Amy, and it was a picture. He would send Amy pictures of flowers on his cell phone. He's like, yeah, I just text her flowers every day. Look at what I sent Amy today. I go, okay, well, I guess that counts. That's better than my husband's doing. But he loved, yeah, it's all good. But it was lovely, and just really a daily representation. He just never wasn't that wonderful human. So I'll stop there, but this is just a lovely tribute. Please vote yes. Please co-sponsor this. Let's all honor Hugh. He deserves much more than this, but I'll just say this is a really good start.
Representative Woog.
Thank you. The first thing I remember about Hugh McKeen, I was considering running for House District 63, and he had reached out to me, and I didn't really know who he was, and a buddy of mine sent me his, I think, Facebook profile pic, and it's a picture of Hugh. He's got a big smile. He's got his hands out, and I'm thinking, who is this guy? Like, he is, like, who does this guy think he is? That was my first impression of Hugh McKeen. Over time, obviously, I got to meet him, and like so many members or former members are saying, he was a very caring man. He was asking about family. How's your family doing? How are you doing? He was a respectful man. He respected everyone. He was animated. He could come up here and just give a great, forceful speech with animation, and then walk over here and talk to his colleagues on this side of the aisle. And I wasn't always impressed by that. When I first got here, it was during COVID, and I came in kind of like, let's go, Democrats, let's go. And over time, I realized that watching Hugh, like, wow, so this is how it's done. I can come down here and I can feel like maybe I'm even beating you up, and then go talk to you like a human. And that's what Hugh did. He was so good at that. He believed in the debate. He respected the institution so much. He was just an unforgettable presence. And over time, I think about that picture I saw of him, and it had nothing to do with ego, and it had everything to do with who he was. Just a man going through life, loving Amy, loving his kids, loving everyone in here, truly, no doubt about it, loving everyone, even with all our differences. He was a man who loved, and that picture represented him so well. That picture of Hugh McKeen with a huge smile, who everyone just wanted to be around, and he made everyone a better person. So this is an incredible honor.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's kind of difficult for me to talk about Hugh because, it took a while for me to process when I got the call that he had passed. He's the reason why I decided to run a second time. So for those who know, I ran the first time in 2022, and people were trying to find someone to run in that district. And people from all over my county called Hugh and said, Hugh, you need to reach out to Ryan Gonzalez, and you need to talk to him, and you need to get him to run for House District 50. And I'll never forget my first interaction with Hugh. We met at a Starbucks, and we were there for, I want to say, maybe well over 2 hours, just talking and getting to know each other and what the job would be like. And from the very beginning, Hugh was very open and welcoming to me. And we know in politics, right, if you don't have experience, if you're just nobody, they usually just give you the shoulder. And Hugh never did that. From the beginning, we got to understand and talk about not just policy, but principles and our backgrounds and our story. And I really grew fond of Hugh right away. You know, he had this he was very vibrant in how he carried himself. And I know all of you who got to actually work more with Hugh saw many talents that he had. What was said earlier about the statesmanship, about being an elected official, not a politician, about working across the aisle, about getting stuff done for the state. Policy that transcends party line. That's what it should be. And in many ways, being new to this at the time, I got to kind of just watch over Hugh and just kind of see how people like that behave and how they actually serve the state. He believed in me. Not a lot of people did, especially with who I unseated. And those of you who were here last term know who that was. If it wasn't for Hugh, I don't think I would have run a second time. But it was very hard for me when I got the call, because it was a week, not even a week after he was in my district helping me knock on doors. And I just couldn't wrap my head around it. I got to know Hugh on the campaign trail at the events. He would laugh, we would laugh, you know, and he was just that type of guy. And he did speak about his family a lot, and I know that that was very important to him. And he also got to meet my family, some of who were his constituents, who are now Representative Weinberg's constituents, who live in Loveland. And they also took a very keen liking to him. And he told my mom, who doesn't speak a lot of English, "Don't worry, Rosa, I'll take care of him. I'll look after him." And he made that promise. And I really got to know him, and just whatever short amount of time that may seem. But I also know he was a fighter, and he deeply cared about everybody. Our lives are not just measured in years. They're measured in the lives of people we touch around us. And Hugh, in fact, was one of those people. Outstanding. And to this day, every now and then, I'll think about him, randomly. And it was because I ran a second time that I said, this is for Hugh. Not just about me, not just about my side of the aisle, not just about my district, but Hugh believed in me. Hugh helped me, and he helped me get here. And that's something that I don't think I'll never be able to repay him, obviously. But I also know that he's in a better place. God bless Hugh McKeen. Thank you.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I have wonderful memories of Hugh, but that didn't start out the wonderful memories. The first time I met him, he came down to Colorado Springs, and my predecessor, Lois Landgraf, and I met him at an arcade. The bells and whistles and clinking, clunking were louder than the conversation at the table. But he and Lois had a lot to discuss, and Hugh was, as usual, quite a flamboyant. Well, the French fries came, and the ketchup bottle squirted, and he had ketchup running down his shirt. Okay, and that became the conversation of, well, this is the last day I'll wear this shirt. I'll have to put it in the wash. And I think some of you are familiar with an expression like that. And he offered to do anything he could to help me, and I was very appreciative of that. So the very first time I come down to the well to present a bill, very first time, and I think I've got my act together, and I did a pretty decent job. There was a person from my side came down and tore up me and the bill, and I'm just like a deer in the headlights going, what in the world just happened? Got through that experience, and I walked off, and I thought, I could walk right out that door, right to my car, and just take off and never come back, because that was awful. But I didn't. So I took a walk around the block, and the next thing I got back to my office, and my aide ran to me, and he says, now, Mary, I hope you're okay, because Hugh is in your office, and he really wants to talk to you. well, Hugh saw how upset I was and talked me off the ledge, talked me, into staying another day. And I did, and I got over it. But I'll never forget how much he really wanted to make sure that I was okay. And he learned, though, that I'm tougher than I look, and I'm tougher than you think I am, and I can make it on my own. And he often told me, "You're okay. You're doing just okay. Thank you." And Hugh, I know you're doing okay as well, and I appreciate that.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'd met Hugh. I was the legislative aide for the assistant minority leader, and he was the minority leader at the time in 2022. So the offices are right next to each other. And I remember the exact day and the exact moment I met him when he first walked in the office, because I was new and I didn't know anything. I didn't know who he was. And I can tell you, just a lesson that I think we can all kind of learn is that even though I was a legislative aide and, just in my own mind, nobody worth remembering, Hugh would treat you as if, you were the governor of the state. He made you feel so important, no matter who you were. And I think that's a lesson that I really take away from Hugh. And in the late summer, so that was early 2022, January, the late summer of 2022, he was looking for a new communications director for the House Republicans. And he called me and he asked me to come meet him up here. And so I did, and we went over to the Brown Palace, and we were sitting and we were having lunch and we were talking. And something that my colleague from Delta reminded me, and which is why I wanted to share this, was that Hugh was so big on the institution and the respect for the institution and the rules and the civility. And you can come up here at the well and you can battle and go back and forth, and he loved the debate. But when he walked out of this well, he was as respectful to you, even if he just tore you apart. And just as friendly as can be. And I remember that conversation at Brown Palace, and we were talking about the job for communications director, and I was telling him about how much I just loved working at the Capitol, even as an aide. And I remember telling him, when I go park at the parking lot on the other side of SSB, and I'm walking to the Capitol every morning, and I'm looking at that gold dome, and I'm filled with pride. Somebody just kind of from my background just never thought I'd be working at a Capitol, even if it's, as a legislative aide. And I remember as I'm telling him how prideful I am to work at this great institution, I could see his eyes watering up as I'm telling him this story. And it's really because that really was Hugh. You can't fake that. He was so prideful hearing me talk about the institution because he loved the institution so much that it just almost on demand, his eyes were watering. And he hired me October 3rd of 2022. And on October 29th, was Saturday night, he called me to talk about some things that had happened earlier that day. And he was either driving to the event or driving home from an event. And we talked, and he called me to discuss this thing that we were talking about. And then just in typical Hugh fashion, it went from there to, I think we started talking about gold monetary policy or something, which had absolutely nothing to do with the reason he called. And I want to say we talked for at least 30 minutes, but that was Hugh. You just never knew where the conversation was going to go. And in kind of a tragic bit of irony was one of my first actions as a new comms director was putting out the press release that he passed away that following morning. But if there's just one thing we take away, it is that the love of the institution, the appreciation, of being here and what we do and representing people and that no matter how much we disagree and go at it in the well and in committees, that we all represent our districts and we all represent people, and to show respect for each other, at least for that. So thank you, Hugh.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I echo a lot of what my colleagues said. Hugh was full of love, he was full of respect, and oftentimes he would make the aides feel like we were talking to a friend before we were talking to a boss. I remember the first time I had an interaction with him. For some reason, him and stains happened quite a bit, but it was me who spilt the coffee. And I remember being so flustered that I got it on a member and myself, and he said, "It's okay, I'm gonna get you a new cup of coffee. He's paying, and don't worry about the stain. Stains happen." And a week later, I got a message that he wanted me to meet with him, and I was worried. I was like, oh no, am I getting a dry cleaning bill? What's happening? I let my senator that I was working for know, and I said, I'll be back quick. And he said, no, you won't. He talks a while. Take your time and enjoy it. And I had no idea what that meant. And the first conversation was he just said, how am I? It wasn't that he needed something. It was a call, it was a friend to a friend. He was checking in on how I was. And at first I couldn't figure out why. But he was a man who had, he could tell when something was off or vibes. I had a lot of health issues under this building, but I didn't let anyone know, not even the boss I was working for. I didn't let Hugh know, but he had that inkling. He had that feeling, and he made it a point to check on me once a week, just saying, how are you? Not how is my job going, not how anything else is going, how is Dusty? And it was always he put people first, before himself. And I would try to switch it, as any aide would, saying, sir, what can I get for you? And he would never say, he says, no, if you need anything, you come to me. If you need something, you don't have to tell me what's up, but I'm here and I'm watching. And he was a man who could feel those vibes. I learned more from him through those interactions of kindness with nothing needed in return, just pure love. More so than any words that ever stuck with me with him. And something that I'll always take is everything you do, make sure you're, that you can look at your family, you can look at God, and you are proud of that, because tomorrow is not promised. And I remember when I heard the news, it hit me hard that tomorrow is not promised. So everything you do, it could be the last, and make sure you're living everything with gratitude, with faith, with love, and without regrets. And I hope that's something that I can carry on in memory of him, in all the interactions that we do, and putting people first, because our gut instincts usually are right. His was spot on. We don't need to know the details, but treating humans as friends is something that I will carry on from his leadership on that, and he will forever be missed. And thank you so much for sharing the time that we did get with him.
Thank you, members. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1026. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 2 excused, House Joint Resolution 1026 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Gilchrist, co-sponsors. Representative Stewart, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, we will be in a 5-minute recess to greet the family. We thank you for sharing Hugh with us. We'll be in a 5-minute recess.
The House will come back to order. Members, we are proceeding to business. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1147.
House Bill 1147 by Representatives Mabry and Velasco, also Senators Amabile and Weissman, concerning measures to ensure that municipal court defendants are subject to similar conditions as state court defendants.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1147.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the Senate added some key clarifying amendments. Our Senate sponsors worked with the senator who represents Steamboat to ensure that cities who are engaged in non-jailable regulatory enforcement, such as limitations on short-term rental housing, water usage, can use higher fine caps to ensure compliance. The purpose of House Bill 1147 has always been to ensure that Coloradans who are facing jail get equal treatment, and we were happy to clarify with this amendment that regulatory ordinances are outside the scope of the bill. And then we worked with my district attorney here from the city of Denver to ensure that the city of Denver has sufficient time to pass a simple amendment to its domestic violence ordinance to allow seamless continuation of domestic violence prosecution at Denver's municipal courts. As a reminder, as long as a municipal ordinance aligns with the state statute, you can continue charging and using municipal courts. So our Senate sponsors worked with DA Walsh and Denver City Council to make sure that amendment passed. And with that, we ask to concur.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And it was really hard to make a poem about this bill, but this is my try. Safety is basic. Freedom is also a right. Freedom to live. So please vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1147. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 19 no, and 2 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1147 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1147 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 22 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1147 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1117.
House Bill 1117 by Representatives Joseph and Basenecker, also Senators Gonzalez and Weissman, concerning the regulation of vehicle immobilization companies.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, the Senate was bored or on their eternal quest to be adored. Our bill they did amend, and here we cannot pretend. While a better bill it did not necessarily make, their very, very important and good amendment we will begrudgingly take. We move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1117.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the Senate, they made some cleanup to the statute, removed motor carriers because the policy didn't apply to them in the vehicle immobilization company section, and substitute and clean up some language for the PUC and DORA as it relates to their administrative rules, including evidence of financial responsibility and continued financial responsibility for booting companies, and we ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1117. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Bradfield. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 20 no, and 2 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1117 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1117 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 22 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1117, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1154.
House Bill 1154 by Representatives Brown and Froelich, also Senators Judah and Amabile, concerning communication services for people with disabilities and in connection therewith creating the Communication Services for People with Disabilities Enterprise and making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 25-1154 and request that a conference committee be formed and request that the conference committee be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences between the two chambers.
The whole enchilada.
The whole enchilada.
Please proceed.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. We request this conference committee and the ability to go beyond the scope because there is another bill that is moving through the process right now that is amending a similar section of law, and we want to make sure that we don't inadvertently pass one and negate another, et cetera. And so we're going to deconflict the two statutes in conference. And so we ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is not to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1154, appoint a conference committee, and go beyond the scope of the differences. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 20 no, and 2 excused, the motion is adopted. The conference committee will be appointed as follows for House Bill 1154. Representative Brown, Chair, Representatives Froelich and Bradfield. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1219.
House Bill 1219 by Representatives Phillips and Barone, also Senators Mullica and Frizzell, concerning requirements for metropolitan districts that aid the public's understanding of metropolitan districts.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to concur with the Senate amendments to HB 1219.
Please proceed.
When you buy a house, you need to know how much it will cost. If not, trust is lost. We want people to buy and not think there was a lie. Therefore, we urge your support for HB 1219. This was a technical fix, and it's just making sure, we had two different places in the bill, first page and last page, that didn't match regarding the requirements to put information on the website.
Representative Barone.
Simple fix, good bill, vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1219. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 2 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1219 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1219 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 53 aye, 11 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1219 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1272.
House Bill 1272 by Representatives Burton Basenecker, also Senators Coleman and Roberts, concerning housing.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A home is not just wood and brick, but a place where dreams come true and memories stick. And so we ask on the issue of homes well built to agree with the Senate, so with joy these rooms may be filled.
Representative Byrd.
So with that said, we move to concur.
To which bill?
Oh, yes. I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1272.
Excellent. Members, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1272. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Brown. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 5 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1272 as amended.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning to you. Members, I just come up here again to express my strong support for this bill. I want to appreciate the work of the sponsors, both in the House and the Senate, for the work that has been put into this bill, and given the amendment that we have to obviously concur with. This is a very important policy, and I think this is a very big policy. I think this legislative session that we will have. You know, we have been perplexed with this issue for the last 15 years, and this, while no policy is perfect, This is a policy that will get us in the right place. Unfortunately, you know, when the stakeholdering is done, not every side will get everything they want, but I think that each side should get something that they want. And I appreciate the sponsors' willingness to understand and listen and concur with the amendment and obviously the passage of this bill, because this is an important first step to a very complex and very troublesome issue that we face in the state. Affordable housing is huge. This policy will get us in a better place. It's not the answer to the affordable housing crisis, but it is a step in the direction to help us solve that. And as we continue to work towards construction defect reform, this policy is very important, not only to my district, but I'm sure to all of your guys' districts. When we hear back from our constituents, and affordable housing is the #1 issue on the top of mind of not just Colorado voters, but also just people all over who aren't even voters. And so I encourage an aye vote on this bill, please. And I look forward to working with the sponsors and all of you here to get a better construction defect policies also in the right place so we can get some good affordable housing. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1272 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 3 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1272, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1283.
House Bill 1283 by Representatives Duran and Winter, also Senators Marchman and Liston, concerning measures that implement the Wild Horse Working Group's legislative recommendations.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1283. Oh, that's kind of sad. Where's your turkey call?
This is about horses. Maybe it should be a neigh. That was good. Who would like to proceed? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this was a minor technical amendment that added humane non-lethal alternatives, which had been dropped from the bill and should have never been. So it was added back in, and I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1283. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Morrow. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1283 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1283 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Bacon. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 4 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1283 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1290.
House Bill 1290 by Representatives Lindstedt and Valdez, also Senators Mullica and Kirkmeyer, concerning transit worker safety.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1290.
Please proceed. Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So in the Senate, we made a pretty substantial change to this bill. We had passed a pretty clunky version of this bill out of the House, and in the Senate, they basically scrapped that and then added this to existing harassment statute as a better way and a much more practical way to move forward. This change brought the defense bar to neutral and made the bill just a lot more practical for a DA to actually use for repeat offenders. So good changes overall to get the bill to a place where it's actually enforceable to protect public safety. So I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1290. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1290 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1290 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Lindsay, there. Please close the machine. With 37 aye, 27 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1290 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1290. Oh, sorry, we're done. Woo! Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of conference committee reports.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of conference committee reports. Mr. Shebel, now please read the title of Senate Bill 212.
Senate Bill 212 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges, also Representatives Taggart and Byrd, concerning the temporary use of the Centennial Correctional Facility South Sea Tower to house inmates during the Sterling Correctional Facility Access Controls Project and in connection with making an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee of Senate Bill 212.
Please proceed.
Members, so this is the bill that permits the temporary transfer of inmates to access the control project at the Sterling Correctional Facility. The Senate added an amendment that requires the Department of Corrections to provide a structured relocation plan prior to the inmate transfer. The conference committee report adopts that Senate version of the bill. So we ask for your yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the House is the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 212. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excused, the report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 212 as amended by the conference committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 212 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 3 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 212 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 214.
Senate Bill 214 by Senators Bridges and Mobley, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning reimbursements for eligible meals provided through the Healthy School Meals for All program and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 214.
Please proceed.
Members, this bill extended the local school food purchasing program, the conference committee rather, extended the local school food purchasing program. We extended the associated reporting requirements and removed a repeal date. The change resolves an ambiguity that had been existing in current law about whether funds that the General Assembly appropriates to this program in this year's long bill could be spent, and resolves the same issue in future years. I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first committee report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 214. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 21 no, and 0 excuse, the motion to adopt the First Conference Committee report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 214 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 214 as amended by the First Conference Committee report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 21 no, and 0 excuse, Senate Bill 214 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 226.
Senate Bill 226 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning an extension of the renamed Complementary and Integrative Health Program for a person with a primary condition resulting in a total inability for independent ambulation and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 226.
Please proceed.
Members, this bill adopted House amendments that made technical cleanup changes to the bill, changing the name of the program and references to who is eligible to the program. JBC staff has confirmed that none of these changes impact any fiscal situation with the bill, so we ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the First Conference Committee report to Senate Bill 226. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Velasco. Please close the machine. With 53 aye, 12 no, 0 excused, the motion to adopt the first conference committee report of the first conference committee is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 226 as amended by the conference committee report.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 226 as amended by the first conference committee report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Clifford. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 15 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 226 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 228.
Senate Bill 228 by Senators Mobley and Bridges, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning the creation of a cash fund within the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise for premiums paid by individuals to buy into the state medical assistance programs for low-income individuals with disabilities and in connection with making and reducing appropriations.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee for Senate Bill 228.
Please proceed.
Members, the conference committee adopted the re-revised version of this bill, which reflects one change that we made in the House from the Senate's version. Namely, we changed one member of the support board, which was created to support the Chase in collecting these premiums and offsetting the costs of buy-in programs from CDHS to CDLE. I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first conference committee report to Senate Bill 228. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Garcia. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 21 no, and 0 excused, the motion to adopt the first conference committee report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 228 as amended by the conference committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 228 as amended by the first conference committee report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Rep. Weinberg. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 21 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 228 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 229.
Senate Bill 229 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning Medicaid reimbursement for community health workers and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 229.
Please proceed.
Members, the conference committee restored reimbursement for community health workers, but we pushed out the reimbursement start date by 6 months. So this will begin January 1 of 2026. Also, current law requires HCPF to include in their January 2026 SMART Act hearing presentation information regarding the utilization of community health workers through the medical assistance program. The conference committee report pushes this date to January 31st, 2027 as a result of delaying the reimbursement by 6 months. I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first conference committee report of the first conference committee to Senate Bill 229. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Velasco. Please close the machine. With 56 aye, 9 no, and 0 excused, the motion to adopt the first conference committee report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 229 as amended by the conference committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 229 as amended by the first conference committee report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 57 aye, 8 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 229 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Representative Gilchrist, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 254.
Senate Bill 254 by Senators Byrd and Amabile, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning the Stationary Sources Control Fund.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 254.
Please proceed.
Members, the Senate acceded to the House amendments. The conference committee also made one change that extended a requirement that is created in House Bill 221372 by 2 years, which ensures that the use of emergency stationary engines, primarily power generators used by the Department of Defense, would be allowed under the state implementation plan. We ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first conference committee report to Senate Bill 254. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Marshall and Valdez. Please close the machine. With 48 ayes, 17 no, and 0 excused, the motion to adopt the first conference committee report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 254 as amended by the conference committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 254 as amended by the first conference committee report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Taggart. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 21 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 254 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 257.
Senate Bill 257 by Senators Beers and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning modification of annual transfers from the general fund to the state highway fund.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 257.
Please proceed.
Members, the conference committee reduced the July 1st, 2025 general transfer to the State Highway Fund by an additional $3.8 million and increased the July 1, 2032 general fund transfer to the State Highway Fund by an additional $3.8 million. I ask for a yes vote.
The motion before us is the adoption of the first conference committee report to Senate Bill 257. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 21 no, and 0 excused, the motion to adopt the first conference committee report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 257 as amended by the conference committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 257 as amended by the first conference committee report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 21 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 257 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 258.
Senate Bill 258 by Senators Beers and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning a temporary reduction in the road safety surcharge and in connection therewith modifying the allocation of revenues from the surcharge to increase allocations to counties and municipalities during the temporary reduction.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 258.
Please proceed.
Members, the conference committee adopted the re-revised version of this bill with one change. The 2-year period of the temporary reduction and reallocation will run from September 1, 2025 to September 1, 2027, which was a change requested by both CDOT and DOR. I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first conference committee report to Senate Bill 258. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye, 9 no, and 0 excused, The motion to adopt the first conference committee report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 258 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the adoption of the repassage of Senate Bill 258 as amended by the first conference committee report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Brown. Please close the machine. With 59 ayes, 6 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 258 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 261.
Senate Bill 261 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning the administration of the property tax deferral program and in connection therewith authorizing appropriations from specified cash funds for the 2025-26 state fiscal year only to fund such administration.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 261.
Please proceed.
Members, the Conference Committee adopted the re-engrossed Senate version of the bill with the addition of a general fund appropriation of $160,826 to the Department of the Treasury for administrative operating expenses needed to implement the bill. We ask for a yes vote.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is something I talked to many of you about. This is the property tax deferral program. And this was put together a couple of years ago to bring all of the county's resources together in one place to have a property deferral service that everyone can have. Some counties don't have any resources to do this at all. The small frontier rural counties, they don't have the resources. If this program goes away, they won't have it. The facts are, there's only 2 county treasurers that say they can actually administer this program themselves. And most of the county treasurers don't have the resources or don't even know that this bill is happening and that this is going to go away. The deferral program's a loan, so the money does come back to the state and the deferrals are paid off. It's an investment that the state makes. Participation has grown every year. This has only gone on for 2 years. That's not a long enough time to really say that this program doesn't work. And with the uncertainty in the economy right now, I think that we need a program like this to be sure that seniors and people on a fixed income in all of our districts have the ability to be able to defer their taxes if they need this. Otherwise, they won't have it. But the bill draft didn't have any input from the Treasury Department, which runs this program, rather. So I ask you to vote no on this committee report, so that way they can go back to the drawing board and take our amendment seriously. The money that comes in from the amendment does not affect any other bill. It doesn't affect anybody else's priorities. The money comes from cash funds that don't have anything to do with any. This is budget neutral. So if we can pass, if we reject the conference committee report, then they can actually go back and take our amendment, because we all voted for it. We didn't even have to cow it to get it on there. So I take this vote very seriously, because this program, once it goes away, the counties are not going to be able to come back and do anything to supply this kind of program in a short amount of time. And that could really put a lot of our seniors and a lot of people on fixed incomes at risk. So I'm asking for a no vote on this committee report.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, members, I greatly respect where our colleague from Jefferson County is coming from. I do want you to know, just with respect to this program, there are lots of things to share with you, but the IT maintenance costs alone will exceed $500,000 a year. So I respect what our good colleague is sharing with us about the opportunity in this one single fiscal year to find a bunch of different cash funds to sweep from and cobble a funding source to try to make something go of this program. It has been in place, as she mentioned, about 2 years. It's better to end something that we know long-term we can't afford, end it now before a bunch of people have signed up and are now depending on this. I will also clarify, we did receive input from the Treasurer's Office. I will just say that we disagreed. I will also say we received outreach and feedback from many, many county treasurers. This is work they were doing prior to the passage of our bill. So this is something that we cannot afford long-term, and it's ill-advised to sign ourselves up for something that, honestly, when we put pen to paper, the cost to administer this program on a per-person basis exceeds the value and the savings that the average homeowner was receiving under this program. Those economics don't pencil out. That's not a good investment for our state, particularly now when we don't have the resources to be making this investment. So I urge a yes vote on this conference committee report.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will just add that additionally, the bill was, we did work through the bill with other county treasurers to return it to the counties, which is where it used to be before the state took it over. And we worked with multiple county treasurers to make sure that it was written properly so that they can return this program to the control of the counties where it had been, and that it could be done so effectively. And there were multiple treasurers who said, yes, we are happy to have it back, and yes, we can do it. And now the bill language reflects that.
Representative Titone and then AML Winter. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to address that. The original cost of the program was a lot of money, and that was reduced by 2/3 of the cost to keep this program going. What they're saying was the past. What we're talking about is the future, and the future of this program going away. And many counties cannot afford to do this. They have people on fixed incomes. They have older folks who are trying to stay in their homes and afford the everyday things that they need to pay for. And this kind of program, this low-interest loan, can help them stay in their home. And without this, they are at risk. Without the state program, they are at risk. So I really consider this very seriously, that this program goes away. They will not have access to that.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also urge a no vote on this committee report. As we litigated the long bill, we pointed out numerous times that we don't have a revenue problem, we have a priority problem. Keeping seniors in their homes is a priority for me. So thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We share that goal of keeping seniors in their homes, but there is no reason for the state to be picking up work that the counties already do. We don't need to be doing this. We can't afford it. And the data that I shared with you this is not one time. We were not speaking to the old version of the bill. The revisions that were proposed to us to sweep and cobble together funding from a variety of cash funds, that was what was proposed to us the evening that we debated this bill. That's not a long-term sustainable way to fund this program. Our state can't afford it, and I urge a yes vote on this.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first conference committee report to Senate Bill 261. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 34 aye, 30 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to adopt the first conference committee report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 261 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 261 as amended by the first conference committee report. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In lieu of the fact that the conference committee report was passed and we're getting rid of the program, I'm urging a no vote on the bill. That way we'll keep the program going.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you vote no on the bill, we will be on the hook now for $2 million general fund. So that's something that we can't afford, and this continues a program that we cannot afford. Please vote yes on the repassage of the bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 261 as amended by the first conference committee report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 23 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 261 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 262.
Senate Bill 262 by Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning changes to the amount of money in the Capital Construction Fund.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 262.
Please proceed.
Members, the re-revised bill includes amendments that were made in the Senate that moved to the general fund interest and income derived from investment of funds in the Capital Construction Fund for fiscal year 2025, 26, and beyond. The revised bill in Conference Committee also included a technical House change amendment. We ask for your yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first conference committee report to Senate Bill 262. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Story and Valdez. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 1 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to adopt the first conference committee report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 262 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 262 as amended by the first conference committee report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 3 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 262 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 268.
Senate Bill 268 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning changes to money in the marijuana tax cash fund and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 268.
Please proceed.
Members, in Senate Bill 268, we removed language that was added in the Senate to transfer $550,000 from the marijuana tax cash fund to the marijuana entrepreneur fund. Second, the conference committee report requires the JBC to review in 3 years the percentage of the gross retail marijuana sales tax revenue that is allocated to local governments to determine whether the percentage continues to be appropriate. We ask for a yes vote.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. Thank you to our GBC members. Members, this was an amendment that we asked many of you to support, not only in the House, it also made it onto the bill in the Senate in regards to supporting the Cannabis Business Office as well. And what we asked for was that there was around $500,000 or so, as you heard, to the enterprise to be able to go to support this office. What this office does is it helps with the economic development and business development of the organizations, of the businesses who want to enter the space, but also the money that goes into the fund comes from sales that come from these stores. And so we felt that the folks who were in the business should be supported in developing that business. The reason why we also supported it, for many of you who've been here for a couple of years, you have seen from Black Caucus members, I want to recognize my colleague from Arapahoe in trying to ensure that there is social equity in the industry, and the CBO office does help with very much needed technical and economic development, kind of like business assistance, particularly for those who are getting into the space where there isn't traditional access to capital. Like, you can't necessarily go to a bank and ask for dollars to get into this business. And so for that, members, we're going to ask for a no vote here today to support keeping the amendments on that were put on in the Senate and in the House. Thank you.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and with incredible respect to our JBC members and the great work they've done this year, I do just want to make sure folks understand the importance of this office. From rural Colorado to the city, this office benefits businesses that are trying to grow. In the San Luis Valley, in Pueblo, up north in Greeley, this office has made huge impacts for small businesses trying to get into this industry. And Colorado has some of the highest taxes on marijuana of any state in the entire country. And I think it's fair that businesses benefit from some of those tax dollars to help them with technical assistance and grants and the things that they need to get started and move forward, because they do contribute a lot to all of our communities. So this is one very small way that those taxpayer dollars actually go back to benefit the businesses that generated them. So I would urge a no vote on the conference committee report with a lot of respect to our incredible JBC colleagues. Thank you.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also rise in asking for a no vote on the committee report. So in my district, we have a lot of dispensaries. So it's important to my district. It's important to the people in my community, not only for those who use cannabis. I like to use the word cannabis because history shows us that word, marijuana, is actually derogatory. So it has derogatory meaning in how it was incepted. So cannabis, it's important. It is no secret that I support the cannabis industry because of many reasons. And for one of them, when the voters voted to legalize cannabis, they voted on it with the intentions that the funding would go towards certain things. Now, when we're allocating funds and cutting funds, people in my district are not happy about that because, again, their concerns are, well, if we're paying all these high taxes and it's supposed to go towards these specific projects, why are we not seeing the results of that, especially with the high tax increases? And what was just echoed, my good colleague from Broomfield just mentioned my area in Greeley, Garden City, actually, that has dispensaries. It is very important to that area as well. When a lot of these people also depend on these money to start small businesses, maintain small businesses, I think that is something that I must speak very strongly to support my small businesses in my district. And for those reasons, I ask for a no vote on the conference committee report. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I am in the unenviable position to tell you that we can't afford this again. I just feel like the tough parent today. But it's my job. So let me just start with telling you that the forecast we used was, every year JBC chooses which forecast we're going to adopt, whether it's the LCS forecast or the OSPB forecast. We used the OSPB forecast, which had a better forecast for marijuana tax cash fund revenue coming in. And every year we're looking at that really hard because over the past several years, funds coming in to that fund have been going down dramatically. And every year you will see JBC coming back to you asking to cut different programs from this fund. And in a better year, I would agree with everything that our good colleagues have said. Yep, we want money in here to help support businesses that are entrepreneurs and doing something that the voters of Colorado legalized. I agree with all of that. But that fund is oversubscribed, all with programs that I am confident none of you would want to cut. We have funding in there for housing supports for people who are receiving addiction treatment, medical assisted treatment as well for people who have addiction to substance abuse. We have grants to Tony Grampsis and other after-school programs, deflection grants, trying to keep kids out of trouble. These are the other programs that we did not want to cut. The first thing we cut was this fund. And every year we are trimming. And so that is our choice. The other thing, too, that we had to do is take more money away from what had previously been guaranteed by the state to allocate to local governments for enforcement reasons. So we don't even have enough money in this fund to appropriately enforce marijuana laws and compliance with our marijuana regulations in the state. That fund has to work to support regulation of the laws that the people of this state passed. So that has to actually be first, right? That's the first thing. That's a public safety issue. Next, we said we wanted education, and I'll tell you that's something else we had to cut. We had to cut funding and put a cap on how much is distributed out to fund the BEST program. So if we're going to cut funds to public schools, it would not be I don't think that's good prioritization for us to then say, well, we're going to fund the business office and the entrepreneur fund. Voters also said they wanted to fund public schools. So we are doing everything we can to minimize the impact to public schools, but if we continue funding programs like this, we will see far larger cuts to our investment in public schools as well. So with due respect to my good colleagues who made great arguments, in a better year I would agree with them, but this is not that year. We need to respect what actual revenue is coming into that fund and make sure we honor voters' first order of priority.
Representative Sirota, then Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And colleagues, I take nothing away from the importance of the Cannabis Business Office and the work that they do in the Entrepreneur Fund. I agree that it is important. And my colleague and I we are in this unfortunate position of having to have balanced a state budget and this particular fund that have been underwater. And so I think we did a really good job of having to bring all of you a limited number of unpleasant decisions. But we had some of them. And you rejected a couple of them, and well, I fear what happens next year when we have to bring more. But on this particular issue, we did try very hard to make the case on second reading that the forecast that we used, because we chose the OSPB forecast, we don't pick and choose. We don't split the baby, so that is the forecast that is used for all of the projections, not just the general fund overview. And this particular OSPB forecast has been wrong every year that I have been on the budget committee, significantly wrong. And what we know is the LCS forecast is projecting approximately $23 million less, which ultimately is going to result in us having to come back next year and make cuts to program mid-year. And I don't want to have to do that. We already had a very difficult time trying to balance this fund to the point at which we did. But I think that there are still very significant concerns that there is not going to be the revenue there next year to support what we are already funding. And so what we said was, if you want to fund something else out of the marijuana tax cash fund, what else do you want to cut? Because we've done our best. We cut what we could all agree on, and everything else is still there. But this amendment just took an additional amount of money to fund, and ultimately, I don't think it's a good idea to fund something that you're going to have to come back in 6 months to cut again. And so, given that there was no offset, no other things that were being cut out of the marijuana tax cash fund, that is why we landed on not being able to fund this particular amendment. And it doesn't feel good. I fully agree with that. Nothing about this budget really felt great, but we did our very best.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Another way to consider this question, another angle at which to look at it, is to say that by taking these dollars that are from currently operating marijuana businesses and giving them to new startups in the marijuana industry, in an industry that is already at the present moment struggling, hence a bill that was passed through this system previously, you are potentially placing additional burden on the industry. So stated more succinctly, you're using dollars from one business in order to help fund their competitor. And I don't know if this is the right economic environment to do that in.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will take a little bit different tact to that argument and say maybe the reason the fund is, out of whack is because the industry is in decline and we're seeing reductions in jobs, sales, and licenses getting abandoned across the state. So I don't think now is the appropriate time to eliminate the business office that supports an industry that is flailing right now because of regulations and taxes in our state. So I would urge a no vote on the conference committee report.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With all due respect to my good colleagues on JBC, that we did present places that we could cut. And one of them was to take the lieutenant governor's extra salary, which I don't know why some people in this room think it's okay to give the lieutenant governor an extra salary, because we don't even have that for other elected officials. And she is the highest paid official beyond state paid, under Deion Sanders in the state, okay? So we have presented ways to cut stuff, getting rid of offices and programs that, to this day, we've seen these bills pass the creation of more offices and more programs at the expense of cutting other stuff. We can do both. We can fund education, and we can continue to support small businesses when we make cuts elsewhere. But we have the creation of more programs and more offices that at the end will require more money because it's not a one-time expense, it's ongoing. Now, the arguments that we made is that a lot of these that we have for proposed cuts are just one-time. But what we're seeing is the creation of continuing expenditures, which will in turn create a deficit later on if we don't get our act together. Now, I understand.
Excuse me, Representative. Members, we are still voting. I will ask for the chamber to remain quiet. Please proceed, Representative Gonzalez.
I appreciate you, Madam Speaker. So I just want to say, I ask for a no vote on this bill because we have to get our priorities straight, okay? We can't be creating more offices, more programs, and then cutting where it affects small businesses. We all want to fund education. We all want to support small businesses. But we can't do it at the expense of those when we're creating more offices and more programs that ultimately are going to require more money. And I know a lot of these people in this room don't like our taxpayer Bill of Rights and blame that as the reason why we're in this mess. I see you. But I take a different approach because we have to be more responsible and our priorities straight, okay? So please, I ask for no vote on this report.
Representative DeGraff.
Well, this has turned into an unexpected debate.
That it has.
All right, so I'm confused because the way this body approaches business is that more taxes is more good, so that the more taxes that are applied to businesses, that apparently makes them grow, because the only way that this body has tried to make improve the state of the economy is by applying more taxes to it. So I'm confused. So I personally would like to see lower taxes. I am a little confused by something one of the sponsors mentioned, in that we don't have enough money in this marijuana fund to enforce the marijuana laws. Now, when there was all this to bring in cannabis into Colorado, I remember hearing that we were going to increase funding, like 90% of the money was going to be used for enforcing the laws around cannabis, and then another 10% or something was going to be used for talking about teaching kids why cannabis addiction was bad. So I wasn't really sure why we needed to bring something in, and then which would basically came around, with regulating it more. But I'll agree with my colleague here. And I'm not going to get into whether this entrepreneur fund is good or bad. I think we should be supporting our entrepreneurs. And the way we support our entrepreneurs is get the boot off the face of the entrepreneurs. And the way we do that is by lowering taxes, not by increasing taxes here and then doling them out. So I think one of the things that we need to do is we need to go back to prioritizing our priorities. Because if we say something is a priority, it shouldn't be getting funded in an orbital down the road. We do this with all kinds of funding, all the funding that has this emotional appeal to it. Then this body waits until the last minute and then starts fighting for crumbs over it. So one of the things that we could just do is take in less money. That would mean you have to do less spending, and I know that hurts. I know that hurts, because now we're looking at trying to not only are we about 3 to 4 times higher than what our tax limit would be if we actually constrained ourselves under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, but now we're looking at ending the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. The Tabor killers, I got an affirmation that is the goal of the lawsuit, is to kill Tabor, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, in order to extract even more funds from the citizens of Colorado, because there is an insatiable demand. Because you can't get blood from a turnip, the body is going after Tabor. So I talked about the other day about 127 million. I found 127 million easy, clean, doesn't accomplish anything for the state except more boot on the face of the businesses. That, however, is the priority of this body. The priority of this body is, and then we talked about yesterday, $58 billion worth of money being sucked out of the economy in order to retrofit buildings that are over 50,000 square feet, force them to retrofit and bear the cost of the example given of a LEED certified building requiring $7 million.
Back to this bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I'm talking about this bill because I'm talking about prioritizing our priorities. We have money. I'm not saying that money is good, well spent. That 127 million, that's about as stupid as you can get. But we spend it, and then we spend it. Not only is it at the detriment, not only is it increasing the taxes that are paid by Colorado taxpayers, but it's spending it and putting it in the pockets of green oligarchs. That's all you're doing with it. And then you're hurting people that want to start their own business and want to expand. And then there's the continual assault, the abolition of private property with the other aspects. So this right here it really is neutral, I think, at this point as to whether cannabis is a legitimate business that we should be supporting in Colorado when it doesn't support when it creates a demand on our law system, when it creates a demand on our law that we say, well, that we can't even fund that. So why are we bringing something in that can't fund that's a cost-benefit analysis. We're not going to do that, so let's just assume that this is a neutral program. But again, we're looking at things and saying we could help businesses, we could help entrepreneurs. Things that help entrepreneurs is getting the boot off the face, your boot, off the face of business. And that, in this case, the only thing that we can think to do is to get the boot off the face of the boot of government off the face of business is to take money from some people and then give it back to another group of people. And then, as my colleague noted, that it's kind of ironic to be taking money from a group of people that have a business and then use that money to fund somebody else's business. Where the morally neutral way to do this would be to get the taxes off the business. I'm also confused by this whole thing because apparently our cannabis use is going up, but somehow the funding in this program is going down, which probably means that more of the market is moving into the illegal market, which then creates the issue around the marijuana laws that this is supposed to fund but doesn't. And so why we're facilitating an illegal market by these programs in general. So this is just a really excellent bill of why this General Assembly is so bad at everything it tries to do. Because this is trying to manipulate economies, it's trying to manipulate businesses, it's trying to favor one group over another. And this is the politics of plunder that Bastiat talked about. You should read it. He was a contemporary political author. He just lived over 150 years ago. But he spoke about the same people in this room. So I just want to note that this is a fun fight to see everybody fight over what on taxes, and it would be really interesting to see if anybody in this room could ever get behind. Well, I know I have some allies. Unfortunately, for the tax widgets of Colorado, the allies are too few in the getting the boot off the face. And that was an Orwellian quote of imagining the future of socialism is a boot stomping on your face forever. That's socialism. And that's what this body is going for.
Representative DeGraff.
He's a famous author, ma'am, and I just thought he would add some literacy color.
I appreciate literary references.
Thank you for saying that correctly where I botched it. So, anyways, this should be a good lesson overall in the budget, prioritizing our priorities. Make sure let's go back and we should be taking our budget apart down to the nuts and bolts. And actually figure out what it is that we want to accomplish in Colorado instead of these muddled priorities that are just pushed through from year to year. So it's too late. I tried it before, but I think, even in this case, even if I were against the program, I'm kind of neutral here right now. But I mean, it would certainly behoove the entrepreneurs better than sucking $58 billion out of the economy for retrofitting, worrying about stickers on gas ovens, and taking $127 million or $27 million for buses that we try to make free for every year. So I do want to bring up the Bozone bill again because that's a near and dear to my heart.
Representative DeGraff,
so
you have 1 minute remaining.
Oh, no, I'm leaving. So this interesting discussion. The budget process is fouled up beyond anything recognizable.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I would really like to talk about this bill as compared to some of the other subjects we've headed down. I have a great deal of respect from my colleagues, but this is about the marijuana tax cash fund. which at one point had a revenue stream of above $250 million a year. And I will remind one of my colleagues that it was this body years ago that put those taxes in place. Today, those numbers have dropped down to about $200 million, a $50 million plus swing, because we have an industry that's maturing. And guess what? That's what happens in business. Businesses grow, businesses start to flatten out, businesses start to mature. And when that happens, we, as a JBC, have to look at what can we fund out of this and what we cannot fund. And by the way, we are not funding the lieutenant governor out of the marijuana tax cash fund. So let's not, please, have that conversation in relationship to this fund. I can tell you that we debated what we had to streamline in this cash fund for the better part of half a day. We knew it was going to be painful. We did the very best we could in this situation. In every program that's left, which schools have to be on the education on the high side of this, and enforcement right behind that. Because that's what we told the voters that this cash fund was going to go to. I remind you, that's what we told people back in what, 2013 or 11, 12, in that range? That's where we told people we were going to spend this money. I'm sorry that we can't do everything within this fund that we used to be able to do. This was one of the painful cuts that we had to make. Thank you.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I actually have to agree with my my friend from El Paso County, my colleague from El Paso County. We heard today several times, actually we went through the whole budget a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, and today we heard we can't afford, we can't afford, we can't afford. We talked about today, you know, property taxes for seniors, helping them out with that. Can't afford that. Can't afford to help small businesses. Can't afford to help with medical programs. Can't afford for, you know, before was kidney disease prevention. Couldn't afford that either. We had to say yes to that. We had to go against what was recommended, what was being cut. I know myself, I offered tens of millions of dollars, almost $70 million of cuts of unnecessary spending that we could have cut so we could afford other things. My colleagues offered tens of millions of dollars of cuts that they found in their expertise, in their fields, like I did. They were the experts in their fields. And hey, you know, here's more areas that we could cut, where we can cut here so we can afford this, but then every single time it was rejected, rejected, rejected. You know, we're giving $1.5 million of flowers to the governor for his special little garden. It is a priority problem. It's a spending problem in priorities. And I really think that along with something like this bill that we're discussing today, if you really felt that that was a priority, then maybe we should make the cuts in other areas a priority as well and start putting good legislation. And I am asking for a yes on the committee report and a no on the bill. Thank you.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I just wanted to clarify things. I thought maybe I could pop up so we wouldn't go down some of the paths that we've gone. And quite frankly, on behalf of people who wear shoes everywhere, I like my boots. I'm just kidding. But the point is this. The marijuana tax cash fund is what we're talking about here. We're not talking about the whole budget. And I'd like to thank my colleagues from JBC, in particular for Delta, Mesa, all the counties, Grand Junction? Let me find. Mesa, for being able to explain. The reason why I came up here and asked for a no vote is because what we believe the challenge is that we have seen the projections that the governor's team says may come in as compared to what the JBC believes will come in. So for what it's worth, I am personally inclined to believe our JBC. What we want to advocate for here is saying that this business office is important, and that if we do have that difference in between, can we fund this office, because the economic development in this space is what funds this fund. And so what the 20,000-foot view question is, I think particularly for this fund, because we are not talking about general fund, when we say we want to cut money to schools, we're not, to be clear, I have always been an advocate for K-12. I am not advocating to cut state share, but there are a lot of things that come out of this fund because we can't find it elsewhere in the budget. The K-12 space that is impacted in this fund is the best grants. And to be fair, that's what we asked people to do when we voted to legalize marijuana. We said the money will go to school, best grants are to build capital projects. And so to me, that should be a priority of this fund. When we're talking about economic development of the industry that brings money into the fund, I also believe that should be a priority. However, we are funding, what was it, Alzheimer's, I don't know, I'm making that up. We are funding a whole bunch of things out of this. So my suggestion is, I have been consistent on this, and I wanted to at least share, I'm voting no in principle in the sense of, can we make a statement that we believe this office should exist, and that of all places it should be funded from, it should be from the very industry that they are developing. But it is also true that we believe there is a variance between how much money will actually come in versus predicted. And I do believe that the JBC is budgeting accordingly to what they have seen. But the other thing is, I would ask this caucus, and not this caucus, this room, to take a look at this cash fund next year, to recognize all the things that we are funding out of it, but also to recognize all the ways we are trying to put into general fund for things that are important that we have to turn to cash funds for. So on behalf of us who have been fighting for the social equity space in this for quite some time, our vote is about this. If we are going to have an industry, and yes, there are other industries that lead to other costs, particularly in public safety. No one's coming for alcohol right now, and that has, quite frankly, similar impacts. But if we are going to have this industry, and if the industry is going to physically exist in certain communities, because let's be honest, where all the dispensaries and factories are, then those communities should also have an opportunity to enter the industry. That's what we're talking about, and that is the social equity lens. And so, again, what my vote was and what we are trying to advocate for, not only now, but over the last couple of years, is the equality, the equity that can lead to the equality of engaging in the space. But it is true, the amount of money that we're bringing into this fund is not as large or not as high as it used to be. So again, thank you. You know, I'm not advocating to cut money from schools. Quite frankly, you will probably hear me talking about how we should retain revenues for schools later. And when we're talking about the prioritization, this office used to be much bigger. The amendment that we brought was for 1 FTE. And so we do believe there are cuts there. And yes, we do have to prioritize, but we wanted this opportunity for the platform to advocate for equity in this space. And in the event, and hopefully we'll see next year, that if the projections are met, these are things we'll keep track of to say, can we fund next year? But also, can we reprioritize in this fund? Again, can we reprioritize in this fund towards those goals? So thank you for listening to me. Every time I come up, it seems to get 15 minutes after. I apologize. But again, this is about the principle and the platform, so I hope you've heard what we're trying to advocate for today. Thank you all.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first conference committee report to Senate Bill 268. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Stewart votes no. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Weinberg and Wilford are excused. Ooh, that's a $8 fine. Oh, sorry, Rep. Wilford. But Rep. Weinberg will get a $10 fine. Weinberg is excused. Please close the machine. With 37 aye, 27 no, and 1 excuse, the motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 268 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with all the utmost respect to the JBC members, the reasons why we're facing the deficits in the cannabis tax fund is because, as what was stated earlier, we are over-regulating that industry. We have been. High taxes, and frankly, it's blatant discrimination on this industry. Because as what was stated too, alcohol is known to also kill people, drunk driving, alcohol poisoning, among other things. Cannabis, to this date, hasn't proven, at least studies haven't shown, that actually kills people. Okay, maybe people get too intoxicated in the substance, but studies don't show that it kills people. But in other states, they have much more flexibility when it comes to policies that allow the cannabis industry to thrive and where they have had it legalized. Now, I will also say that when it comes to prioritizing, right, this is something that helps small businesses. I also appreciate my colleague from Denver getting up here to speak about the dispensaries in these areas where it is important. And for my district, it generates a lot of revenue for the local municipalities. But it's getting harder to do so when we're continuing to overregulate this industry. Now, we did have a good bill that was brought by some of my colleagues, and there was a step in the right direction. We could have done more. We can do more. We can cut more red tape to allow this industry to thrive. But the reasons why we're continuing to see declining cannabis sales is because of the overregulation, which lead to higher prices, higher taxes, and consumers overall continue to buy less of it. And where do they go? They go out of states, in our neighboring states who have it, who have flexibility in laws, where it's easier to purchase, and even higher purchasing limits. So I've said my piece, and you all know I wasn't here during budget week, so I said my piece on that aspect. So just to put that on the record, but I ask for a no on this specific Senate bill. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is just another, it was very insightful to hear that we've gone from $250 million per year down to $200 million per year going into this fund. And I think we'd have to ask why, because I don't think the cannabis use or the marijuana use or anything is actually going down. It seems to be going up. So why would the fund be going down by $50 million over this time frame when the use is going up, when the consumption is going up? And I think a large part of that should be educational to us in the sense of, as my colleague said, over-regulation. And looking at this fund, looking at the marijuana or the cannabis industry and saying, okay, here's the golden goose. We can just keep getting money out of that golden goose. And I think the best way to learn the value of ancient wisdom is to forget it. And this is one of those cases where we're killing, this is an example of the industries that we're killing by continually trying to squeeze more and more out of them. So that's what seems to be going on with this industry and this tax fund. It's just pushing by raising that up, trying to get more and more and more out for the insatiable, bloodlust of sucking the vitality out of the economy. That, you know, it's indicative of what happens. It drives the industry away. It drives it out. And, you know, here's $50 million as an example, and maybe we could learn from it, and maybe we could say, hey, maybe if we just get the boot off the face, then we could have some of these businesses come back. So I did appreciate the biblical reference earlier of splitting the baby, but now I think we should be, this is talking about killing the golden goose, and we need to reevaluate our monetary policy in crushing our businesses somehow to encourage them to thrive.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 268 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 29 aye, 36 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 268 is lost. No clapping in the chamber, thank you. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 270.
Senate Bill 270 by Senators Bridges and Mobley, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning nursing facility fees collected by the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise and in connection therewith, authorizing the enterprise to provide additional services to nursing facilities in exchange for the fees collected and making and reducing appropriations.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 270.
Please proceed.
Members, the Conference Committee report reflects one change in the House from the Senate's version. We added in transparency requirements for Chase to post and to update a 3-year plan on its projects, services, and funding expenditures. We ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the First Conference Committee report to Senate Bill 270. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 20 no, and 0 excused, the Conference Committee report to Senate Bill 270 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 270 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 270 as amended by the Conference Committee report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 20 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 270 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1328 is amended, and Senate Bills 169, 192, 193, 195 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations, and Senate Bill 197 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Members, we are going to stand in a very brief recess, 5 minutes or less, before we begin thirds. If you are not back in the chamber, I'm going to fine big. So be back when we bring the House back to order. The House will stand in recess. Members, I'll invite you to take your seats. Thank you for being back in the chamber. The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read more reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Judiciary, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following Senate Bill 185, 116, and 190 as amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole. Senate Bill 179 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation, and House Bill 1264 be postponed indefinitely.
Members, we are proceeding to third reading. Mr. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1123. Let me start over.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1123 and House Bill 1249 until tomorrow.
House Bills 1123 and 1249 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1146.
House Bill 1146 by Representatives Byrd and Woog, also Senator Kirkmeyer, concerning measures to ensure that sufficient juvenile detention beds are available to address juvenile crime in proportion to annual juvenile detention projections and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1146 on third reading and final passage.
Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's see. I listened to this bill in committee, and I asked multiple questions. And I'm not up here to ask you for a no vote. I'm just letting you know why I am a no vote, because people are going to vote the way they want, because that's what we do in this place. But because I was in committee and I asked direct questions about who occupies these beds and did not receive clear, consistent, or transparent answers, instead, I was given skewed numbers that did not align with my own research that I still don't have clarity on. And that alone for me is concerning, especially when we're talking about the lives of our young people and the future of our young people. This bill proposes to raise the cap on juvenile detention beds, a move that ignores the actual problem, our chronic underinvestment in community-based services and placement options for youth. In reality, between 2023 and 2025, the bed cap only exceeded 13 times and never by more than 6 beds. Meanwhile, 540 youth remained in detention past their release dates, not because they were a danger to themselves or others, but because we simply didn't have the necessary services to transition them out safely and successfully. Black people make up 4% of the state's total population. And it's problematic that based on research, Black youth are the ones that are occupying these beds more than anyone. And when I asked the question in committee, again, all I received were skewed numbers, and I will get back to you. And I don't have the answer right now, which to me is unacceptable. Here's the kicker. Each bed in juvenile detention costs the state $174,000 per year. And this bill proposes to increase that number, spending more public dollars to expand detention capacity while Colorado is in a budget deficit. It makes no sense to me. We are being asked to fund more incarceration at a time when vital community services, mental health services, education supports, and prevention programs are being cut. That is not just bad policy, it's a failure of our priorities as a state. We cannot continue to lock young people up while slashing the very programs that could prevent them from entering the justice system in the first place. If we have the funds to expand juvenile detention, we absolutely have the funds to expand mentorship programs, trauma-informed care, restorative justice, housing, and education support. That is where the real change happens. That's where we break cycles. The Denver Post, although they are not my choice of newspaper, they recently published a troubling report highlighting the violence, trauma, and systemic failures inside our juvenile detention facilities that we cannot ignore. Increasing capacity in institutions plagued by those issues without addressing their root causes is not only ineffective, it's unethical. We are setting kids up for further harm instead of giving them the tools and support they need to heal and grow. I don't understand the sense of criminalizing our young people when we need to make sure they are rehabilitated and have the services that they need. Throughout this session, I brought forward several bills aimed at protecting kids and dismantling the school-to-prison pipeline, which will stop them if we give them the proper services from committing crimes. House Bill 251178 would have banned incarceration in schools, jailing our kids in school, causing them to have trauma and hurt people, killed, dead on arrival. House Bill 251179, the digital media bill. We were just simply trying to make sure that our kids aren't getting harmful pop-ups in schools, killed. But we're talking about protecting kids. House Bill 1073, to lock people up that rape our kids instead of giving them probation, killed in committee, dead on arrival.
Representative
So how are we
English.
protecting kids? I'm
Representative-
to the bill, I'm talking about protecting kids. I thought,
Representative English, I want to give you some latitude, but please bring this back to how it relates to House Bill 1146.
okay, it relates to
Thank you.
House Bill 1146 because we're talking about expanding beds for youth, which is not protecting them from crimes they're committing, because I believe we're contributing to those crimes by not passing essential, important policy. I don't understand what we're doing in here. These bills that I just named were grounded in prevention and protection. They were focused on healing, not punishment, and yet they were killed. Now here we are just saying, let's expand the beds. We're gonna need more beds because there's some tough criminals out here that are young people, but yet we're criminalizing them, violating their bodies, violating their spaces, and all for what? I've said it time and time again in this well. We cannot just protect kids when it's convenient on a certain bill. If we're here to protect kids, we should be here to protect kids all the time. And everyone knows when it comes to me or when it comes to kids, all bets are off. No politicking. I'm about keeping kids safe 100% of the time, not just politicking on the bill or listening to what the lobby wants me to do. This legislator cannot say and do certain things in the name of caring about our youth while choosing to invest in incarceration over rehabilitation. House Bill 251146 is not the answer. It's a short-sighted fix to a long-term problem that requires meaningful investment in services, not steel doors and concrete. More beds is not the answer. Our young people deserve better. And anything I can do in my power, I'm gonna make sure that they get better. Because that's what my district elected me to do. not come up here and play games with the lives of our young people. It won't happen with me. They deserve access to opportunity, not just a bed, in a system that often fails to rehabilitate. And these beds are filled with kids that look like me. I urge my colleagues, vote no, vote your conscience, vote yes, do whatever you're going to do. But I'm going to be a hard no. And instead, commit to building a justice system that values prevention, accountability, and true rehabilitation over expansion and incarceration. I will not contribute in criminalizing our young people, especially the ones that look like me.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, members, I just want to thank our good colleague from El Paso County and just recognize the concerns, lift those up that she's raised, and just say we share those concerns. And that's why what we brought forward was a compromise bill that brought together stakeholders who have been working and mostly fighting in this space for a really long time and found a compromise. To be clear, this bill does not increase the number of beds in juvenile detention. The bill does two things. It reforms the actual number of beds that each jurisdiction can use without raising the cap. And second, our good colleague is right. We need to be doing more to make sure that kids are not getting involved in the justice system in the first place. And that is why the bill that we brought forward includes deflection grants, so grants to invest in kids to keep them out of trouble. The second prong of our plan will bring relief to a strained system by reducing recidivism and working to keep kids out of the system through a continuum of services. Just to give you a quick summary, we created in our bill the Deflection and Community Investment Grant Program, which will provide grants to eligible nonprofits and tribal applicants to implement a mixed delivery system of trauma-informed health and development deflection programs for youth, including Native American youth. We believe this combination of services can help reduce the overall number of youth coming into the system in the first place. The bill additionally allows juveniles who have very low-level crimes and who have been found incompetent by a judge to have their cases dismissed and have treatment plans put in place in lieu of going to court. So this is an improvement on the current system. We urge a yes vote, but before I do that, I just wanted to lay that on the record that there is more to this, and probably one of the most important pieces of this bill is that investment in keeping juveniles out of trouble in the first place, because we care about that too. And can I do this?
Please
and also,
proceed.
members, I ask for permission to make a third reading technical amendment.
Please briefly explain.
Yes. Members, thank you. This is a small change that was requested by the Department of Public Safety that makes sure they are able to disperse grant funds. It changes some of the timing of grant dispersal and makes sure they have an appropriation to do that work. We ask for your permission and a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is a request for permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1146. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Lindsay and Taggart. Please close the machine. With 55 aye, 10 no, 0 excused, permission is granted. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment L016 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. Members, you will see that the amendment is as I've described, and I ask for your yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L016 to House Bill 1146. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Bottoms. Please close the machine. With 57 aye, 8 no, 0 excused, Amendment L016 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1146 as amended.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1146 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye, 9 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1146, as amended, is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1327.
House Bill 1327 by Representatives Sirota and Froelich, also Senator Kipp, concerning modifications to processes for statewide ballot measures.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1327 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon. So, heard this in committee, tried to make my point, tried to come up with great amendments, and we know how that goes, being the minority. 200 ballot initiatives. You know why there's 200 ballot initiatives? Because people are a little tired of living in this state. People are tired of crime. They are tired of public safety not being a priority. And so their only ability, according to the Colorado Constitution, is to provide ballot initiatives. This hits hard, and the people of Douglas County, they are big mad about this bill right here. And we had the ability to carve out the people who are not getting paid. We had the ability to make it so the grassroots on either side of the aisle don't have to jump through more hoops, because going to the title board and everything that they make people do, the citizens, the taxpayers of this state, the hoops that we make them jump through with really no money, just trying to participate in democracy, what's left in this state, and we're gonna continue to make them jump through hoops. I don't even know what to go back and tell them, to be quite honest. They are tired of their parental rights being taken. They are tired of their Second Amendment rights being taken. They are tired of housing not being affordable. They are tired of being the eighth most violent state.
Representative Bradley to the bill.
This is why they want to do ballot initiatives. And making those things harder for them is not helping the people in our districts that elected us to be up here. We don't know all the answers. It's 65 of us. 6 million people live in our state. They want to be a part of this process. They are feeling let down by the House and the Senate. And they want, I don't care if there's 1,000 initiatives proposed. That is the job of the SOS. Hire some more people. But the people should have a voice in the state. The people should be allowed to bring up ballot initiatives and not have to jump through more hoops, and especially the grassroots people that don't have a big bank account that get parents on the left or parents on the right who are passionate about some sort of idea that they feel we failed them at. They should be allowed to do it, and they shouldn't have to pay $20 an hour. We are funding the big budget, the big funded people that want to make a change, and the people that are paying taxes in our state and are dealing with the crime in our state are getting shoved to the side. We had amendments for this bill to allow the grassroots people to continue to take part. And now more hoops. Hoop after hoop after hoop. And then we asked for a petition clause for a petition bill, and we were told no, there's nothing safety about this. There's no reason this should have a safety clause. The only reason this should have a safety clause is to take down the First Amendment rights of the people in Colorado. They should be allowed to petition against this bill that is silencing them and their ability to participate in the democratic process in this state. It's insanity to me when I have to go back to my district and tell them that if they want to work and jump through the hoops of the title board, now we have made it harder and less transparent for them to even work on a citizen initiative. When the laws that we're making in this building are making it harder for them to live and eat and breathe in this state. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Looks like I was voluntold to go next. My colleague wants to make the theatrical ending to this debate. In any case, I rise again in opposition to this bill, not because I don't appreciate where the bill sponsors are coming from, but because I do very much believe that we should remove as many burdens as possible on that second category of people that we talked about during second reading. That group of folks who do these in their spare time, whose living rooms are transformed into filing cabinets as they have petitions that are empty on one part of the room and petitions that are filled on another part and petitions that have been counted on another part of their room. And they're working with folks who also are volunteering their time and are as easy to herd in a place as cats. Cats. That's a challenge, herding cats. Herding volunteers across 64 counties is an even greater challenge, and I think that this bill should have given thought to that. And I appreciate that the bill sponsors are willing to continue that conversation. I take them at their word when we were having those conversations on second that they see the issue, that they didn't see the language that was proposed as getting us there, but that they see the issue. And so I'm grateful for that. I really am. I will also say that for those who do sort of a utilitarian analysis of bills, cost, benefit, who bears burdens, what have you, when we look at the burdens that are applied, there are burdens to the state, trying to figure out how they're going to manage their staff to look at all of the different signatures and verify them, etc. The question becomes, who should bear those burdens? Who is best positioned and what is most just related to the bearing of those burdens? And I would dare say that the state should be the one to bear the burdens more than the citizen. The citizen has, one, the constitutional right to amend their government, but two, they're not positioned in the same way that the state is to be able to work through all these different regulations and to be able to do all that we continue to ask them. I genuinely believe that the more we add on, even if it's a fine that might never be applied and may never be applied up to the level of the $1,500, just the knowledge that that is out there and could happen will deter people who otherwise would have put out their idea for the general public to consider through a ballot initiative process. And so I think that those folks should have been able to do that without all of these added burdens. I did put on the record on seconds other ways that we might be able to think about this and other ways to minimize that burden without shifting the burden to the citizenry. Things like allowing for electronic signatures instead of old school paper, which we are constantly told to move away from. Me as the Luddite is saying maybe we could develop a system where folks can just sign electronically. Maybe that can be part of, you go in and you check your voter registration portal and you see your voter registration status and your ballot status, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe there can be a secure section of that portal where you can go in and sign for these and secure and all of the rest. I mean, we allow people to vote via text. So if we allow them to vote, which is an even more important thing related to security, then why not allow them to vote or to sign on to something that might end up on the ballot via electronic means? And then there could be automatic signature verification. You wouldn't need to hire all of these other people or shift employees from DOR over to the SOS and et cetera, right? There's other ways by which we can solve these particular problems without putting the burden on people who are genuinely trying to make Colorado better. I think it's worth conversation. I understand there's frustration with moneyed interests who seek to circumvent the legislative process and the people in the majority in this room through their dollars. This bill doesn't just impact those people. I'm not saying it should even impact those people, but at the very least, the ones who are your mom and pop, your passionate about an issue folks. Should they have to jump through all these additional hoops? Will they even be able to satisfy all of these things? The 25, 50%, and 75% reporting says that these initiatives, they must notify when they reach those thresholds. And I'm sure in rulemaking, the Secretary of State's office will navigate what that looks like and how that is. But on its face, they must, the minute that particular initiative reaches those thresholds. I don't see these mom and pops being able to satisfy that. I don't see them being able to keep enough contact with the various volunteers and all of the ways those petitions get just sent out into the ether. It's hard enough to call them all back at the end, much less to know where they are. Maybe the Secretary of State's office will say, you tell us about when the 25% is when it's in your hand, personal representative of the initiative. Maybe that's the rule they'll make. I don't know, the bill is open. But then that doesn't actually satisfy the intent of the bill maker, the bill drafters, the sponsors that they've stated, which is to help the Secretary of State's office know where everything is in process so that they can plan their human resources. So presumably they're going to want to require what the bill is contemplating, which is as you hit those thresholds, you give notice. I don't see it happening, which either will result in those initiatives getting into trouble, or people just saying, hey, we're not going to be able to do all this, we might as well just give up. I don't think either of those outcomes are good, and so I will be a no.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Kudos to my colleague from Penrose. She started talking about herding cats. I was sorry to see everybody come down here and kind of fill up, so apparently you did that very well. You know, this bill honestly had my hyperbole needle somewhat bent in seconds. And so I sat here and thought about coming up and talking about it then, but I thought better of it. I thought, you know what, if I can't come up and kind of speak in more of what I would prefer for me to be a reasonable tone, then I'll wait until I get to thirds and maybe collect my thoughts a little bit more on it. And so I am a little bit more even-keeled on the hyperbole factor than I was on seconds. Doesn't mean that I like the bill. Still very much opposed to it. You know, I think we all should be sensitive to the message that we are sending to constituents. I talk about the erosion of local control that happens quite a bit here. The reason I bring that up is just simply for the word erosion. It's little by little. You know, little by little things are taken away. We're taking away the ability for municipalities and local governments to be able to decide what's best for their community because they're the ones that are best in touch, most directly in touch with their communities. And now we're taking away, little by little, our constituents, our voters' ability to be involved in the process. And to some degree, what I also have a problem with is the message that's sending to them that it's almost that we don't care, that we don't want them to be involved. You know, that there are going to be other barriers. There was some discussion on seconds about expense, about a fine up to, you know, and that was minimized. So it's not really about the amount. And to be fair, that's true. Secretary of State, I don't think for, you know, a second, the Secretary of State is interested in going out and trying to fine people $1,500 at a time. This isn't necessarily a revenue-making opportunity for SOS. So that argument I felt was fair. But it is the little barriers, the little things that we're putting into place here that make it more difficult for our constituents to be able to engage in a very basic constitutional practice, and that is the constitutionally protected freedom to petition the government, right? We are taking that away a little bit at a time and making it more difficult. Why would we want to make that process in any way whatsoever more difficult? We should be wanting to try to make that easier. Because in many ways I can see this backfiring on the intent of the bill. That it's consolidating, it could have the effect of consolidating the bigger money opportunities to where you're squelching the voice of the smaller individual effort to where they have to be picked up by the big dollar efforts. I don't know that that's necessarily what we want to have as the loudest voice in the room when it comes to deciding how to direct our government. So I'm opposed to this. I'm opposed to the bill, but I'm opposed to the effort to make it seem in any way whatsoever like we are trying to squelch, reduce, nullify, mute the voice of our constituents in the process. Making it more difficult is extremely concerning to me. Irrespective of fines, just any additional hoops that we are asking constituents to jump through, I find to be disgraceful. I'd ask for a no.
AML winner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. In our founding documents, in the words, they talk about redress of grievances. And that's the issue I have with this is the ability for a citizenry to try to right what they believe is a wrong. And we have many processes, but this is part of your freedom of speech. And my colleague from El Paso County all the time says, we're not doing government for you, but we're doing government to you. And I think that that's very catchy and very telling within this situation because one of my colleagues said that people outside the building think that, I'm looking for the words. It isn't that they feel like they feel bad or they're not smart enough. It's almost like by taking away their petition processes, we know better than them. We're going to do this for you, and we know what's better for you. Now, you don't know what's better for yourself, So we're saving you from that. And that's how I look at this process. Since I've been in the building this year, there's been massive amounts of protests outside, and that also falls within redressing grievances. But I haven't seen anybody march out there and tell the thousands of people that you're airing your grievances, no different than what we're doing with this. The ability to petition, to redress a grievance. I equate that to the same as what's going on outside because that's what the document says. I don't know, maybe if there was 3,000 or 4,000 people out there on the other side of this, we'd be getting rid of the ability to protest as well. To me, this is picking and choosing how you protest, telling constituents that we're doing government to you, not for you, and we know better than you. We're saving you from yourselves. That's how I see this, and I don't say that as a legislator, that's how I see this as a citizen. You should have the ability to petition, and I do agree with the amendment that was asked to bring on is there are big amounts of money that go into petition collecting. There's massive amounts of money to play this game, but there's a lot of grassroots folks that the story is true. You know, there's a kitchen full of petitions, and everybody's getting together and checking signatures because they want to make sure that every signature is validated, and if there's somebody signed and they did something wrong. I've been part of that. I've done that. As a county chair, I did that. I spent lots of hours asking for signatures. So I think for the ability for citizens to have the unfettered ability to have the right to petition is probably the best thing, one of the best things that this nation did within its founding. And I think that by telling the citizenry that some people in this building don't think that they know what's best for them and we do is the antithesis of why we're here. So I urge a no vote.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So years ago, I had some family members explain to me how they dealt with a tricky situation. And the tricky situation is somebody brought them food that they did not want or like. And so they started calling their trash can the spot. And they would throw it away and say, boy, that hit the spot. And I feel like this is what this bill is doing. The people of Colorado are saying, and the reason, I believe very strongly, the reason that these ballot initiatives are climbing is because the people are very discouraged by what is happening in this room and how many of their rights are being taken away and they're attacked. Just a constant attack, day after day after day after day, attack, attack, attack. I had a group of policemen ask me about some of the bills coming through just Sunday morning and said that this is all that they talk about down at the police station is how much they're being attacked. Attack. And so then what we do is we say, well, you have a way to deal with this is you can petition the government, you can actually get a ballot initiative, you can get something that the people can actually speak to rather than being told what to do from this room. Rather than being mandated from this room, controlled from this room, they say, hey, we would like to see some different things going on. And we can't seem to get the attention of this room, so how about let's do a ballot initiative? And then I feel like what this bill does is say, hey, thank you for that potential ballot initiative. It really hit the spot. And we're trashing it. We're trashing their rights. We're trashing their abilities. And then we're finding them. This is the one that gets me the most. And I know we had an amendment that said that you know, the volunteers, the independent citizens that are doing this, at least don't fine them. We're actually going to fine people for exercising their First Amendment right. We're going to fine them. How dare you exercise your rights? How dare you? Who do you think you are, little people of Colorado? We will run the show from this room, and we'll tell you what you can have, what you cannot have. How dare you actually stand up and use your constitutional right to say, wait a second, government, you're out of line, and we need to change some things, which, by the way, is why we also have a Second Amendment. For this very reason, We're going to force the people of Colorado to buckle down a little bit more, submit a little bit more after all of the other submission. How dare you buck this room? We're in charge. Don't you dare bring any kind of ballot initiative. We're going to shut this stuff down. And if you don't jump in line, and let me give you a little insight to the 50%, 75%. That's so it can be tracked. So then if it actually gets enough traction, now we pick everything up and we control the process. And we will shut you down. We'll shut you down through the board. We'll shut you down through any way possible, because by the time you get to 50%, you're actually potentially going to have a ballot initiative. And if you get to 75%, now you are a direct threat to this room, and we will shut you down. That's the 50 and 75%. And then if you don't do it exactly right, we're going to fine you on top of shutting you down. This is the epitome of why people do not trust this room. They do not trust that their best interests are at heart in this room, because this bill shouts out very loudly, we don't care about you people of Colorado. We're going to do it our way, and you will buckle under.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I stand in firm opposition to this bill because this bill silences the voice of the people. I find it very irritating and irresponsible of this body to say that because we're elected, we can dictate or we can control the people of Colorado. I know that's not why I ran, and that's not why the people of House District 63 elected me. I work for my constituents. I work for all 7 of my counties, and I'm a voice from the Plains to the Gold Dome because I'm a collection of their voice. I'm not telling them what they need to do. I'm not telling what they have to do. I'm coming here and telling us, this body, what they want. This bill puts more power to government and less power from the people. We all took an oath. I know it's 106 days into session, 106 days since we took that, but the first words, we the people, mean something. We the people should control the government. We the people should be telling, and when I say we the people, I'm not saying we the representatives, 65 of us in this room, I'm saying we the Coloradans should be controlling what goes on in their state, in our state. That they need to have a voice, and when they have a grievance with us, this is a checks and balance, because if we forget what this name tag means, representing is representing their voice, not saying we're gonna tell you what your voice means. 2 different distinctions. And what's even more a slap in the face to all Coloradans is the fact that we have a safety clause on this. So not only do they not have the right to petition if they're upset with this and say, hey, we think you got it wrong, this is not why we want you to be our voice, so we're gonna say, no, you can't do that now, but we're also gonna say, we're gonna put more red tape, more guards saying that they can't petition their government. They don't get their First Amendment. Their voice is gonna be trampled upon. More government is never the answer. That's called dictatorship. When we want people to have a voice, I don't care how burdensome it is. I don't care how long that slows down the process. That means the people are telling us what they want. That means they're controlling the government, and that's what we should be standing for. I stand in firm opposition to this because I stand for the people and their voice, and I don't think we should censor that.
Rep. Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Good afternoon. Let me ask you a question. Does it not seem a little odd or a little hypocritical that in this chamber we talk all the time about local control? We talk about we don't want the Fed sticking the nose into our business. We don't like other entities telling us what to do. We should not be telling other entities what or how to do things. But when it comes to a petition and a ballot measure, we want to tell the entire state of over 6 million people how they have to do business to talk to their government. Whether we like what they bring to us or not, whether we agree with their ballot measures or not, that is an inherent right that they have, not only the First Amendment, but just in communicating to us what they like and what they don't like. what they want to see happen or what they don't want to see happen. Why on earth would we do anything to make that process more difficult, more costly? If anything, we should be making it cheaper, more streamlined, far more easier. If you go back to the Civil War era, when citizens had a beef with President Lincoln, they would literally go sit in the White House to talk to him. That's pretty close to the people. That's pretty close to, I have a grievance, I'm going to go see the top elected official in this nation. That's not practical in today's world. But they do have a ballot process. They do have a means to address the body. They have a means to address their grievances. They have a means to be heard. This body should be doing everything conceivably possible to make that easier and cheaper for the people to get to us, not harder and not more expensive. I cannot fathom why we would want to do that. I cannot fathom why we would do things, whether I agree or disagree. I mean, there's things I don't agree with that come to a ballot measure. There's lots of ballot measures I voted no on, but that is the right of the people to bring that up. We should be doing everything possible to make that process easier and certainly be removing costs of that. We already tax people, and we have all of their taxpayer funds to do what we want to do. They have to raise money to do what they want to do. We shouldn't be making that more difficult and more costly. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So in 2019, I co-led with the former representative for Monument the largest ballot initiative by grassroots organizers throughout the state. It was the first time in decades that anyone had actually petitioned on the ballot something that the legislature had passed. It was to protect the Electoral College. And we had 2,500 grassroots volunteers from across the state. And we traveled the state. I had a day job. I was still a county commissioner in Mesa, and I still had a second job because I've always had a second job. And then tried to travel the state in my free time to gather signatures, to talk to the people, to educate people. It was a lot of work, I'll be honest. And so the fine part is what's concerning to me, and I have talked to the sponsors, and I did listen to you on seconds and do appreciate the conversation. But I honestly don't know, and I know it says up to $1,500, but having been fined as basically a volunteer managing 2,500 people from across the state because you didn't know exactly where there was, I mean, I can't even tell you the amount of times I tried to organize telephone calls and check-ins, but 2,500 volunteers from across the state, it's a lot of people to manage when it's not your full-time job. And so I do think things could fall through the cracks, especially inadvertently, and not at the fault of the people who are trying to organize this movement. And so I do hope that you will continue to have the conversations around the fines. I do think for those volunteers who really are just trying to get their voices heard, I do think it is a detriment to them. And so, again, I appreciate the conversations. I hope this conversation continues in the Senate. I think we're going to continue to elevate this issue as it moves through the Senate. But I do think the fines really do disincentivize grassroots organizers like myself who really just want to make sure the voices of the people are heard and that they have their opportunity to petition their government. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's no surprise that I'm up here in opposition to this. And I just want to tell you a good reason why is when people petition onto the ballot, it is their right for many reasons, of course, and it's very obvious. But the reason why is that when people petition on the ballot and they see the ballot come in, or they're going to go vote on these certain ballot issues, they actually get involved. They receive, obviously, they receive a blue book that explains to them what this ballot initiative entails, what the pros, the cons, and everything in that aspect. But The thing is, many of my constituents that know that I'm involved in government, know that I've been on city council, know that I know the issues, they actually get a hold of me. They get a hold of me, they ask me questions, they ask me, hey, what exactly does this do? What is it going to do if it passes? What is it going to do if it fails? It actually gets people involved. It's not just the people that are petitioning these initiatives on the ballot, it's actually the people that are going to be voting on it as well. They get invested in these issues, they get invested in these ballot initiatives, and they ask people questions, and especially the people that are involved in government, like myself, and I like that. I like receiving these calls from people I know, people I don't know, that got recommended to give me a call and ask me questions about it. It gives me joy that they actually want to know about this initiative. They want to know what this does. And that's the whole purpose of this body. The whole purpose of this body is to get people, our citizens, our constituents, involved in what we do here. Because what we do here affects their daily life, whether they know it or not. Every single thing we do here affects their daily life. When it comes to work, when it comes to leisure, vacationing, whatever. Every single aspect of their life comes from here. And they should know that. And every time I talk to somebody, I let them know that. I let them understand that, you know what, this is what's going to happen here, this is what's going to happen there, and they get invested. I love that. It's a great feeling to let people know and let them understand that what we do here is either good or bad for them. So this really just takes that away. It's not even to mention the First Amendment right that they have. It's not even to mention what's in the Constitution of their rights. It's that aspect that really hits me hard on it. It's obvious that, you know, the other things, the First Amendment rights, it's also really hard hitting, but that aspect really hits to my heart that, you know what, I got somebody involved. I got somebody invested. So I am in firm opposition to this bill, and I urge a no vote.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. So I think this is quite easy. There's an easy answer to all of this. It's called the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. So the First Amendment to the United States Constitution states, to the United States Constitution prevents Congress, that includes us, though we're not Congress, but we have to follow it, from making laws respecting an establishment of religion, prohibiting the free exercise of religion, or abridging the freedom of speech, the freedom of the press, and the freedom of assembly, or the right to petition the government for redress of grievances. It was adopted on December 15th, 1791, as one of the 10 amendments that constitute the Bill of Rights. This bill right here, 100%, charging people to have their First Amendment right, charging people to exercise that right that is given to them via the Constitution of the United States of America, the same Constitution that on day one, we raised our right hand and we swore that we would uphold and exercise. If you today vote to take away the voice of the people, to take away their First Amendment right, every single person in Colorado needs to know who you are. This bill aims to do just that. And if you vote yes, in my opinion, you vote yes on this bill, you will be telling the people of Colorado that you do not give
And Rep. Kelty,
2 cents.
let's just
Yes,
You
sir?
can stick to what you believe your vote
I
means.
just said in my opinion, sir.
No, but that means that you're assuming a motive of someone else. So
No,
please,
in my opinion,
Representative Kelty, I'm just asking you to stick close to what you believe the bill does as
I
opposed to
will
what
tell
you
you
would assume
exactly what I
somebody
believe the bill
else might
does.
feel
Thank
about it.
you. I believe what the bill does will be saying that you are taking away that
The House will stand
First
in a brief
Amendment right.
recess. The House will come back to order. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So, being a Colorado native, obviously Colorado's taken a wild turn from what it was so many years ago. But I think one of the things that gets me the most is just the fact that I've had people that have been very involved in politics and things long before I was that would come to conversation about politics where they would tell me, you know, they are doing this or they are doing that. The state is doing this, the state is doing that. Democrats are doing this, Democrats are doing that. And it would always be to an extreme of they're taking this away or they're taking that away or they're going to take this away and take that away. And I would always reply with, no, they can't. They can't do that. And it's, even to this day, there's no way. We have seen some pretty egregious things come through this chamber and through this building that have been pretty effective ways of taking a big chunk of someone's rights away, but can't just come right out and take away the First Amendment rights of an American citizen, Colorado citizen. However, we see bills like this that are, like we always talk about, it's a death by 1,000 cuts. This is another method of silencing people in Colorado where we are simply telling them, your voice doesn't matter. And what you want or what you see or what you think needs to change doesn't matter unless we do it, unless we affect that change out of this building in this room. And I think that, we've heard it up here before earlier on this same conversation, is a government to the people, not of the people, not for the people. This is not the way that we should be governing our citizens. We should not be stripping rights away from law-abiding citizens that are out there simply upset with something or just seeing something that needs to change. And they have the ability to make that change through the ballot process. And now we're even further restricting that. We've had bills that further restrict people's other rights, Second Amendment rights, things that are obviously offensive because we're making national news on every level, especially this year, on some pretty egregious things coming out of this room and this building. This is one of those that I think is going to get us more national attention. This is something that we are simply taking away constitutional rights, the First Amendment rights of our citizens who elected us to represent them, not to dictate how or when they can make change, because they can't. With this bill, the only way that can be done is through this chamber. They have to contact their legislator to make a ballot measure. If they do things in any way, they can be fined for exercising their rights. I don't think people are really recognizing the fact that it is incrementally getting to the point where we are going to be without rights. As the people in Colorado, the death by 1,000 cuts sooner or later is going to bleed out all of our constitutional rights. And people need to start paying attention to that. This bill does that.
The fact that this bill doesn't even have the ability to be petitioned by the people to kill the bill. This bill is being forced down the throats through a minority caucus. The majority is going to push this through, and this is going to be another bill that is death by a thousand cuts, strips away the First Amendment rights. Amongst all the other constitutional rights we're stripping from our Colorado citizens, this is another one of those egregious bills that is going to be getting us more national attention. It's not positive national attention. I think being number one for something positive is good. When we're in the top 3, and so many things on our crime and everything else, all of our legislation is getting us top 3, top 5 in most regulated states in the country. And then we keep running bills like this that just further push the people to realize I don't have a voice. I don't have an ability to defend myself verbally. I don't have an ability to defend myself physically. I am a victim of the state. I am simply a servant to the state. And that's what we're pushing on our people. We need to stop doing this. We need to knock this bill down. And we need to stop making legislation like this that is further pushing us into a dictatorship and away from a republic where the people should be governing our state, not the people in this room. I encourage a no vote.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, I believe that this bill has a lot of issues, and I read the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. It was something that we swore to uphold on day one. I believe the people should have the right to petition the government, as the First Amendment says. And I believe this bill restricts and seeks to deprive the citizens of this First Amendment right. I believe this is a bill that we should say no to immediately without hesitation. I've also been told that I'm not allowed to give my opinion on this bill. And my First Amendment right today has been restricted. So I apologize to the people of Colorado. I hope that you're watching. I hope you understand the implications of what this bill is going to do. I hope you can stand by the Constitution, and I hope that we see changes in the election in November 2026. Thank you. Vote no.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, in the morning we say the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands. But the very foundation of our representative democracy in Colorado is being tested by relentless pressure and factions, those self-interest groups that can twist our political process to their own narrow gain, often at the expense of common good. James Madison, in his timeless wisdom in Federalist Paper number 10, warned us of this ever-present danger. He knew that the unchecked factions could undermine the rights of the citizens and the stability of our republic. We must recognize the subtle yet powerful ways in which factions can manipulate our system, particularly through the complexities of statewide ballot measures. This is why this bill is so important. And it's not just another piece of legislation. This is a vital defense against the encroaching influences of these self-serving interests. Let's be clear, this is not intended to stop well-intended citizen-led initiatives. But look what's been proposed over the last couple decades. They have been put forward by a handful of wealthy groups and self-serving intentions to usurp power of the republic by dangling shiny proposals that are counter to the true best interests of the state. And that goes for both sides, not just Republican side, but Democrat side too. You can agree with me with that. But this bill is an opportunity to inject much-needed transparency and accountability into the heart of our direct democracy. And it strengthens our republic. It demands that those who seek to change our laws through ballot initiatives operate in the full light of public scrutiny. No longer should we allow wealthy special interest, the strategic maneuvering of multiple subtly different proposals designed to confuse and obfuscate the true intent. But this bill shines a light on those tactics, demanding clarity and honesty. This crucial bill ensures that the financial implications of proposed tax increases are laid bare for every voter to see in plain and unambiguous terms. We cannot afford to make decisions based on incomplete or misleading information peddled by factions eager to advance their agendas, regardless of the cost to our communities. This should not be a partisan issue. It is a fundamental matter of protecting the integrity of our democracy and ensuring that the voices of all Coloradans are heard, not just the lauded and the best funded factions. Let us heed the warnings of history and the wisdom of our founders. Madison predicted how direct democracy and factions could usurp the republic. This safeguard makes a more transparent, accountable, and true representative republic. Vote yes on the bill.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Madam Speaker, I would like to ask permission to run a third reading amendment.
Please briefly explain.
Basically what this comes down to, Colorado, is just like the speaker said before, is the will of the people and having the people speak. So if it's truly believed by my colleagues that support this bill and want to pass this bill, that this is what the will of the people is, I would ask to run the petition clause once again, and I want the people of Colorado to know that we are literally giving you the ability to say if you like this piece of legislation or not. This gives you the ability, under the First Amendment, that's in the document that we've used for a little over a couple hundred years, to be able to redress a grievance and petition whether the people that are trying to be protected with this bill want to relook at this bill. So I think it's quite fitting that we're allowed to run this amendment and let the votes fall where they do. But believe it or not, I am up here redressing my grievances and petitioning to my colleagues for a petition clause. So like I said, I'd like to stick with that little over a couple hundred years of tradition, and I would ask the members to please allow me to run this amendment. We're talking 2 minutes. 2 minutes, as we're looking to change the First Amendment rights of all Coloradans. I think that they should have a say in this, but that's just me. So I urge you all to please allow me the ability to be able to at least run this amendment.
The motion before us is about permission. That's what I'll ask everyone to speak to. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are still operating under rules whereby a third reading amendment should be technical, and this amendment is not technical. This is a change. It is a significant change to the intent of the bill, and so I'm not sure what my request here is, because I don't think we should even vote on it because it is not a technical amendment.
Representative DeGraff, you may speak to the motion about permission.
To the motion about the permission to replace a safety clause protecting the right of the General Assembly to limit the ability of the tax-paying widgets of Colorado to petition their government for the redress of grievances. I'm in favor. That we should make this a petition clause and allow the citizens to petition their government for the redress of grievances. In this case, the grievance would be, I don't know, removing, infringing upon, taxing their ability to redress grievances. So I am in favor of this amendment, the proposal to present an amendment to allow the citizens of Colorado, to allow the tax-paying widgets of Colorado to redress their grievances over the redress of grievances. Because it might be this bill here that finally wakes up the citizens of Colorado that their First Amendment rights to redress grievances are under attack.
Representative DeGraff, this is hard, folks, because the motion is permission. So without going into the context of the amendment, we do allow members to briefly explain the content of their amendment for members to determine if the amendment is technical in nature. I do not want to allow debate on the amendment right now. So to clarify, what you may speak to is, should permission be granted for an amendment to run? That is it. Thank you, Representative DeGraff. I'll ask that of all other members as well.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will try to contain, because I am in favor. I think this technically is in line with the very nature of the bill itself, in that it is technically allowing the citizens to redress their grievances.
That was good, Representative DeGraff.
Or for the redress of grievances.
Yeah. A technical amendment would be an amendment to the bill that makes a very minor and technical change to the bill, not whether it is technically a part of the bill.
Thank you for the
But
clarification.
I thank you.
Thank you for your help in that, Madam Speaker, in navigating these treacherous waters. So, let me think. What we're talking about is an implementation time frame. What we're talking about is an implementation time, a very small technicality in that. And the technicality in that is that most do not oppose these. Most people do not redress their grievances through the grievance process, through the petition process. So really what we're talking about is a very small technicality in the implementation of this. Now, the sponsors would like to implement this bill with minimal, if any, scrutiny, and certainly no ability to redress grievances.
Representative DeGraff, I think that you're speaking to the motive of the bill sponsors. This is about permission.
I'm trying. I'll try again, without impugning motive, hopefully. This is about a technical amendment about the time frame of the implementation. Do we, as a body, as a General Assembly, allow the citizens of Colorado to petition for grievances over the curtailment or taxation of their petition of grievances? Or do we keep the safety clause and then we rush this bill through with no scrutiny under the cover of darkness because this General Assembly does not want to know that the citizens of Colorado might have a grievance with the curtailment of their ability to redress grievances? So I do think that this is a very technical amendment in the time frame, in that do we circumvent the citizens of Colorado in circumventing the citizens of Colorado, or are we upfront with the citizens of Colorado about circumventing the will of the citizens of Colorado? So I do think it's a very technical detail in time frame in whether we rush through this process or whether we give it the time that it should actually have. So I recommend a yes to this very the most technical of these technical amendments, and that is in the time frame of the implementation of circumventing the redress of grievances.
Members, again, I'm just a note of caution. We are talking about permission and whether or not we will give permission for an amendment to be run. We are currently in our normal House rules, which means the amendment needs to be technical in nature. I will allow some latitude here, but I need for folks to stay focused on permission. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I ran for office, I met with a prior representative who then turned senator and then retired from this building. And in our conversations, he encouraged me to come up with a set of standards by which to make decisions before even getting into the election process. And so for those who have been here for any length of time, you know I have a litmus test for the bills and the analysis I make on the bills. What you might not know is I also have a corresponding set of rules, luck rules, related to questions like this. And my standard luck rule is never to give permission on third reading on House bills, because you have a whole other chamber to make those changes, and it tends to be problematic when you're changing on the fly in this particular setting. People don't have the ability really to engage in the same way, and so I send that off to the House. On Senate bills, because third reading is your last chance to amend your bill, I always give permission because it's your last chance. And those are my two standard rules. So this is a House bill, and so my standard rule requires that I be principled and vote no. That said, I have understood that this building operates in such a way that the majority is likely not to give permission. And so this vote will constitute a vote on the underlying question of whether people want a petition clause or not. That's how it will be pushed out of this building, right? That there were all of these people who said, no, you all don't get a voice, doubly so, both in terms of the underlying policy and in terms of this amendment. And so I just want to put on the record for my constituents that that's not my vote. My vote is an attempt to be principled and consistent with what I committed to at the outset, so that I don't treat different things differently or same things differently depending on the politics. I don't want to be accused of bowlerism. I don't want to be accused of being a politician who operates politically as opposed to a stateswoman who seeks to govern well. And so I just want to put that on the record, that I will be a no on permission because it is consistent with my standard. I would be a yes on the underlying question, but knowing the way this room operates, that's likely to be asked.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would urge a yes vote on this motion for consideration on a third reading amendment. This is basically a mini scale of what the bill is going to do. We will have to ask and beg government. We are government. We are the officials. We have to ask and beg if we're allowed to have a voice here in Colorado. This is the perfect example in a mini scale situation so the people of Colorado can see the impact of this bill. So I support this motion to move for consideration of a third reading amendment to show the people on the intent that this bill is going to have. I very much urge a yes, though, to be proven wrong, in that we do want people to have a voice and full representation.
Representative Hartsook.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So on the question of requesting permission to run a third reading amendment, under Rule 33, the third reading and final passage of bills, Section B5, set for the 110th day, we're not there yet, but what it says is only an amendment to a bill on third reading that is not substantial. There's nowhere in the rules that says technical. It says substantial. That's what's in the rules. That's what's in this rule book right here, our House rules. It doesn't say technical, it says substantial. The request to have this amendment It is not a substantial request. It is two things that sit on the last page of every bill that we've passed in this chamber. One says safety, one says petition. That is not a substantial request. That is an A or B. So let's be clear on the rules. It doesn't say technical. It doesn't say specific. It says substantial. We are not requesting a substantial change. It's a simple change on A or B, petition or safety. I would urge an aye vote on this request to run a third reading amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hartsook. It is custom and practice that we refer to it as technical, but I really appreciate that you brought up the rule book. Always love a good reading of the rule book. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was going to actually quote from memory the rule book, but this is something my very first few weeks here 3 sessions ago that I was told that this is just technical in nature, and then I actually read the rule book and it doesn't say that. And here's the other part of it is, we have not been practicing that at least the 3 years I've been here. We have not practiced that this is technical
Representative
only.
Bottoms, I'm happy to review any previous decisions, but right now the question before us is permission to run a third reading amendment.
Yes, thank you. Since we have not have kept that in practice, that's why I'm arguing against that we should not be able to run this amendment. We should. Continuing with the culture of this room, this is what we've been doing for 3 years. So to have that argument makes no sense. I strongly urge that let's continue with culture and let this amendment run, because it's not about technicalities, at least since I've been here.
Representative DeGraff, this is your second time to speak. You have 4 minutes and 19 seconds remaining. Again, this is to the motion about permission.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I was wondering if I could reclaim my time because I was directed to speak to the technicality of the amendment as opposed to the substantiality of it. So, but I'm going to speak to the substantiality here, and that if this is not a substantial amendment, unless the General Assembly considers that this bill is substantially about circumventing the ability to restrict the redress of grievances. So if this bill is substantially about the restriction of the redress of grievances, then I could see where this would be in violation. Otherwise, it's a clause at the very back end that determines what the implementation time frame is. And I don't see anything in this bill that is about anything financial or is about, because the bill actually says it will cost, I think it will cost money, it'll take manpower, additional manpower, and it's also not about the health, safety, or welfare of the people of Colorado. So the safety clause itself is inappropriate here.
Representative DeGraff, again, you're talking about the amendment. We just are on permission.
So I think it would be a minor change to make I don't think it would be a substantial amendment to change the time frame, again, unless the bill is substantially about circumventing the redress of grievances.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I just ask colleagues to just honor the ability to engage in this conversation. Assistant Minority Leader made the request. I think it's something that is a valid conversation to have. It's something that we can engage in. If it just opens up some more dialogue for legitimate changes to a bill that I think can use this to at least soften the blow to the people of Colorado. So please vote yes, and let's engage in the conversation with this amendment.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to add a little clarity to the discussion. If we look at number 28B in our rule book, when we're talking about substantiality, it reads all substantial amendments will be printed, placed on our desk, et cetera. So it seems like even by our rules and how we've implemented them, it seems like we've made a decision that substantial means more than one page. This is much less than a one-page amendment, so I don't think it meets by our practice and the rule book the definition of substantial. So I would urge a yes vote on allowing this to go forward.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1327. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Stewart votes no. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gilchrist votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye, 43 no, and 0 excused, permission is lost. Back to the bill. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the taxpayers of Colorado, sit down, shut up, and color. That's what this bill is about.
Representative DeGraff. Whew.
Everybody was sleepy.
Let's gather ourselves. We want to speak respectfully, civilly to one another, to our public. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was speaking respectfully to the tax-paying widgets of Colorado in that a bill like this is essentially telling you to sit down, shut up, and color. This is an infringement on your First Amendment rights. This is greasing the squeaky wheels of the tax-paying widgets of Colorado. You are expected by the General Assembly to bear up under the load that they cannot get enough of piling upon you, which is why they want to get rid of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. So they're going to pile these more on you, and then where you, like in Yertle the Turtle, where you make a creaking sound, you're going to be told, you're just being told to be quiet. So we have this experiment in self-governance, these United States, and this is one of the key. This is in the First Amendment of our Bill of Rights. This is in the First Amendment of our Bill of Rights. That you have the ability to petition your government for the redress of grievances. And that our role in government to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. Our job is to secure those rights, not to fine them, not to fee them, not to make them into hoop-jumping monkeys because we don't want to hear from them. You don't want to hear from them. I love hearing from them. I love hearing from taxpayers, even the ones that disagree with me, both of them. So right now, the state needs the people's money. So it wants to take away the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. So why not make some extra money off their First Amendment by fining up to $1,500? So it's not a fine of $1,500, it's a fine of up to. And that means if you, say, had a very partisan Secretary of State who was prone to keeping political prisoners, that Secretary of State might charge some people $1,500 and some people $0, because it's up to, and it's up to the discretion of a potentially partisan Secretary of State. And then we have this, and why we have this here, the fine is subject to Tabor. It may increase the revenue of the state. So this is a tax levied by the state on the First Amendment right to infringe upon the First Amendment right. And what does this really benefit for the Secretary of State? Well, this increases the workload for the Department of State. So why would we have a bill? Either these petitions get signed or they don't. They either get signed or they don't. So what is the purpose of the increased workload to the Secretary of State? What is the purpose of increasing the workload of the Legislative Council staff? This is not to decrease the workload. This admittedly increases the workload. So let's look at what we have. And my colleague, our colleague here had a great point about the relentless factions. And the factions, when they talked about factions, they meant parties. And not everybody has the billions of dollars that the fetal harvesting industry had to promote Amendment 79, which was then brought into this body under the guise promise of no fiscal impact to turn into bottomless, endless funding with endless restrictions for endless number of people. So yeah, the moneyed interests are out there, and they do use this process. Now, this General Assembly is the one that added to the endless taxation on the citizens of Colorado to somehow represent no fiscal impact. I still don't understand that. But then now we have a safety clause to prevent this. So let's look at some of these things. In this section, so if 5 or more drafts are concerned, and talking to anybody that's been through the process of creating of the petition process, you know, or I think there is or should be a sign above the door that says, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." Now, this side of the room doesn't need to do any petition of grievances because the activists have...
Representative DeGraff, we will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Representative DeGraff, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I always appreciate our little chats off to the side.
I do as well.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So by activist, I just mean people who are active in a cause. So one of the things, the thing about the petition process, especially when you have an imbalance of power, as we have in this room, until the voters decide to rectify it, is that really the only way that the citizens of Colorado can access the ballot and influence policy is through the petition process. My concern on a bill like this, when you start fining and feeing especially for the increased workload by the Secretary of State, when you start to increase that and applying fines and fees to the First Amendment, like we're doing to the Second Amendment, is that eventually you end up with no amendments left. And that is the troubling thing. And the thing about the First Amendment is that it gets to the Second Amendment and why we have it and why we want to avoid it. Now, I'm quite happy to always go through what I call the first four that's of our Declaration of Independence, because I think the important thing is that we stay away from the fifth that whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and institute a new government, laying its foundation, the principles organizing the powers in such form as to them seem most likely to affect the safety and happiness. And of course, the entire purpose of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution is to secure your life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So for the people that want to overthrow the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, just know that you would get something that is not for
you
that.
have 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bad bill. It restricts the First Amendment of the people of Colorado, and we need to vote it down because we need to reclaim Colorado.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1327 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Representative Byrd is excused. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1327 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 145.
Senate Bill 145 by Senator Kipp, also Representatives Lindsay and Zokai, concerning the right of a consumer to cancel automatic renewal contracts online.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 145 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hearing this in committee, we did talk about, there was some good debate. There was debate on seconds. I don't think it's really emphasized enough that this is just, there's so much in this building that creates litigation. It creates this ability for people to take less responsibility and then take more legal action after. There's already plenty of things that are in place for people to protect themselves from automatic renewals. I've been susceptible to that, where we get carried away in session because we do so much fun things here, especially toward the end, that things get carried away and I forget to unsubscribe from something. I end up paying fees for the recurring months until I do remember to turn off a subscription or otherwise. It comes down to personal responsibility. We do so much in this state to be the nanny for all of the people in Colorado to say, oh, you didn't pay your bills, we'll take care of you. The taxpayers will take care of you. Oh, you forgot to unsubscribe from this, we'll take care of you. You can get this through litigation. You can get this through whatever fees or otherwise that come down, or being punitive to businesses that don't make it overly easy for somebody to subscribe and unsubscribe to something, or even easier to unsubscribe than it is to subscribe. Just being a part of something. If you initiate in something, you are responsible for what comes with that. You have to read the fine print. You have to read the agreements that you make. I'm one of those people that I'll scroll through and click on the button at the bottom of an agreement, knowing that I'm probably not getting into something, giving too many of my rights away. But guess what? There's those things that you just have to read on and understand. There are agreements too, and you are responsible for what you engage in. So I think we need to stop putting so much weight on taking responsibility away from people and accountability away from people simply to really make them so just carried along by everything that we do in this state. You have to make choices. You have to accept the consequences that come with those choices. Everything we do in this building, especially bills like this, we are saying, don't worry, don't take accountability. Whatever you did, you can fix it through either suing somebody or otherwise getting some sort of reparation from the state. So we need to put it back on the individuals. You need to be responsible and accountable for your decisions and your choices, and we need to stop being a nanny state for everything that we do and just carrying people along, no matter how far they dig themselves into something. There comes a certain point where responsibility and accountability should be on the forefront, not just completely disregarding anything, any outcome or any consequence that comes with anything simply because the state says it's okay and we'll pat you on the back when it's all done. So I encourage a no vote on this bill.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did not have the opportunity to hear this, and I don't know, second reading, I was somewhere else. I'm trying to understand this. So the bill changes this provision to state that the person that sells the good or service is required to provide the consumer with an opportunity to cancel the automatic renewal contract online if the consumer consented to the automatic renewal contract through an online medium. So they consented to the online medium, and then we've got to hold their hand to cancel the consented to online automatic renewal contract. Huh. If that isn't the definition of the nanny state, I don't know what it is. I don't think we need the government enforcing rules on businesses because people can't say, let me just tell you how easy this is. You sign up or you consent to the automatic renewal. You then take your little Apple phone and you set a timer for 29 days and you either renew or you choose not to renew. My 11-year-old can do this. Do we need a law? Do we need a law that concerning the right of a consumer to cancel an automatic renewal contract online? I know some of us still live at home, but at some point we got to adult. At some point we got to grow up and adult. We don't need the government saying, little Ty, you need to cancel your subscription. We don't need a bill telling us when to cancel the subscription. That's called adulting. It's called accountability. This is basic personal accountability. In the scheme of life right now for Coloradans, when you can just set a little timer on your phone, 29 days, ding, ding, cancel your subscription, cancel your automatic renewal contract. I don't know that we need a bill for this. Please vote no. Thank you.
Representatives, I will ask that we don't describe people in relationship to this bill. You may speak to the bill and what the bill is attempting to accomplish. It borderlines on characterizing either people in this chamber or our public. Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is not about remembering a date. This is about being able to go online the same way that you signed up for something and cancel it. I had a constituent that came to my office early in the beginning of session who told me that they could not cancel their internet. They couldn't cancel it. There was no place online. They would call, wait on hold for a long time, eventually get disconnected, and ultimately the only real way that they could cancel their cable was to drive to a store and cancel it. They couldn't do it. Just not even 2 weeks ago, we submitted on behalf of a constituent to the Attorney General's office someone who had an alarm contract with a local alarm vendor who has had their alarm for many, many years, and it automatically renewed for a 5-year period, and they couldn't even cancel that, which is not even Colorado law. This is about you having the ease of which canceling it, not you remembering. We got no problem with you remembering the date to cancel something. We think that if you have an agreement that is cancelable, you shouldn't have to drive somewhere to do it if you didn't drive somewhere to sign up for it. It's that easy for me. I am a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise actually a little bit confused about this bill, to tell you the truth, because as I read the current statute, 61732, I don't really see how the scenario that was just described would not fall under the current law that we have within our statute, because we've already talked about automatic renewal contracts and how there has to be a one-step online cancellation link, and then it lists very similar language to what's in the bill. So I guess for me, my question here is, as I'm looking at what's being added within the bill that would be within the statutes if this actually goes into effect, I actually worry about some of this language. The fact that, what if there's a two-tier identification system to be able to identify that that person was in fact canceling their automatic renewal contract? Because in the age of identity theft and fraud, a lot of websites have actually gone to a two-tier authentication. The other thing that I do worry about when looking at the bill and contemplating this is that the change that's being anticipated, I don't see how this change would somehow be so great that you couldn't utilize the provisions under the current statute. And that's what I keep going back to as I look at both, and have thought that for a while. And if we're just passing another revision because of a single act that a member was upset about, we should really be thinking, how does it impact all of Colorado? How does it impact all of us? But if we're actually thinking about what's the meaningful change to the 2021 statute that went into force, as legislators, we listened back in 2021 because that was a real complaint. I remember being in Judiciary listening to this very bill back in 2021 that we're now amending here, and listening to the Attorney General come and talk about why this was a real problem for Coloradans, that you sign up for something and then you can't get out of this automatic renewal. And certainly, you take Amazon, for example, and you've signed up for having some product delivered every month or some channel on Amazon Prime, and before you know it, it's hundreds of dollars every month, and you need to be able to cancel and get out of that with the same ease that you got into that particular contract, a one-click mechanism. And that's where the 2021 statute came from. I worry that what we're contemplating here is for a very specific purpose, one I'm not entirely sure what we're getting at, and maybe the sponsors will highlight that for us. But I believe we should certainly let the current statute be effective, and we should have our Attorney General be able to act under that. And when we have a scenario that's described in which I can point to the current statutory language and say, that shouldn't have happened because we already have the protections under law, we don't have to come back here year after year and add more language to the law. I mean, more words doesn't necessarily give an individual more protections. But we have to have the law that we enact in the books have meaning. And we have to have enforcers of law actually enforce the law. And if we don't have enforcers who are willing to enforce the law, like the Attorney General, then we have a bigger problem. But I will say that we should let the current law stand and encourage enforcement. So with that, I would be a respectful no. Thank you.
Representatives, we are on thirds. There should be minimal conversation. Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a company that doesn't have a cancellation, as was mentioned earlier, but this is something I'm quite sure most of us in here have signed up for things and wanted to cancel later. And as was also mentioned, there's ways for us to remember that. There's ways for us to do that. I will agree, some are kind of hard to find. You got to search a while. But there's certainly other options. You can put a hold on your bank account, your credit card that you're paying for that every month. There's ways to get through and ensure that you're not paying it anymore. So while I do understand that frustration, I've spent quite a time Googling and trying to figure out where to go. I get that, but it sounds like from what I hear, it sounds like, someone had an issue with this and couldn't find the area to cancel. And because of that, we're going to impose a law on all these businesses. And once again, that seems like what we do in here a lot, and it's not right. Most of them have a fairly easy way to find to cancel. And most of us, I put it in my calendar. If I want to check again in a month, and if I'm not sure I like it, it's in my calendar. Hey, reminder, cancel. So I just don't think imposing this on every business that this could relate to is the right thing to do. I think it's the state taking over, the state telling businesses how to do business, and it's another step towards fascism, unfortunately, and I urge a no vote.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do oppose this bill. My good friend from the Weldon Adams area, many of you have pictures of him on your desk, likes to talk about the 5 priority things that we must fund and we must do as in government. There is a proper role of government. I don't think this is it. Several folks have gotten up here and talked about the nanny state. I think that phrase is overused, so I would offer perhaps the sippy cup state.
Representative Richardson, I think it's overused as well.
Oh, thank you. And that's why I was providing alternatives. The sippy cup state or the life coach legislature. I don't think we need to be either. We seem in bill after bill to be working overtime to take away the signal, just the very simple dignity of making decisions for yourselves, for making a choice and then dealing with the consequences of it. That's what comes with liberty. That's what comes with being free. And we're trying to take that away little by little. And I know that may sound alarmist, but it's something we need to be looking at. There's so much we need to be doing in this state. This is not one of them. This is Colorado. This is a place where people are self-sufficient. They're proud. The folks that I represent really don't need to be told how to live or have the state looking over their shoulder asking if they really want to do that, or maybe you should double think this, or write it in your calendar, or check your bank statements, or we don't need to be told how to live at that final level. Let's worry about setting an environment where people can be free, they can make choices, and then live with those choices. I am opposed to this bill and life coach legislating. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This actually happened to me once, and I'm not making this up. I had subscribed to a Bacon of the Month club, and it was a year, and I didn't know that it continued after that. And my wife mentioned to me a few months into the second year that this had apparently been automatically renewed, and I was deeply offended. This should have this should have, it's not fair. It's not fair that they just kept forcing bacon upon me. And so I got on it. I was like, how dare you guys do this? I called them, I called credit card companies, and I got this worked out. It took about 4 years, but I got this worked out. And after about 4 years, I stopped receiving bacon. It's weird that we would think this is something that we would need to argue in here. Yes, was I taken advantage of by a bacon company? Yes. But is that the place that we need to deal with this in this room? This really, I know I pounded this pretty hard on seconds, but this really is pubescent.
Representative DeGraff. Oh, sorry. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think there's just more to be said about the fact that this is something that comes down to just being an adult. In talking about my colleague that just spoke about his unfortunate incident, there's many that are out there that are fraudulent, that do have deceptive ways of looping somebody into something. But then what? What can you do? What actions can you take? It's not like nowadays you can dispute a charge with your bank or with your credit card. It's not like you can report somebody to an organization that has 3 B's in their name or something like that where they are able to take those actions, or you have the ability to report or dispute something and not have to pay something. This is just, to me, it just seems like a way of creating litigation, creating a need for somebody to take action legally or otherwise, just really the hand-holding. It's something that I think goes to a level that we don't need to take it to, but we have in this state. And we need to stop doing that. We need to just start showing people, and I know we don't like the terms of the guardian type of person state, but that's what it comes down to. You have the same thing that we do with our children with conflict resolution. When you're trying to raise a kid and they have something happening to them and they explain it to you, and how did you handle it? How do you think you can handle that? What should you say to correct that, or to change that person, or to keep this from happening? That's what we're doing to citizens of Colorado. And there's so much in legislation that we do here where we're saying you're not smart enough to handle this on your own. Let us handle this for you. You can get a trial lawyer and you can handle this yourself through litigation. It's ridiculous to where we give people so much of an opportunity just to completely stumble their way through life. And whenever you fall, the state's going to be right there to catch you, hold your hand, and drag you across the finish line. It does come down to just a simple, why can't we just let people be adults? Why can't we let people live their life and fix their problems on their own? We don't need to hold their hand. We don't need to make them feel like they're so stupid and the government will save the day on every petty thing that we can think of for that. There are so many ways to resolve this as an adult on your own. We don't need to make bills like this. We don't need to create litigation for people simply because you don't want to take responsibility and accountability and do things as a grown adult. So I encourage a no vote. We just really need to, I think, protecting our citizens, which is what the government is supposed to do. This is at a level where we're doing a little bit above and beyond that. We're taking it a bridge too far, where we are overreaching and overstepping as government and really putting our heads in a space that we shouldn't be. We don't need to be changing the diapers of our citizens and our constituents. We need to let people mature, become adults, become accountable humans, and be able to have their own level of conflict resolution and learning how to fix things that we have to fix as people, not just simply refer to an attorney to solve your problems for you, to fix whatever harms or offense you might have taken by making bad decisions and not living up to the accountability and the consequences that come with them. I encourage a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague who shared about bacon. I appreciate you sharing your pain. I just want you to know we hear you and I see you. All right. To the bill. Okay, so here's the first thing on these business models. There's a couple different business models on these websites. If it's free, you're the commodity. You're the product. All right, so let's just level set, try to use a common word so we can have a robust discussion in the process of stakeholdering. So if it's a free website, you are the product, all right? So a business model is that if you click on a subscription, you just know that they are doing everything in their power that it's going to be a continual subscription and or selling your data. That's how they get funding for a website, because they're all about harvesting your data. So those are the things. So here's my beef about this bill. Actually, I like the idea about this bill because this whole thing is just incredibly annoying. But as my colleague shared, there's already things in place for this. So then my concern is then when we make a law like this, we are also taking on a responsibility. Now, in terms of liberty, if people want liberty, liberty comes with responsibility. And so if you're going to have the freedom to interact on the web like this, that there's the responsibility that you have. And when we create this law that says basically a website, a person in this case is a consumer. I know we had a long discussion the other day about what a person is, born or unborn, and in this case they're definitely born because they seek, acquire, purchase, or lease any goods, money, or credit. So we're not talking about preborn persons here, but they're important. Located on a person's website, all these restrictions that the law is now saying that you cannot have that on a web, you cannot violate these. Whoa, so much for that pen. You cannot violate these things. And so the state is taking on a level of responsibility in that regard. And so if you're going to take on responsibility, and this comes at the, under payment, the citizens of Colorado are paying for us to take on this responsibility, then we have a level of liability. And so how is this all going to work? I don't see in here the funding mechanism for it. I don't see the enforcement mechanism for it. It doesn't negate that it's a good idea, because these companies and but that's why I don't do subscriptions, because I'm going to forget that 30-day thing, and I'm going to blow right past that. So I take it on myself as that responsibility to not enter into a contract for some free service in order to, with betting that I'll remember to do that. So that's an individual responsibility. So my concern here with the bill is that the state is taking on a level of liability by taking on this responsibility with really no indication as to how, because it seems like these sites that this is focused on are already in violation of a current law. If they're already in violation of the current law, what is being done in order to enforce that current law? And if we're not enforcing that current law, why does it help? And I'm, this is all part of the discussion. I'm interested from the sponsor, why does it help to have more laws if we're not enforcing our current laws? And again, what about this responsibility and the liability that we're taking on? So I like the idea. These companies, I'm not a fan of these companies, but I don't know that this is an area that we need to get into as a state.
Representative Luck?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've asked a couple of folks in the committee this question, and they said it didn't come up. My one question related to this bill is what happens when there's hardware connected? So you register online with an internet company, right? You do it electronically. That's how I got internet. And then you go, they send you a modem, right? They send you hardware. How does your bill interact with when you have to send that product back, right? So you cancel, you have to send it back. Is there any grace period such that there is assurance that that is received back to the company before they cancel that and are no longer able to bill you? I didn't know if that was discussed or contemplated or in any way relevant.
Representative Zokai?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh boy, okay. I'm just gonna say it. I am from the government and I am here to help. And for all of your constituents who are stuck in online subscriptions that they can't get out of, you're welcome, because here is a great solution. So to be clear about what this bill is, it is saying that if you sign up for a recurring subscription online, that you also should have the option to cancel that subscription online. That's it. We are not going to cancel a recurring subscription for you. We are not going to send you a reminder. These are all things that are still the responsibility of the fine people of Colorado. We are just saying that when they do want to cancel something and they realize that they are still getting bacon 2 years later, that if they signed up for that bacon online, they should be able to go cancel that online. And this idea that people are just not being smart enough is a little insulting.
Representative Zokai, I have tried to correct that, so let's move past that, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When it comes to these online subscription models that are creeping up everywhere, there is often a lot of fine print, and we can be honest that we are not sitting down and reading through to find out the method of cancellation for these subscriptions. And with the increasing monopolization of America, there often are not other options. You might only be able to sign up for internet service through one provider, and then you are not able to then cancel that service. So we are just simply trying to make it so when folks want to cancel, that they are able to, and we urge a yes vote.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like my co-prem said, this is a simple bill. If you sign up for something online, we're trying to make it so that you can also cancel online. A lot of companies spend a lot of money digging into the psychology of consumers, knowing that sometimes if something is too difficult to cancel, that charge will just roll over and roll over until you find the time, put it in your to-dos to go to the physical location to cancel. A lot of companies know this, and they rely on that. They rely on that to continue the subscription. I hear talk of freedom and liberty. Yes, it is my free choice to sign up for a service. That doesn't mean that I have to have that service in perpetuity until the day that I die. I also have the freedom to say, I no longer want this service. And as my colleague from Douglas County mentioned, some of them do. You just push a button and say, I no longer want this service. And that's what we think it should be for everybody. You should not have to go into a physical location to stop a service. This is quite simple. People in every one of our districts will be helped by this bill. So we urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 145 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 22 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 145 is adopted. Co-sponsors.
Thanks for the warning.
Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 45.
Senate Bill 45 by Senator Marchman, also Representatives McCormick and Basenecker, concerning the analysis of a statewide universal health care payment system.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 45 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is fun. Healthcare is the biggest budget item for the people in our state. I think we can all agree the system is broken, but there can't be a solution with a predetermined outcome, and it can't be fixed when you eliminate key players from the table. I hear all the time up here, Madam Speaker, you get tired of nanny state, we get tired of robust stakeholdering. When there's not robust stakeholdering that happens, that's what they tell us all the time. If we leave one group out, the Republicans didn't do their due diligence. Well, guess what? When you leave the health insurance carriers out of a bill like this, then you're not doing robust stakeholdering. We get told all the time, cover the four corners of the bill. Make sure everyone has a seat at the table. And if people don't sign up to testify, then some reason that's our fault, but I digress. The health carriers don't have a seat at the table. We've driven 4 of the bigger ones, or the smaller ones, but still pretty big, out of this state. This does have a predetermined outcome because it said draft model legislation 10 different times in this bill, and we asked, the good representative from Grand Junction asked for it to just to be a solution type of thing. And you can't have a solution if you don't have everyone at the table. In Canada, 2 parents, 2 children, annual tax contributing to health care is $16,000. And let me tell you what that gets you guys. You ready for that? For $16,000 a year, you know what that gets you? Gets you not great health care. My sister-in-law's dad had to come here to get treated for life-altering melanoma. The biggest skin cancer killer of all. I have had melanoma. It's dire. You have to get treated right away. He was not going to be seen by a dermatologist for a year. I don't think that's a human right. I don't think that's a human right to pay that much into your taxes and then be told you have to wait a year for life-saving treatment. There's nothing human about that. What else? He had to get an MRI for his back. He had to come to the United States and pay out of pocket for an MRI. He had to get an injection for his back. He had to fly from Canada to get an injection for his low back. That's not human. That's not a right to make people wait that are contributing taxpayers for their healthcare system. Let's talk about Canada. Among 31 high-income universal healthcare countries, Canada ranks among the top third of spenders, but receives average to poor value in return. Boy, that sounds like a great human right. After adjusting for differences in age between countries, Canada ranked 4th highest for spending as a percentage of GDP and 9th highest for spending per person in 2022. I mean, if the countries can't get it right, I'm sure the states can. I'm sure that won't cost us anything in taxes, taxpayers of Colorado, tax-paying widgets. While universal health care can improve access to care and lead to better preventative health measures, the quality of care and health outcomes depend on the structure, funding, and delivery of the system. Some countries with universal health care still face issues like waiting times and unequal access to high-quality care. The cost-effectiveness of universal health care varies widely depending on the system in place. Some systems are highly efficient, while others may be bureaucratically inefficient or face funding challenges, leading to higher costs than expected. For example, countries with universal health care like the UK often face higher waiting times or service delays, which can increase long-term costs if not properly managed. So let's talk about the UK, if you don't want to talk about Canada and the personal stories that I've brought forward from people that I know from Canada. Let's talk about the UK, another big country. Is this what the people in the UK deserve that pay a fortune in taxes for their human rights? The waiting list currently stands at 7.5 million. That sounds like a good human right. With more than 3 million having already waited longer than 5 months. So for you guys with melanoma and life-altering pancreatic cancer, things that just can't wait 5 months, that's what paying all those taxes get you. They have an expansion to decrease the backlog, but the people of UK are like, yeah, that ain't gonna work. Currently, only 59% of patients meet the 18-week target, with 3 million people having to wait longer. Whew, goodness. Paying all those taxes to wait a year for health care. Critics also argue that the bill does not adequately account for how existing healthcare businesses, employers, and individuals currently covered through private insurance would be affected. And we won't know in Colorado because we didn't give them a seat at the table. They're at the kiddie table somewhere waiting for the scraps. The transition could be disruptive, and without a clear plan for this, it could lead to backlash from industry stakeholders or confusion among the public that overwhelmingly voted no in 2016. We killed 2 bills for the last 2 years, but apparently this is going to be the one and only. And to roll out a universal health care system with the type of cost structure that currently exists in the U.S. would doom the system to failure from the very beginning. That's probably why no other state has done it. No other state has done it. Most countries are failing. Colorado should pave the way. Doctors will exit the field. I am a healthcare worker, and I have been for 26 years. I work directly with orthopedists, pediatricians, neurosurgeons, neurologists, cardiologists, primary care physicians, list goes on and on. 26 years, one of the only healthcare workers in this building. And those doctors have said, we will leave. And you know why they said they will leave? Because they see all the doctors from Canada leaving. All the doctors from Canada saying, yeah, we're not going to sit here and have our incomes reduced for this. We already got barely a pay increase from the budget this year. Thank you, JBC, again, for the 1.6%. The governor was going to give 0. They're going to leave. They're already leaving rural Colorado. They're not hopping on the plane every other weekend to come to rural Colorado. They can't afford it. We can't afford it, and we will leave this state. They have told me, Brandy, go tell the people that you work with, doctors will leave the state if you force this on us. As doctors begin to realize that their incomes are being reduced and their day-to-day operations are being closely monitored and controlled, we will see a mass exodus from the profession. It will likely take the form of early retirements. No, they will move. Good luck, Wyoming. You're going to have the best health care ever. You're welcome. And fewer students going to medical school. The end result will be fewer doctors and still higher fees for the services that are available. And we talk about the aging population. So the geriatricians and the people aging in our state, good luck. High cost of malpractice. This is something I learned about firsthand when I was working in public accounting. Accounting firms work with a lot of medical practices, and you get to see the expensive side of a doctor's existence. And I'll tell you, there is. We can't have universal health care without serious tort reform, so add that to the list. Let's just keep going. And let's talk about taxes, okay? Because this is not going to be held across the states. This is one state we're talking about. If the federal government has to cover $3.2 trillion of the U.S. healthcare system, or whatever inflated number that will be in the future, this means that the government will need to raise an additional $2 trillion to cover those costs. Now, how is the state of Colorado going to do that? We're in a $1 billion deficit right now. And so when it comes back with this predetermined outcome, because that's what it will be, because it said draft model legislation 10 times, I'll save you saying it 10 different times. When it comes back with the predetermined outcome to pass universal health care, how are you going to tell the taxpayers that they're going to pay for it? Currently, total federal tax revenues run about $3.25 trillion. If we add an extra $2 trillion to the government's expenditures, that will mean that the government will need to collect roughly 62% more in taxes than they do right now, and that is for the entire United States. So how do they do that for one state? I mean, we had the worst Medicaid unwind in the entire country They didn't even get that right. I'm sure they're going to get universal health care right. I'm sure we won't wait.
Representative Bradley, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure if they can't unwind from Medicaid from a pandemic, I'm sure we can roll out the map or the red carpet for universal health care in this state. I'm sure we can do that right. No other state has done it. It is going to cost millions, if not billions. The taxpayers can't even afford basic necessities, but let's tax them to death on their health care, their basic human right, and then make them wait a year to get health care. Please vote no on this bill.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, again, I also rise in opposition to this bill. Just to kind of reiterate some of the points that we talked about. Again, you know, this comes from a good place, and it sounds good, right? Universal health care, free health care for all. But I am worried about the unintended negative consequences that, if implemented, this policy would bring. Now, I know that this bill specifically deals with analyzing and drafting model legislation for universal health care. But I think, going back to what I said earlier, there are many problems in our healthcare system today. Some of them, unfortunately, are not at the state level that we can deal with. Some are. And so what we can do at the state level here is, again, working towards innovations to find better solutions for our healthcare systems. You know, again, the free market. You hear me talk about that a lot, time and time again, which free market, as I will repeatedly say, involves no government interference. Let the markets do for themselves what they do best, and that is to make sure that the competition and innovation continue to drive down prices. Competitive competition, right? Competition is important. I also want to acknowledge that we all want to protect pre-existing conditions, and that is something that, like I said, is very personal to me, having a mother who has diabetes and other underlying health issues, and she can't get the care she needs in the current system that we have, because again, people see that as a risk, and you see that when other doctors turn patients who have Medicaid away, given the constraints that we have here in the state when it comes to Medicaid funding. And I don't appreciate some of these doctors who turn her away, and they tell her, and one of the sponsors said too, when people go to these health places, they tell them, well, you just have to do a better job at taking care of yourself. Not everybody can do that. There are underlying health conditions that go far beyond the control of just taking care of yourself. There's something that are being out of our control that some people are born with, some people obviously get later on in life, and there are also things here that we eat, that we have, that we wear, that we're around, that also contribute to diseases, cancers, and other underlying health issues. Now, one of the talking points too that I want to highlight too when it comes to this policy is we also have to be mindful about mental health parity. We have that in law. Now, you hear there's a mental health crisis. Unfortunately, we don't enforce mental health parity. I want to understand why we're not enforcing mental health parity when it comes to treating people who need mental health. Unfortunately, insurance companies, some, don't want to cover that. They say, well, you just need maybe 1 or 2 sessions a month. And unfortunately, that exacerbates the need and the shortages of these professionals in mental health because they don't get paid what they should. People have to make a living with their income. And unfortunately, a lot of insurance companies just don't like to pay for excessive things. And I think the problem too is the red tape that we tie in as the government to make it harder to have people get access to health care. You've also heard Colorado's an aging population. We're having an aging population. So our needs are going to continue to change dynamically, where what we have now will be different in about 20, 30, 40 years as the people of Colorado continue to get older. So we have to make sure we have mechanisms in place to protect our senior citizens when it comes to making sure they have health care access. What universal health care does is it leads to longer wait times, shortages, and a trickle-down effect. Not only shortages of prescription drugs or treatments, but also of professionals. Now, you've also heard some of the arguments for this in the sense that, well, we can just look at other countries and unfortunately we just have stuff that's expensive here. The reason why we have stuff that's expensive here is because of too much red tape and regulation that drives the cost up to do business. And that leads to these companies making their drugs and other products for treatments outside of the US. And then they bring it back here, and then they make a big profit margin, right? There's that concept about price gouging or fixing. We should be making our prescription drugs and our treatments here in the US, in Colorado. That is something that is very important to our healthcare system. I understand that we want to have draft model legislation for healthcare for all, but again, we should be looking at other options to our healthcare system. Like I've also stated previously, I like to have my own insurance. I know many of you who have that experience of being able to choose your health insurance. I feel like in many ways we should treat healthcare like auto insurance, where you go out and shop around and kind of customize it. You know, it kind of sounds corny like commercials, but customizing your health insurance to fit your needs, where you're not just paying premiums for specific coverage, where you can customize it to the coverages you need, because your needs are different from my needs, it's different from someone else's needs. And so customizing insurance to benefit the specific person who it is applying to. Now, if we were to implement this policy, let's just say for the sake of argument, it's implemented. What happens when one of our Coloradans go outside of state lines and they have universal health care? Will other states comply and accept that insurance that we have in this state to accommodate where if they go to Wyoming or they go to Florida or California? How would that implementation work if they transcend state lines? Now, another issue that I have, and I think I think most of us can agree on, is Big Pharma. Unfortunately, we have Big Pharma that obviously, you know, and on part is also pharmaceutical benefit managers that is also part of the problem. But again, you're seeing a lot of prices exacerbating through the roof, which is unfair to not only the doctors, but also to the patients. When you have that, you know, and this is also the reason why I support cannabis, is because cannabis is proven to treat underlying conditions, and Big Pharma does not like that because it cuts into their profit margin. It's true. They are opposed to it, and so that's why I also support cannabis, because it's a way to stick it to Big Pharma. Insurance companies, also part of the problem, you know, when they refuse to provide coverage, which leads us to push policies like this because of the failed systems we have in our healthcare industry. So I would just say be mindful, and I really want us to fix our healthcare. I truly believe that we all can, if we come to some sort of consensus where we bring everybody to the table. Like what my previous colleague from Douglas County said, someone who is in healthcare, who understands and sees this on a daily basis, we want to bring those stakeholders to the table, everybody. And I also understand that, you know, we did try to pass it on the ballot, and I did get clarification from one of the sponsors that it was different than what that ballot initiative was. And I understand that, okay? But again, when we're trying to compare other countries of what they're doing to try to bring it here to the US, to Colorado, again, higher tax rates, people pay more in taxes, and their populations are a fraction of the population here. So, you know, it might sound good, but I'm really concerned about the unintended consequences that this policy will bring. And I really want to make sure that everybody gets care. Like pre-existing conditions, and not only just treatments, but cures. Let's talk about stem cell research, something that could be some kind of controversial, or other forms of cures that can actually cure people and not just treat people, because pharmaceuticals make their money off of drugging people, treating people, and not curing people. And so that is one of my concerns. And, you know, again, all of the above approach when it comes to choice, healthcare choice for the consumer. Let them customize their healthcare choices. Don't take it away from them. Don't implement this one-size-fits-all for everybody. Because I know as somebody who speaks for myself and for people like my mom who have pre-existing conditions, we want to have options and choices. We don't want to have something that just blanket covers everybody and is just uniform, a cookie-cutter policy, something that we don't like. And as I've said earlier, I've talked to some of these doctors and primary care providers in my district, and most of them are opposed to this policy. Now, I also know that some of you in your districts, they favor this policy, and I understand that. I also know that there's some people in your districts that don't like it, and vice versa in mine. A lot of people don't like it. Some in my district like it. But I have to represent the interest of my district as a whole. And I can't be part of hurting my district.
Representative Gonzalez, you do have 1 minute remaining.
Appreciate you, Madam Speaker. And so with that, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the work that the sponsors have done with this bill. I'm just going to have to disagree on this one, and I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right. Yeah. Socialized medicine, single-payer health care, whatever you want to call it. Paraphrase Friedrich von Hayek, if socialists understood economics, they wouldn't be socialists. That's per Thomas Sowell as well. And I would go with that, if advocates of socialized medicine understood socialized medicine, they wouldn't advocate socialized medicine. And I've gotten to live under socialized medicine, and I would not recommend it, neither would my friends. Once they understand it, and once they understood the difference. A lot of the doctors that we had in Canada, they were from South Africa. The reason that they were South Africa is they could get to the United States. So they were just putting in their time there. When you take away that last valve, that last opportunity, you're also going to have people not only leaving. Well, what happens when they don't have any place left to go? Well, from Colorado, they'll have places to go, like Wyoming, who's cut their property taxes in half. Not advocating for Wyoming, I'm just saying we're going to have a hard time keeping the productive people in this state when you chase them out. It's not my fault you're chasing them out. So why do we have insurance that's expensive? We have insurance that's expensive because we have Medicare. We have Medicare and we have wage caps that the government imposed. So then we got health insurance. And health insurance has to compensate because Medicare, or the single-payer health care, government-paid health care, pays about 20 cents on the dollar, 1/5. Part 340B, they demand for the money-saving aspect for taxpayers, they say that they have to certain people that they choose. I don't know how they choose it. We know that they're cannibalizing other hospitals, but anyways, whole different thing. But they have to charge a 250% upgrade on their price. So if you have a $40 product, you have to charge $100. So when you get the 60% discount, you get $40. Because believe it or not, people are in business to make money, not lose money. And when you year after year lose money, like our insurance agencies are doing because of all of the bad practices in this state for car insurance, property insurance, et cetera, now health insurance, you drive those options out. So let's look at some place like Canada, where you're a tax-paying widget through and through. Now, everybody likes the idea of free health care, but then they don't look at the tax liberation day of when you become free, when you start working for yourself instead of compelled labor at the barrel of a gun by the state. That's you. And I covered those the other day, and those time frames are 3 and 4 months later. So it only costs you 3 to 4 months, 25 to 33% more, 50% more of your income in order to pay for something that's free. I'm still trying to figure out how you figure that free costs you 25, 30, 50% more of your income. I'm not really sure how the financial wizards on the left conflate that with free. Now, because of where we lived in previous assignment, we had a lot of friends that were Germans. And German doctors, from talking to them, when they've reached their quota and they have no more incentive financially to treat any new patients, what they do is they go to England and they treat patients for cash because they have socialized medicine. And why would a German doctor go to England to, on the market, perform hip surgeries? Because they're all free in England, except that recalling here that at age 67, if you needed your hip replaced, if you were past the age of 67, then the government didn't pay for it. Why? Well, Karl Marx had a formulaic version of health care, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. And when your ability decreases to 0, guess what you're allocated for your need? 0. That's how socialized medicine works. It doesn't matter what you think socialized medicine should be. That's how socialized medicine works. Mentioned in Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, we had the Tri-Province Cardiac Unit. It was great, big building, boarded up with absolutely no indication what it was, because socialized medicine always starts great, spends itself into oblivion, and then it's not a matter of rationing, it's just a matter of not being available. It's not difficult to ration zero. And what you have in Canada is you have, and these other places, they go on for the benefit of being a state worker. You have the benefit of being able to sneak onto multiple waiting lists and then see which one will happen. And they all do it. They all do it. They just expose the ones they want to when it's convenient. And then there's a big scandal. They pretend it's a big scandal, but all the politicians do it. So now let's look at this research. So this research, this what was supposed to be a robust stakeholdering process with people for a predetermined conclusion is supposed to, no later than 1 July of 2025, the Colorado School of Public Health, what do you think public health is going to find besides a public health system? So research and select draft model legislation that proposes a universal health care system. So the sponsors say it's not supposed to be a predetermined conclusion, but the only solution that's allowed in this bill is a universal health care system for Colorado that directly compensates providers. So when you form a committee for a predetermined conclusion, guarantee you're going to get a predetermined conclusion. And guess what? Any solution outside of that, something that say would, I don't know, actually work, that will be precluded by the bill sponsors, who said the only solution that is possible is a universal health care system for Colorado that directly compensates providers. So the only solution that is allowed in this bill is the one that history proves throughout society now that does not work. So we're going to form a committee of predetermined conclusions to come up with a solution that does not work. That's what this bill is. And if there was a solution that worked in this space, I would think that what they would do is they would go and do maybe a more free market decision, maybe a more free market approach, because that always works good. But you could go to any number of the failed socialized medicine countries, and you could just like lay this program out, just lay it out before them and say, and there would be music and light would come down from the heavens, and you could present your universal health care system that, well, not Colorado, directly compensates for providers, and you could solve one socialized medicine system one after the other. But instead, the solution here is to take a system that is fouled up beyond anything recognizable by the government and impose a government solution. And 100% of the time, when you ask the people to solve a problem that created the problem, you get a bigger problem. That is just the way that's going to work. So what are you going to get with socialized medicine? From the people?
Representative DeGraff, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And then on or before December, so it goes through this, and you got a bunch of people that are appointed, and they've got all their various interests, and they're all constrained by this universal health care provider. And then on 31 December of 2026, submit a detailed report detailing findings to tell us how wonderful this system is, lay the books out, the light from heaven comes down and says, turns out what Colorado needed all along was for the government to take complete control of its health care system, because the government meddling partially has fouled it up beyond anything recognizable. So the solution, of course, is total control. And then they'll submit an application for the all-payer health claims database, scholarship grant program, blah, 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 so that they can present a bill next General Assembly so that the people of Colorado can be blessed with a system that is completely dysfunctional.
Representative DeGraff, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, our healthcare system is broken. It doesn't seem like we are disagreeing on that. It is broken when we have people going into bankruptcy because they got sick. It is broken when someone is scared to call for an ambulance because they don't know what that's going to cost them. It is broken when we have billionaires running health insurance companies and getting wealthier and wealthier while our health outcomes get worse and worse. And yet there are those that would say that that's a sign of a good system. And I can't help but wonder if that has something to do with the influence of the insurance industry in this space and out of this space. Because that industry has endless resources to come and tell us how we should really shape our healthcare system. And it's interesting that their suggestions never seem to touch their bottom lines. Isn't it funny how that works out? But you know who doesn't have the resources to come and talk to us about the healthcare system? The people who are literally dying under mountains of debt because they dared to try and live. Do you know who their advocates are? It's us. It's supposed to be us. Members, I'm angry, and I won't apologize for that. I'm angry for my sister, who had to jump through endless hoops to get her MS diagnosis. I'm angry for the other people we have met with MS who have permanent disabilities because they weren't able to jump through those hoops fast enough. I'm angry for the mom I met knocking doors who said, sorry, I didn't look into the election because my daughter has leukemia. And my days are spent fighting with insurance companies so that they will cover the treatment that the doctors say is best. And I'm scared that she will die because I can't pay to do it out of pocket. I'm angry for that mom who told me that her daughter gets so sick, throwing up until there's nothing left, and she is still gagging. And the doctor found a better medicine for her that could help treat her nausea. But the insurance company said that they didn't try the cheap medicine long enough. And her doctor is outraged and on the phone with that insurance company and still not able to get her some relief. I don't want to hear about wait lists. For one, the data for other countries with this system show that they have less wait times than we do. And for the ones that have longer wait times, it's for non-emergent care. And you know what? I would gladly wait another month for some non-emergent treatment if it means that little girl can live. And that is what we're talking about when we talk about wait lists. We are talking about denying some people health care so that we can get our treatment faster. And I just don't buy that argument. If these healthcare systems were so awful, they wouldn't be so popular. When you look at countries with universal healthcare systems, they overwhelmingly fight to keep those systems. In Canada, 86% of Canadians overwhelmingly approved of their healthcare system and want to expand it. I know that there are things for us to consider. And isn't it great that we can study those things? Because that is the bill that is before us today. It is to look into the concerns that are raised and to study the best way to bring a system to Colorado. It's us saying maybe, if we all agree that our healthcare system is broken, maybe we can do it better. Let's look into that. I do want to give a shout out to one constituent of mine, Elaine Branchard, who I've met years ago. She's been fighting for universal health care for decades, and she got her start as a midwife and saw the behind the scenes of how our insurance companies really work. And she's been fighting for a steady bill for 3 sessions so we can just get answers to these questions. I think that it is a very basic step that this body can take today, and I urge a yes vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a lot I can agree with from my colleague who just spoke. I also agree that our healthcare system is broken. Direly so. I'm also angry at personal stories and stories of those in my district who are harmed by our current system. I also think we need a new way forward, an entirely new paradigm in this space. There's a lot that we can agree upon. I'm also not opposed to a study bill, a genuine study bill. But this isn't a study bill. This is a bill designed to achieve a preconceived outcome. And it says it in black and white, page 4. No later than July 1st, 2025, that's a month and a half likely from the time that this bill either gets signed or passed into law, assuming that the governor doesn't veto it for the 3rd time. A month and a half after this bill comes into effect, assuming it does, that the Colorado School of Public Health shall research and select draft model legislation that proposes a universal health care system for Colorado that directly compensates providers. That's not a study. Especially when you read down and you learn that that draft model legislation must be created by a Colorado nonprofit organization that prioritizes a number of different considerations, which tells me that there's already a Colorado nonprofit organization that's drafted model legislation that this body wants studied. So it's not even shall research and select. It's basically go and find the one that already exists. Because Colorado nonprofit organizations is already a narrowed group of entities, and then you further narrow that to the number who have drafted model legislation that proposes a universal healthcare system for Colorado that directly compensates providers and that prioritizes a number of considerations. That means that it's already been done. That's a very different situation than saying to the School of Public Health, Go and look at all of the different factors that contribute into this space and come up with model legislation that best serves patients, that best pays providers, that best solves the problems we have seen. I don't actually support. If I could be queen for a day and set up how I think our healthcare system should be, I don't actually support for-profit healthcare. I don't think that's the model. I also don't think government healthcare is the model. I lived in multiple places where that was, and I did have wait lists for some pretty serious things. 3 years, in fact. Because there weren't any providers. The system is broken. And if this body really wanted to look into the best way to solve the system, I would actually be for that. But this doesn't do that. This doesn't look into it. It says, we don't like what we have. We think this will be better, so we want what is already in existence to come forward and have the credibility stamp of the School of Public Health and this particular committee group that gets created that doesn't even have all of the different stakeholders as part of it and doesn't even contemplate some of the most significant health issues that our people are facing, while it does impact or contemplate other health groups. And we hear that these other countries are clamoring to keep their health care. But only a couple of weeks ago, this body learned how challenging, and today this body learned, but even a couple of weeks ago, again, this body learned how challenging it is to cut programs. This body didn't even want to shorten a kidney task force that was already set to repeal at a couple tens of thousands of dollars. This body said, no, we want to keep that. It's so important. When you create these systems, yes, people clamor to keep them because they don't know what will fill the gap. It's not necessarily because they like it. I lived in Canada for a number of years. They do not like paying a third or 2/3 of their paycheck for universal health care and then having to come to the United States and get served. And that's what the story was for people I lived with, for people I live next to. I don't have to read an article about it. I don't have to pull up data. I lived it. Some of my colleagues lived it. They shared their stories with you. We don't want people to suffer, full stop. We don't want people to suffer, full stop. Does our current system cause people to suffer? Yes. Should it be changed? Yes. Should we embrace a system that causes suffering and we know it to an even greater degree? No. It's not a binary. You don't have to go from this one to this one. There are other opportunities. Let's open our minds. Let's harness the creative power of this room and come up with solutions that actually will work. And I'll also reiterate a point I made on seconds. We can barely afford the tasks that we are solely responsible for. We can't even cover the costs of our judiciary. And now we're looking into possibly embracing an entirely new system. We don't have the money for that. We need to be looking for ways to handle these things without increasing the responsibility and the liabilities of this body, because we can't even afford the ones that we are solely responsible for. We have DOC, who is saying we can't provide programs necessary and that are required for people to get out of prison because we don't have the resources. We have judiciary saying we don't have enough judges and all of the things that are attendant to getting these cases out speedily. We have people who cannot access justice. We have roads in disrepair. We have educators telling us that our schools are not properly funded. And here we're talking about opening a whole new set of obligation.
Representative Luck, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I was just affirmed in my statement with this little note that says, no money for schools, teachers, police, wildfires. And then we contemplate taking on a new responsibility instead of, again, having a real study, a study that says, how do we solve this long term as a state, using all of the different institutions, not just us. So if this passes and it doesn't get vetoed like it has the last 2 years, and it actually goes through and next year we get, or 2 years from now, we get the solution, the proposed solution, we implement it, and then we find we can't actually sustain it, we're in an even worse situation. And those families that are struggling now that were hopeful of this, they're left in even greater despair.
Representative Luck, your time has expired. Representative Bradley, this is your second time to speak, and you have 39 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like for this body to tell my sister-in-law's dad, who had to wait a year for melanoma treatment in Canada, who came here, who had to have the skin from here to here removed to save his life from melanoma, that was non-emergent. I would also like you to tell my children, my 4 boys, that the 50 stitches in my back to save my life from melanoma was non-emergent. And I would also like you to say that being bought and paid for by health insurance carriers is disingenuous, because I fight them equally as hard as I fight every other lobbyist in this building. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
This is probably one of the most complicated subjects and bills that we're ever going to tackle. And for those of you that were here for seconds yesterday, one of the things I suggested is that we take the words draft legislation out of this bill completely and focus on alternative models and plans and the finances associated with those. Also the policies that go along with that. I wouldn't argue that our healthcare system is one of the most expensive healthcare systems in the world, and unfortunately our results are not any better than the other developed countries of the world. And it requires significant analysis. But it requires analysis. It doesn't require analysis with a predetermined legislative draft. That's not the way to approach things, and certainly not something of this magnitude. If you look at pages 9 through 11 of this particular bill, you will see that there are about 17 individuals, plus some of us as legislators, that are going to be on what's called an analysis collaborative. But it also states in this bill very clearly that we can advise the Colorado School of Public Health, but we have no say in the decision. These are experts in their field, yet they don't have a say in the decision. Think about that for a second. I'm part of academia.
although I come to it from a practical experience, I have nothing to say but positives about the Colorado School of Public Health. But it's academia. And we have at least 17 people that are there that have expertise. And they're to advise, but not have a say in the decision. And then if you don't believe the fact that there's a predetermined solution already, I encourage you to read the first paragraph of page 13, the very first meeting of this analysis collaborative. The draft model legislation is going to be presented in the very first meeting. When have you ever developed something of this magnitude and brought people around the table that have expertise and say to them, the draft model is already in place, all we need is your feedback? How does that work? How is that right? How is that encouraging information in advance, analysis in advance of this draft legislation? I'm all for an analysis. I am not for a predetermined draft legislation that's very clear when you look through this document already exists. Let's be forthright and put that on the table, that it already exists, because otherwise I don't know why you would say that on page 13 and only get feedback on that draft legislation. Think about some of the complications for those of us that have been expatriates or military individuals or individuals that travel a great deal. How is this going to interface with other states in our country? How is it going to interface with foreign people that come to visit the state of Colorado? How is this going to work when we're expatriates outside of the country? All of those are critical issues that have to be tackled. And page 13 scares me to death because it says, shall present the draft model legislation to the collaborative in the first meeting. Folks, that's not a study. That's not research. That's not analysis. That is, in fact, a predetermined solution. This is much, much too complicated to be approaching it this way. I'm sorry. As much as I would love to do the study, I can't support something that's already predetermined.
Representative Hartsick.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I admire the passion of the sponsors. I admire the passion when people want to come up and fight for their positions. I would submit to you that when we're dealing with something like health care, we need to step back and look at this much more methodical. When people come up and say the system is broken, it's probably an understatement, but we're not talking about why. Government regulation for decades is what has broken the system. This body alone has passed regulation after regulation that hammers away at the healthcare industry. Now we say, we sometimes put healthcare and pharmaceuticals in a bad light. Let us not forget that those are the industries that provide the very healthcare that we are seeking to, quote, fix. Ironically, a lot of folks come from around the world to the United States for treatment, a variety of treatment, particularly cancer treatment. You have the Mayo Institute. You have all kinds of institutes. The military does this. We share doctors around. They go to certain places here in the United States to practice trauma, to practice cancer, to practice thoracic surgeries. Why? Because we got the best here. And guess what? If you want the best of anything, an automotive, a motorcycle, or healthcare, it's expensive. I will also submit that from our point of society, we've got kind of dependent upon, oh, if something happens to you, we can fix it with a simple pill, a surgery, a something from healthcare. Healthcare can fix it. Whatever's wrong with you, healthcare can fix it. Well, that's just not necessarily true every time. They can try, but it usually doesn't work. And every time you try, it costs money. If every time this body passes legislation, we have seen repeatedly how that drives up the cost of whatever it is government impacts. Healthcare, automotive, insurance, housing, oil and gas, run down the laundry list. Every industry that we hit with regulation increases that cost. Healthcare is no different. And the amount of regulation that has passed pertaining to healthcare, both at federal and state level over the last several decades, is astronomical. That's what drives up the cost of healthcare. And then you couple that with everybody wants everything right now and the best, that drives up the cost. We should probably be looking more on the preventative side because that will help drive down the cost. We should put more incentives in there to help with the preventative care to help drive down the cost. People talk about the universal health care that's in a whole lot of countries. Well, what we don't talk about, or what isn't talked about in those countries, is the tax rate. That's also astronomical. You go overseas in many of these countries that have universal health care, their tax rates are 10 times what ours are. Yeah. They have health, they have the cradle to grave, and they have the tax rate to pay for it too. Our society is on free enterprise. Our society is on self-motivation. Our society is based upon self-reliant. Yet we pass regulation after regulation that hampers the very industry that we're trying to study now in this policy and saying, hey, we need to find a better way. Well, maybe we should back up. Maybe we should back off. Maybe we should start rolling back some regulation and putting incentives out there not only for people to live a healthier life, but also for industry to find more cost-effective ways to be preventative in the treatment up front so you have less health care that goes on longer. And then we get into the issue of longevity. That has increased over the years. And that has now become the single largest factor. You read it almost every day in the news. The graying generation. There ain't much up there left to turn gray, but as that population and that demographic ages, we're not dying in the 60s anymore, not even the 70s. We're into the 80s and 90s. And when you get into those ages, the healthcare costs go up. In some places, some countries, healthcare, when you start looking at things as you get older or you get in a less productive state, your ability to access that healthcare becomes more and more difficult. I don't think that's a scenario that we want to get into. Hi. Well, that was a good fun. I don't know. The preventative care is the biggest thing that we can do to help start driving down the cost, and then start rolling back some of the regulations. When you look at the industries that supply health care, we talk about the cost to develop a drug for treating cancer. Let's find the cure for cancer. Well, the research to develop those drugs is very expensive. The surgery to do those cancer treatments is very expensive. The follow-on treatments are very expensive. Yet we say we want that, but we want to bring healthcare costs down. You can't have all of it. You just can't, unless you raise your taxes to 50, 60%. You cannot fund the system where everybody wants everything all the time. We need to wean off that appetite what we want out there versus what we need. Everybody wants everything all the time. Doesn't work that way. Darwin had a theory about that. You might want to go study it. What we need is focusing on preventive care. What we need is to start showing people how to take care of themselves so when they do have a crisis situation, whether it's an accident or cancer, that's all we're treating versus a bad lifestyle or bad decisions. We as a society cannot continue down the path to pay to correct bad life decisions. All of that adds up. And when you add up that bottom line, it's an astronomical number with a lot of commas in it. When you tack regulation on top of that by the state and federal government, it becomes unsustainable. Going with a predetermined outcome on policies that don't work unless you take your tax rate through the roof, which that would require going to a vote of the people, is not viable. I suggest we go back, start figuring out how we can cut regulations and put incentives out there instead of running legislation that, again, puts additional requirements and predetermined outcomes out there. I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too urge a no vote. I think it was Milton Friedman who said if the government were put in charge of the Sahara Desert, we'd be out of sand in 5 years. And that just rings true here. I've heard repeatedly from up here discussion of the healthcare system. And I think that's where it starts to go wrong. A system is something that you look at that you can control. This is a market, it's an industry, it's a sector. The minute we start looking at it as a system that we can somehow control is where things start to go awry. We have some government systems. We have things like Medicaid, where we don't reimburse providers the full cost of what it takes to provide treatment. The result of that is folks with private insurance getting charged more to cover that gap. We have legislation that then forces insurers to cover things that most people don't want, and then to provide those free of charge or without copays, and just kind of ignore the mathematics that actuaries spend years and years learning to be able to provide a system that stays in balance. And I could go on, and I'm not going to, but I totally understand the passion of the folks that were up here. When you deal with your own healthcare problems, when you deal with the healthcare problems of your loved ones, it's highly emotional. But we can't lead with this kind of feelings first legislation. We need to kind of back up and look more holistically about what's going on. I don't like this bill because it drives to probably what will be a one-size-fits-none solution. And I agree with my good colleague here from Parker that what we need to be looking at is ways to unleash the market, to look at what we're doing that's impacting and driving up those costs or causing delays. And what can we do as a government to get out of the way and set up a more healthy market that can actually provide the services that their clients need. We're not going to solve this with a government solution. I think it absolutely should be studied, but we should not be telling those studying what the solution needs to be. Been in government for a long time at the local level. It's not uncommon to hire a consultant to give you the answer you want, because that gives some credibility to the direction you already plan to take, and this smacks of that. I would urge a no vote, and let's find a different way to approach this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 45 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 25 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 45 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1315.
House Bill 1315 by Representatives Sirota and Puglisi, also Senators Weissman and Kirkmeyer, concerning vacancies in the General Assembly and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1315 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Luck.
So for the few folks who were in the room yesterday when we were debating this bill, I went over a lot of my thoughts as relates to the underlying assumptions around this conversation. And I'm not going to go into all of that today. I want to focus on one particular aspect of this bill. When it was introduced, this bill opened the door for these vacancy elections, not the vacancy selections, which are the first part, but the vacancy elections, to be tied with our current party opt-out provisions. And in those party opt-out provisions, there were some tightening of the language, such as to make an already impossible task absolutely impossible. And I ran an amendment yesterday, and as you all know, I cowed it, asking for the opportunity to minimize the threshold. But that language has actually been taken out of this bill. And there isn't actually an opt-out for General Assembly elections, which means that if someone, let's say our good colleague back there from Denver, decided to resign his position, the vacancy election would include both the Democrat Party and unaffiliated party folks in the election.
Representative Luck, 1 moment. Members, we are on third reading. I will ask you to take your seats and keep your voices down. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the Democrat Party in that situation would not, under this bill, be able to close off the door for unaffiliated voters to vote. It would be an election wherein general election ballots would have to be sent out to unaffiliated voters and Democrat voters that included the vacancy question. That vacancy question would not be present on the ballots for all of the other parties, which, as I mentioned yesterday, will likely cause consternation within districts, and county clerks will probably get some pretty heated phone calls and some pretty nasty social media messages from people who are confused about why their spouse has a question on the ballot that they do not have. But putting that aside for a moment and focusing in on a different aspect of this, people can receive one of those ballots so long as they are a member of the Democrat Party or unaffiliated 22 days before that general election. Which means that there will be a temptation in October, September, October, for folks to switch their party affiliation to try and sway that vacancy election. Now, people would say, you know what, that doesn't happen. But there was a recent Rasmussen poll commissioned by a Colorado entity related to Colorado primaries to ask, does that happen in Colorado primaries right now? As relates to the Republican Party, that's what they were focusing on because it was a group affiliated with the Republican Party. They found that actually in the primary, the group that they polled who voted in the latest primary, 55% of them were of the Republican Party, 35% were unaffiliated, and 10% were Democrats. In some districts, 10% could make the difference. It could actually sway the election to one side or the other. So the Republicans, in the case of my colleague for Denver, could actually impact the outcome of that race. Which, when you take that and couple it with the likely consternation that will come from folks who don't understand why their spouse gets to vote on a question that they don't get to vote on, we will quickly find ourselves in a situation that supports the representative from Highlands Ranch's position and the need for special elections generally where everybody can vote, which provides its own issues because you do it in the middle of a year, a term, and let's say the makeup of the body is 33-32, and the vacancy is on the 33 side, and now in a special election, potentially, I don't know, you could find yourself with just very different dynamics. But putting that aside, going back to this bill, there are concerns. There are also concerns as relates to whether or not, if we're opening up this question and saying that it is a party-relevant issue, which is what would have to be stipulated to in order to avoid the whole special election, why are you excluding some voters, then you find yourself in constitutional ground that connects into cases like California Democratic Party versus Jones from 2000. Now, I'm not going to go into that. I think someone else might, but I do just want to point out that while I appreciate the attempt to compromise and reach a situation that is better and will resolve the issues that our communities are talking about, I think actually this policy will create more problems, create more issues, and I ask for no vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also, too, want to talk about some First Amendment issues and some cases that have been filed. We currently have one pending in the state of Colorado against open primaries. And I'm going to go through the cases, which each case underscores the First Amendment protections for political parties as private associations, particularly their rights to control candidate selection, voter eligibility, and internal governance, and summaries of the facts, holdings, reasonings in their application to the bill, along with links to the full decisions. I believe by removing some of this opt-out language, this is going to be a bigger problem. California Democratic Party versus Jones, which was just alluded to in 2000. California adopted Proposition 198 in 1996, implementing a blanket primary system where all voters, regardless of party affiliation, could vote for any candidate in a primary election, and the top vote getter from each party advanced to the general election. The California Democratic Party, joined by other parties, challenged the system, arguing it violated their First Amendment associational rights by allowing non-party members to influence their nominee selection. Issue: does a blanket primary which permits voters unaffiliated with a party to vote in its primary violate the First Amendment rights of political parties? Holding: in a 7-2 decision, the Supreme Court struck down California's blanket primary as unconstitutional, holding that it violated political parties' First Amendment associational rights. Reasoning: freedom of association. The court, in an opinion by Justice Scalia, emphasized that political parties are private associations with a First Amendment right to choose their nominees and control their internal processes. Allowing non-members to vote in a party's primary forces political parties to associate with those who do not share their beliefs, diluting their ability to select candidates aligned with their ideology. Severe burden. The blanket primary imposed a severe burden on parties by undermining their autonomy in a core function, nominee selection. The court rejected California's arguments that the system promoted voter participation or fairness, noting that states cannot prioritize such interests over parties' constitutional rights and narrow tailoring. Even if the state had a compelling interest, the blanket primary was not narrowly tailored, as less restrictive alternatives, example given nonpartisan primaries or open general elections, could achieve similar goals without infringing on party rights. Democrat Party of the United States versus Wisconsin, 1981. Wisconsin law required an open primary, allowing voters to participate in selecting party nominees without declaring party affiliation, and bound national convention delegates to reflect the primary results. The Democratic Party's national rules, however, required that only voters publicly declaring Democratic affiliation could participate in selecting delegates. The Democratic Party challenged Wisconsin's law, arguing it interfered with its freedom to govern its internal affairs. Issue: can a state law mandating an open primary and binding national convention delegates to its results override a political party's rules restricting participation to declared party members? Holding. In a 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court ruled that Wisconsin's open primary law unconstitutionally infringed on the Democrat Party's First Amendment associational rights by forcing it to accept delegates chosen by non-members. Reasoning: associational rights. The court, in an opinion by Justice Stewart, held that political parties have a First Amendment right to define their membership and govern their internal processes, including delegate selection for national conventions. Forcing the party to accept delegates chosen by non-Democrats, the associational rights of the party. Party autonomy. The court recognized that parties are private associations, not state entities, and their rules for selecting nominees or delegates take precedence over state laws unless the state demonstrates a compelling interest. Wisconsin's interest in encouraging voter participation was insufficient to justify the burden on the party's autonomy. National versus state rules. The court emphasized that national party rules reflecting a broader associational disagreement could not be overridden by state law, especially when the state's process altered the party's intended selection method. Another one, Tashawn versus Republican Party of Connecticut.
Representative Bradley, I do want to give you some leeway here. I realize you're using case law to make a point. I might bring it back to the bill.
Okay, bringing it back to the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll read one more and then I'll go on with my opinion. Connecticut law required a closed primary restricting voting to registered party members. The Republican Party of Connecticut adopted a rule allowing independent, unaffiliated voters to participate in its primary for selecting candidates for state and federal offices. Issue: does a state law requiring a closed primary prohibiting parties from allowing independent voters to vote in their primaries violate the First Amendment rights of political parties? Holding. In a 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court struck down Connecticut's closed primary law is unconstitutional, holding that it violated the Republican Party's First Amendment associational rights by preventing it from opening its primary to independent voters. This has a lot to do with this bill. I believe taking out the opt-out language will allow unaffiliateds to vote in our elections. I am opposed. I have put that on the record. I want the primaries to be closed. I believe a lot of Democrats feel the same way, and for that, I will be a strong no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree that this is a problem. And it does need a solution, so I appreciate the sponsors bringing a solution. Unfortunately, I can't vote for the solution because of the underlying problems that this is trying to solve. And the underlying problem, no surprise, is the government. Now, and it actually goes to the petition process because Props 107 and Props 108, way back in the day, inserted the government into this to create the open primary system. That is not the fault of the sponsors. What the open primary did in having people hooked on government funding which is a very un-Republican value. So is it, the government inserted itself into forced association in violation of the First Amendment. Now, now the solution, so let's go back to the ultimate problem. The ultimate problem here is that the people of Colorado don't feel represented by the people in this room who are supposed to represent them. What they feel is legislated to, legislated upon, legislated at.
Representative DeGraff, I'm not sure that any of us can speak for how people feel outside of this building. Just be careful to focus on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can only speak on behalf of the people who have spoken to me about that feeling. But other bills have been brought by both sides because ultimately the issue is the people do not feel represented, and so they want a solution. And so bringing a solution, but again, why I can't vote for the solution. The open primary not only created the problem of forced association, of forcing a group, but it also forced a, if you look at the elections, typically only 25% vote in a primary, less than 75% vote in a general, which means 100% of the number of voters at some point in that election cycle don't vote. So that's for us at least 4 million voters at $8 apiece, and that contributes. That forces us into paying $32 million per year per election cycle in trash. And killed trees, extra carbon. So the open primary, so the good, and the goal of that is to create an inter-party bloodbath that benefits the media moguls. So in explaining, so I've had a lot of talk with the sponsors about this, and it's something that I really wanted to get behind, and I really like the ideas behind it. But right now, it's unfortunate that we didn't resolve the problem because the moneyed interest in Props 107 and Props 108, they gave a sort of solution to get out of the open primary so that a party could become dependent on its own resources, and that was a 75% of total membership to opt out, vote in the affirmative to opt out. Well, a typical quorum of any organization is probably in the like 50% plus one. So you're rarely ever going to have 75% of the people show up, which means everybody's vote that is not actually present is counted as a vote towards maintaining the violation of the First Amendment and staying in a system that wastes $32 million per year. So that's the underlying issue. So the underlying issue is we need to get rid of the government out of this process, and that would be to undo Props 107 and 108, which could be done in part by making the opt-out something that is more politically appropriate, because I don't think there's any place I've ever heard of other than in this that was where 75% of the voting body, of the total voting members is required. So 75%, that's a super majority, that's a super majority. Because it's not 75% of a quorum, it's 75% of the voting body, which means everybody who doesn't show up votes. So I just wanted to explain, I appreciate the sponsor's intent, the appreciation, the solution, understanding they had to work within that system, but I think the system is, the system has some underlying structural issues that have to be resolved before. Otherwise, there's a lot about this plan I like, but I can't vote for it because of the underlying issues I think make this bill not viable. So that's why I can't vote for it, and I'm sorry for that.
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you all for your intention and engagement on this issue. I do want to address the opt-out for a moment. It was our intent to move the opt-out to a different section per the drafter, and it got stricken without putting it in that section. Because it's a substantive change and not a technical change, it will be done in the Senate. It is a constitutional requirement that we have opt-out. It was never my intention to delete that and strike that without replacing it in the appropriate section. That will be corrected in the Senate. I want to address just a couple of things that have been said. I want to reiterate, this bill was brought to me by the people who want to vote on their representation. That is what they asked me to do, and that is what I am doing. It is no offense to our party system, which is why we are not going to a straight special election. It is why we have protected the vacancy process, our grassroots process, and there is nothing in this bill that stops anybody from encouraging people to attend caucus, to attend assembly, to get elected to your vacancies committees. Those things are still in place. We should all commit to continuing to do that and engaging the grassroots at every single level. Nothing in this bill stops that. Nothing in this bill stops the parties from doing what they are already doing. Nothing. Now, what does it do? It does not also give unaffiliateds the right to vote in our vacancy committees. That is not happening. It doesn't happen currently. It will not happen under this bill. Our process does not change for filling a vacancy. What it does is add an odd year November election so that the people get to vote on their representation, which is what they are asking to do. They are saying, and we talk about this every day in the well, how we want to give the voices back to the people. We want them to have the opportunity to vote. And that's all they're asking for us to do, is give them that opportunity to vote without having to wait 1.5 years to do it. They're saying, why can't we do it after the vacancy occurs? Why do we have to wait with someone who is not elected by us? And I am saying that I think they should have their voice and that they shouldn't have to wait 1.5 years to exercise it, that they exercise it within months of that vacancy. And I don't know why we wouldn't give them that opportunity. I also have a large military population, and active military are unable to attend some of our party functions, and they're asking for their voice to be heard because they want to be able to vote on their representative or senator as well. And so I am trying to give them the voice. I want to be clear in this bill. I believe that this is the right policy. I have put a lot into this bill, as has my co-prime and others, because I believe this is the right policy for the people of Colorado, that they have that voice and their vote that they don't currently have today, but that they are asking for us to give to them. This is, I believe, the right policy. And so I ask very strongly for a yes vote on this bill. We can have both grassroots engagement and the voice of the people being heard in the odd year November election without compromising any of our values as either Republicans or Democrats. Thank you. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful for the bipartisan work on this bill. We listened to a lot of people. We heard a lot of different proposals about how to address this question of what do we do in the case of this rising number of General Assembly vacancies. And I think we landed on a pretty good compromise. We're not leaving the system the same. We're not moving to a snap special election, which I think invites a lot more special interest money and could have an election at a time at which many people won't end up participating. And I think that this compromise solves for a lot of the problems that have been presented. So we are now saying that we will keep our current vacancy appointment process in place to ensure that everyone continues to have representation when a vacancy comes up, so that our constituents always have a representative to go to, and they don't have to wait months for an election to make that happen. And we are also saying if someone comes in on a vacancy, that they should not serve more than one term without having gone before the people for a vote. And we are adding increased transparency with campaign finance reform so that we understand the money that is operating also in the case of vacancy committees. I think this is a positive step forward. It is more transparency. It is more voter engagement in our process, and I ask for your yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1315 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 55 aye, 9 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1315 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Stewart, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1319.
House Bill 1319 by Representatives Puglisi and Duran, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Rodriguez, concerning vacancies in the office of County Commissioner and connection with making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1319 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1319 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote? Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 52 aye, 12 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1319 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1153.
House Bill 1153 by Representatives Velasco and Joseph, also Senator Judah, concerning a statewide language access assessment covering principal departments and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1153 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1153 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1153 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1122.
House Bill 1122 by Representatives Leader and Richardson, also Senator Sullivan and Liston, concerning a requirement that a commercial motor vehicle have a human present when the commercial motor vehicle is being driven by an automated driving system.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1122 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1122 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. English. Please close the machine.
Yes, she is.
With 55 aye, 9 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1122 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1269.
House Bill 1269 by Representatives Wilford and Valdez, also Senators Ball and Kipp, concerning building decarbonization measures and in connection therewith creating and building a decarbonization enterprise and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1269 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Wilford. Okay, what are these noises about already? Hearing a lot of flat tires out there. Madam Chair, I don't think I've ever done this, but I'm going to do it anyway. I am going to request permission to run a third reading amendment. Please explain briefly. So what we want to do is offer a non-substantial third reading amendment, which is in compliance with House Rule 33 for there's a piece in the bill we're going to add only before the word fees and only before the word increase for inflation on page 23, line 1, and then we're going to fix an amending clause on page 28. So this is the belt and suspenders amendment that makes it very, 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 very clear that we are not raising fees beyond inflation. And we'd ask for a yes vote on permission to run a third reading amendment. Representative DeGraff, we are speaking to permission. Would you like to wait? Thank you.
No.
You would like to speak to permission. Again, focus on permission.
Permission, permission, permission. All right. Because the rate of inflation we discovered yesterday was 23.3% over the last 4 years, you should not give permission for this bill because the rate of increase of these fees should be really, really, really limited to like no increase whatsoever. So I recommend no permission so that maybe a new amendment would be specify that no increase in fees beyond the $58 billion that are being assessed against the businesses of Denver and Colorado.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1269. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Representative Johnson is excused. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 21 no, and 2 excused, permission to run a third reading amendment is granted. Representative Wolford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment L021 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment, please. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, this is a technical amendment. We would ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L021 to House Bill 1269. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 23 no, and 1 excused, Amendment L021 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1269 as amended on third reading and final passage.
I believe it is the adoption.
Oh.
We haven't yet passed it. I'll have you restate it, ML.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the adoption of
House Bill 1269.
Thank you. House Bill 1269 is amended.
Thank you. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm a big fan of adoption, not in the case of this bill. So it might surprise some of you that I am not a fan of this bill. And I'm not a fan of this bill because, for instance, nobody was able to figure out how to comply with this bill in testimony. Now, that doesn't surprise me, and it didn't seem to be for lack of effort. The businesses that we heard from had committees. They put together committees, not like a committee of a predetermined conclusion. They put together actual committees to actually find a solution. And could not figure out, despite the thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours that they put into this, they could not find a solution. Now, I think in the bill it says something about make this easy. That ship sailed. One of the companies, a LEED certified. So this is one of those buildings that's very in compliance. So they jumped on board. They got that building is LEED certified. They're ahead of the curve. They met the goal. And what did the government do? The government took the goalpost and moved it. Took the goalpost, just taking the goalpost and running all over the field, in fact. Nobody knows where the goalpost is. And so the sponsors say, well, this only applies to about 8,300 buildings. Well, if you look at some of those buildings, I'm going to guess are not LEED certified. The building that we were talking about was LEED certified. And so you just take that as an example. So maybe some higher, maybe some lower, but let's just take the LEED certified building as a worst case. So it's probably not the worst case. And you say that's $7 million. That's $7 million times $8,300 buildings is about $58 billion. So out of the economy of Colorado, if the economy of Colorado could figure out how to comply with this bill, how it could, in its capitulation, be able to comply with this bill, they could figure out that it removes $58 billion from our economy. Now you could say, well, that money just goes right back into the economy by, but what it takes it out of the bottom line of those out of those businesses. So now you have businesses that are in the business of staying in business. They have a choice. Do they stay in Colorado, or do they relocate for $7 million if they could figure out how to comply with it, probably a minimum of $7 million. Now, most of those businesses are probably renting those structures. So they have an option. They can either have this $7 million, stay in a building that requires $7 million of upgrades, or which are going to come back to them in the form of rent, or they can move to another state. And the minimum wage for a Coloradan whose business moves to another state is, let me figure this out. Let's see, 0 minus 1 is 0. The minimum wage for an employee of a business that moves out of Colorado is 0. And now here's where it will concern the majority party, is that the taxes paid on 0 is also 0. Although I'm sure you'll figure out a way around that.
Representative DeGraff to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Businesses, we're told by the Chamber of Commerce, structures in Denver, were selling at 1/10 of the normal price. That's why I speculated. Certainly, I mean, there would be a cynical view to take this, that anybody would intentionally use legislation to crush the economy and be able to snap up real estate at bargain basement prices to create their own little Trumpire right here in Colorado. It would take billions of dollars to do that. So if these companies, they don't comply with this, and the rent is being paid, so you have a renter, you have a building renter that is required to put in $7 million of upgrades, and the only way that he's going to be able to afford those $7 million of upgrades is to impose those on the renter, who, if there's lots of structures around and they happen to be smaller than the 50,000 square foot size, they're incentivized immediately to move. Now, I suspect probably even now there's a run on all sorts of things that are less than 50,000 feet, or building owners that are looking at ways to maybe condemn a floor of their building and make it uninhabitable, filling it with insulation perhaps, in order to lower their building below 50,000 square feet so that they don't have to, that $7 million is not imposed on their building. Or the fees. And what is this going to accomplish? For $58 billion out of the economy of Colorado? I think everybody knows. 1/2, 1 drop, 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of drops. And the math is easy. 0.125 over 3,200 divided by 6 million in carbon dioxide only contributes 10% total to the greenhouse gas, less than 10%. So let's round it up to 10% because the math is easy. Less than 1/2 of 1 drop in 28 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of drops. 1/2 of 1 drop in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of drops is the benefit to the climate for the everyday low cost of $58 billion. So when the General Assembly is imposing, and I don't know who's going to vote for this, so I won't specify party, but when the General Assembly imposes $58 billion on the economy that's 13 zeros, or 12 zeros, let me think, 12 zeros, 0.5. The only reason for spending $58 billion on something that will accomplish absolutely nothing, I think at that point statistically that's zero. You get enough zeros in there and it's technically zero. The only reason that the General Assembly, anybody on both parties, would do that is because you can and because you want to. Nobody's making you impose this. Well, I don't know if perhaps somebody's making you impose $58 billion worth of penalties on the businesses of Colorado for 0.000000 plus benefit. So I'll assume if you vote yes for this bill, you're acting under duress, because I cannot think of any logical way that somebody would do it. So I guess, vote yes if you're under duress and you're being manipulated politically by powers outside this building, like downstairs or something. So I recommend a no vote on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1269 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 24 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1269 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1268.
House Bill 1268 by Representatives Joseph and Freilich, also Senators Mullica and Winter, concerning the financing of a utility on-bill program for certain energy-related improvements and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1268 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You members, I don't come up here too often on third reading on a bill, but this bill, the money's coming from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. This is not the money that we should be spending. This is not our money to spend. This is not money that we get from any other means. This is actually people's property. We should not be using this money for this purpose. We are already short hundreds of millions of dollars in this fund, and we keep using it as a piggy bank, and we should not be doing that. And for that reason, you should vote no on this bill and any other bill that comes with a source of money from this trust fund. So I ask you for a no vote on this bill.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like my colleague just said, the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund is placed in the trust of the state of Colorado that is supposed to be held by the state of Colorado, not to be used for anything, right? Now, we have been using it in past, I think since 2003, it's been about $660 million. Most of that money has not been paid back. Now, I also understand the sponsor's timeline of this to be paid back into the trust fund, but what I have seen in other policies is that we have not paid back what we've taken out from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. And I cannot repeat this enough. People don't know that they have Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. So please explain to me how it's okay to take money from people who don't even know they have unclaimed property. Make it make sense to me. Because as I've gone back to my district, people are extremely livid. And I can also tell you that more people are paying attention now more than they have in years past with what's going on, the climate and everything. People are wanting to get involved. You hear talk about the state, the federal level and everything that's going on, but now people are paying more attention to what's happening at the state level, state policies. The Unclaimed Property Trust Fund is meant to be placed in the trust of the state. We are supposed to properly have that, not use it. As somebody who worked in a bank and managed trust accounts, it specifically says in the account, in trust of. So I've had experience dealing with trust accounts at the bank. And again, these are people that have to comply with certain laws, just like we should. And the State Treasury's office, I actually praise because they have been consistent, no matter who's in there, that this is not money that should be touched. The State Treasurer's office has also said, we don't want to do this, but we will have to do it if we're required to do so in law. So I just, please, members, consider the moral and ethical and legal aspects of what we are doing with unclaimed property trust funds. And I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And for those who don't know, the money that is in the unclaimed trust fund, where that comes from. So I myself have actually had to, over the years, I've had to claim money that I had become lost to me, either through a bank account or say I transferred money from one credit card to another, or an overpaid utility bill. Or, I mean, there's so many things, a refund, a rebate from a store that didn't get to me. What happens is, if a store or the place that owes the money back to me, doesn't matter where it's from, they owe that money to, if they can't find me, they can't get the money back to me, it then goes into a missing money fund through each and every state. And so that allows me, and with that money, one of the times I got back $4,000, that I hadn't even realized it was through a transfer from a credit card to another credit card, and it went on for years. It was, I think, 7 years old. But I was able to go in and find my missing money. I filled out a form, I gave him my ID, and I got my money back. That's how this trust fund works. Every single state has this type of fund. And every single state holds on to that, so the people of the state, if they're missing money, they can actually get it back. I've helped friends and family across the country reclaim the money that they didn't even realize was missing. Some of the money came in the form of a relative that had passed away, a father, a mother, a brother, a sister, even a child. And that family member can now go back to the missing money trust fund, what we have like in our state, what you want to take money out of, and they can then go in and reclaim that money. And sometimes they don't even know it's there. But if they know it, when they find out it's there, they're so grateful. They're so grateful to get that $1,000 sometimes. I had $4,000 one time. Another time I had $5,000. My son had another one from when he was in college and he had overpaid on something and he moved from state to a state and he was actually able to get that money back. But if you steal from that trust fund, which is what this bill is trying to do, that money will not be recoverable. This bill is trying to change that to where these people will not be able to recover their money. You won't be able to recover your money. And I ask every single one of you, go online, you can look up, if I'm missing money, go to Secretary of State's site, you can look up yourself, you can look up your neighbors, you can look up family members, whoever has been lived in Colorado, even other states. But I implore you, this is your money, this is the people's money, and to actually steal it out from under them without them even knowing it was even there, or being able to collect it in an adequate amount of time. This is something that a lot of people don't understand, but when they do understand and they find it, they're so grateful to get that money back. That money belongs to them. That money does not belong to us to use for whatever we want. That is stealing. That's literally stealing from people. I highly recommend against that. And for me, I'm definitely going to be a no on this bill because this is stealing, not just taking tax money, no, nay. It's actually stealing out of the pockets of people. Go look up missing money. Go look up your name. Go look up your family. You'll find someone on there. I'm asking for no vote because I cannot stand by theft. And this is outright theft of the people. Please vote no.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm coming up here too, I'm against this bill, not mainly for that reason of the unclaimed trust fund, but that's not the only reason. I wanted to come up here and speak about what the bill actually does and what it actually doesn't do. I understand the intention of the bill sponsors. What they wanted to do is to save the consumer money to upgrade their systems in their homes to electric, which is, okay, that's fine. But now, and it's their choice to do so. It is their choice to do so, and I understand this bill gives them the choice. It's not really a mandate. But it doesn't really save them money in upgrading the systems. This money that we're taking out of the unclaimed trust fund originally, which I was totally against, was a 0% interest loan to the producers of the, Xcel Energy or United Power or whatever, for them to use to offer a payment program for their consumers to upgrade their systems. But then, at the same time, in turn, those producers can charge an interest on that loan to the consumer. So it's not really saving people money. In my opinion, it's the same thing as using a credit card to buy a new electric stove. It's the same thing. It's probably going to be a little bit less than a credit card interest because the credit card interest is high. I understand that. But it's still the same thing. It's not really doing what it was intended to do. Apart from the whole taking the money out of a place that we shouldn't be touching, it really doesn't do what it's supposed to do, and it's still the consumer's choice to do so. They can do so using a credit card, like I said, or maybe even a payment plan from Home Depot, and I know the good representative from Cortez doesn't like Home Depot, but you could still go buy a new stove at Home Depot and have a payment plan. But anyway, I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think taking money out of a trust fund is just a good indication that you should not be trusted. And the bottom line of this policy is you have bad science, and that leads to bad policy. And that leads to bad actions. So the bad science we already covered. 1/2, 1 drop, 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of drops. This decarbonization accomplishes, in the military vernacular, it'd say the square root of 0. So it accomplishes nothing. Yet, to accomplish nothing except the ideological purpose and possible benefit of people who are green invested, is we are going to, the Colorado General Assembly is going to take money out of a trust fund, demonstrating that it cannot be trusted. We already knew that, and then the bad policy aspect of it is it's encouraging citizens to do stuff like buy an electric stove, buy an electric water heater, retrofit their windows. None of those. So let's say in the case of a furnace, I looked at retrofitting a furnace and going with a high efficiency furnace, and the 96% efficiency furnace was several thousand, like $8,000 or $9,000. I looked at the return on investment in that. It was going to be well over 20 years, well over the lifespan. And the other thing about that money is that it was going to, oh yeah, you needed 97% efficiency, but there weren't any 97% efficiency, so it's just money that's put aside into some fund that is not going to be able to be used. So I don't think that this trust fund, because I don't think this is going to help the people of Colorado. And then when you look at the overall idea of this decarbonization, which will accomplish nothing if this was accomplished by this, is that the energy footprint, the carbon footprint of electric appliances is twice that of gas appliances. So you create, so what are you doing when you demand that, when you encourage people to do this? Well, if they're doing the math, they're not going to buy an electric appliance because they'll recognize that they're going to be paying more. I'm hoping that and we're at a position now, or we were, that if drilling was, there was a problem with natural gas where it would actually have a negative value, where it was actually cheaper to give it away. So but if you constrain people to electric, you're constraining them to higher energy costs. And so I think you're working at odds with the citizens of Colorado by committing them to higher energy costs, because if say the country gets itself pulled out from their ideological superstition, then these gas prices will go down. The other problem with electric appliances is that we have a season here called winter, and we have storms. And sometimes we have these storms and power goes out. And when power goes out and the only thing that you have to heat your house is electricity, your house gets very cold. And then so if everybody's on electricity, and it gets very cold, and then you restore partial power, you don't have a partial load because the heating element itself is being picked up by natural gas. What you have is a complete load of every house needing to heat and run the squirrel cage, and then you can lead to a collapse of the electrical system that you had repaired. So, and again, this is all to accomplish, it's not even to accomplish nothing, it's to accomplish a negative value. You're stating the value in this bill is to decarbonize, but by requiring electrical appliances, you're causing a higher use of carbon. So, that's just my appeal to the Church of Woke, the land where facts don't matter, but those are the facts. Do with them what you will, and apparently we'll be voting for this bill that pillages the property of people that entrusted it to the General Assembly and achieves 100% the opposite effect of what it's supposedly intending.
Further discussion. Rep. Kelty.
I do agree with my very tall colleague from El Paso County. I always have to put the thing down for him. And I just want to, I forgot to mention earlier, a bill like this, any bill like this, that threatens to take any money from the Unclaimed Money Trust Fund, that again, is the people's money, must be absolutely looked at with scrutiny. And you must say no to that, because again, it is theft. It is theft from the people. It's not taking tax money. It's not money that they paid into a system. It's literally taking money out of their accounts. That trust fund is a fund in their name, is just like a little bank account for them. And you'll be reaching in there and you'll be stealing the money right out from underneath them. It's thousands, millions of dollars. So if you want to make the people of Colorado mad, that's the way to do it. Again, it's missing unclaimed money. They just need to claim it. As far as claiming, we must reclaim Colorado. I vote no on this, and I'm hoping you will too.
Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I also join my colleagues in rising and asking for a no vote. But it's a little bit more nuanced for me. Obviously, borrowing from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund over the next 3 years, taking $100 million at an interest rate of 1%, which the bill does outline, has to go back to the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. But knowing that interest rates and inflation, if you're looking at prime interest rates as of today, is 7.5%, and then inflation on average is at least 3%. So that means that the money that's being borrowed over the next 3 years, the $100 million from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund, we're actually losing a full 2% per year on the value of that money. Or stated differently, over 6% over 3 years. And then, of course, that number is compounded. So that's Coloradans' money that's further being lost here. The other element that I want to talk about is if we truly care about Coloradans who may not have a lot of economic means but still want to be able to participate and have green energy, the utility company borrows at 1%. However, if you look at page 13 of the bill, there is a requirement that the loan from the utility company to the customer, or through the administrator, I should say, there's the requirement to reduce the customer interest rate to the lowest reasonable rate and to reduce risk of default. This is the requirement to have a low interest rate to the consumer. What I want to point out is that we don't have a fixed interest rate within the within the bill. If prime rate is 7.5%, if I was reading this as the administrator being tasked with overseeing this loan, I would know that money is coming in at 1%, so it has to be above 1% that I'm loaning money out. There has to be a certain interest rate to reduce my risk of default, and having briefly worked in a bank at a past life, is going to be variable here depending on what your risk is. But I will also say that if I'm reading the bill as the administrator, the lowest reasonable rate, I might say, is prime at 7.5%. I also might say that just above prime at 8% would still be a reasonably low rate. Because for most of us in this room, if we had to go out to a bank and finance this exact same project, we would probably be looking at 9.5% to 11% interest. So it's important that we look at the language that's written in the bill and understand that what means reasonably low to one person will mean it completely different to an administrator of a program. And that because prime rate is considered for most people who are borrowing and a lender who's lending to be the lowest rate that you're going to give out. Because otherwise that financial institution is deemed not to make money. The exception here is the money is coming in at 1%, so that would be your reestablished baseline. But then again, you still have to factor in what the risk is for default. And you also have to factor in, the bill lays out that the administrator could be a bank, a nonprofit, an economic development organization. So considering that's the case, and these are going to be savvy individuals, the interest rate for the consumer who this bill is, I believe, trying to help be able to have green energy at a lesser rate, they're actually going to be paying more. And for those reasons, I cannot support this bill, both where the money's coming from. It's not our money to borrow even 2 cents from other people's funds in the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund, but also the way this is set up. This is not below market rates. It's reasonably low and undefined at best. So I hope you listen and consider voting no, because this is poor policy. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I was at a meeting last night and I shared with them this particular bill. Interestingly enough, they pulled out their phones and started to look for their own unclaimed property and found themselves that collectively there were hundreds of dollars that they could claim, and so we encourage them to limit government by claiming their own property, and they started that process, I do believe. In any case, for those listening at home who might be a little lost in the sauce about the dynamics of this bill, I think one way to succinctly state what we're doing or contemplating doing is taking money that doesn't belong to us to give loans to corporations that are making billions of dollars in profit at an interest rate that is less than what we would receive if we just kept those dollars in the bank, in order that those companies that are making billions of dollars in profit might set up a service to their customers in order to allow their customers to have the ability to purchase new appliances and equipment for their homes at rates that are higher than what we're loaning the money for, which thereby then increases the profit margins of those utilities that are already making billions of dollars in profits, again with money that doesn't belong to us. I think that means we should vote no.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I want to thank all our colleagues who came and spoke earlier on the bill. Sometimes we don't come down here and we don't talk on our own bills, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to clarify, especially that I've also heard from some of my colleagues as well too on my side, and thank you for reaching out. The goal of this bill is to make low-cost financing available to utility customers to make energy efficiency upgrade to their homes, such as weatherizing their homes with window replacement or installations, which reduce utility bill costs, or by reducing the upfront cost burden of electric appliances such as heat pump. Again, the bill is not just it's not a bill about oil and gas. There was a comment made earlier about electric appliances. Yes, part of it, but also there is window installation and window replacement as it relates to weatherization. Also, again, there was a comment made about we're stealing. I think that's a mischaracterization of the bill, because again, we're borrowing the money for a 20 years period, and we're also returning it with an interest rate of 1%, and also the borrowing utility within 3 years have to start paying the money back. Again, we're borrowing the money and then returning it to the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. And also I wanted to note another question or comment that a colleague made to me as far as the amount of the money. There is about $1.4 billion in the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. We're only borrowing $50 million. That's less than 10% of the funds. That's very, very low. Again, that money's been used before, as I mentioned before, in 2019, 2020, and 2016 for various reasons. Again, we're returning the money. This is a great bill to help all of our community members. This is not about corporations or companies. This is, again, helping regular constituents of ours, regardless of where you are on the political spectrum, and we ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1268 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 38 aye, 26 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1268 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1271.
House Bill 1271 by Representatives Gilchrist and Brown, also Senators Doherty and Michelson Janae, concerning changes to practices related to federal benefits for youth in foster care and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1271 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give you guys a hard time on your bills, so I feel like I should compliment you when you do a good job. So here I am to compliment when you do a good job, Rep. Brown. This is a good bill, and this really tugged at my heartstrings because I didn't know this was going on. And I have a really good friend that worked really hard on this bill, and he's been working really hard on this bill for a long time. And I wish I could give him a shout out, but I know the policy. I did want to talk a little bit. The departments all came in to talk about what this bill would help with, but I want to talk about a couple of the kids that came in to talk about this bill that, like I said, really pulled on my heartstrings. A couple of the former foster youth, one whose mom died when she was 6 and got death benefits. She entered foster care when she was 16, went to college. Death benefits went to foster care. And the kids, she said, are already at a deficit because her mom had already passed away and she was already in the system on top of it. She couldn't get a car to go see her brother in foster care. Another former foster youth needed additional money for braces and leadership camps. And this helped with his college application and housing, but the county absorbed a lot of that money that was guaranteed to him. Another foster care child came to testify that they couldn't access the funds set aside for them and were re-traumatized again. And it tore my heart apart. And I read something that somebody posted about this bill, and I thought it kind of perfectly summed it up. It said, the government should never take money intended for a child to cover its own obligations. If foster care needs more funding, the county should find more efficiencies, use tax revenues properly, or push policy reforms, not raid children's personal benefits to balance their books. And I agree wholeheartedly. If you need better policies or better funding, it doesn't come on the backs of the children in foster care that are receiving benefits from their parents that have passed away. So full support of this bill. I just wanted to let my caucus know, and thank you to the bill sponsors for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't have the opportunity to talk on seconds, but I echo the comments of the good representative from Douglas County. When I was a county commissioner, I oversaw human services and was also on the Child Welfare Allocations Committee and co-chaired it for the state for several years. I think our child welfare workers and our human services workers work really hard to protect our kids in foster care, but I do think that these benefits need to be going directly to the children and not into the system, and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1271 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Soper is excused. Fine, $8. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1271 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1057.
House Bill 1057 by Representatives Duran and Weinberg, also Senators Simpson and Danielson, concerning the creation of the American Indian Affairs Interim Committee.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1057 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No
amendment.
No amendment.
Slow
I
down.
just want to put a clarity on this because I heard earlier that there was some confusion that this bill was in effect this year. We've realized our shortfall financially, and we've put amendment on to push out until next year to make sure that we can financially fund in a responsible manner. So just for clarification purposes, especially on my side, if anybody didn't understand that, this interim committee is postponed until next year to when we can viably financially handle it. Thank you.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we did that in appropriations, so that's why you didn't hear that when we were sharing the bill in the well for clarity. Thank you. And vote yes.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1057 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 57 ayes, 7 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1057 is adopted. Co-sponsors.
Co-sponsors.
Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 36.
Senate Bill 36 by Senators Catlin and Snyder, also Representatives Leader and Winter, concerning an exception to the requirement that members of the Colorado State Patrol post a bond.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 36 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support this bill. I think it's a good bill. What I am up here to address and point out is how in the fiscal note, this bill says this bill will codify current practice, or does codify current practice. This is something that I've seen repeated in, say again? Codify. I'm okay. In any case, moving along. I've seen this in some of the other bills that we have looked at this year, and it's kind of concerning to me because if you look at the bill, there is current law that stipulates a particular course of action. And now this bill says we're actually going to exempt that old rule, that old law, that old statute, and replace it with something new. And that's fine. I understand that situations change and what have you. What's curious to me, though, is this question of how many laws have we passed that are actually being implemented and enforced versus how many laws out there are like this one that goes on for however long, not really being implemented, and then we have to come up with a bill later on as either people get found out for not following the law or some folks might get nervous about not following the law, so then we have to amend the statute to comply with current practice. I don't know, it's a curious thing. I know a number of us, visit different places in the interim. Maybe we should look at, when we go there, reviewing the statutes governing those particular places before we go and see how many of them are actually being implemented, because it's very possible that the number of bills that are being passed every year are not being paid any attention to, which then creates a whole other set of problems that we really should talk about. So support the bill, but just think it's curious that there are a number of laws that we have out there that our administrative agencies or others are simply disregarding and doing their own thing.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 36 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 36 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 70.
Senate Bill 70 by Senators Liston and Roberts, also Representatives Armagost and Linstead, concerning requirements for online marketplaces with respect to third-party sellers.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 70 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Sukla. And Representative Armagost. You want to go first? Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, the first thing I'd like to say is I have a lot of respect for my colleagues that are sponsoring this bill. And I'd like to apologize for the outburst yesterday. I got a little carried away. But what I would say about this bill is that I think that since it's an internet bill, that the governor's probably going to veto it, and it would come right back. So we could save a lot of time by voting no on this bill. You know, the thing about this bill is in my opinion, it's about the big guy and the little guy, right? It's about the lady making the dolls, and it's about a corporation. I didn't realize you're not supposed to say their name, so I won't say Home Depot. But anyway, she's going to let me go, so we're going to keep going. We all represent 88,000 and some change of people in our district. Doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat. And the way that we do it is with this. It's our finger pushing that button. And if you would just think that this is 88,000 people today, and you would push the no button thinking that you're sticking it to the man, then your citizens would love you. And I would encourage a no vote, and let's restore Colorado. Thank you.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's tough to find words after that again, but I think the main thing to get the point across is I don't think a matter of sticking it to the man. I think what we're talking about is we do have a problem with retail theft, and those of us in judiciary hear about it all the time. It's something that is climbing and growing. I think one of the more effective ways of addressing that is through this bill, and this is just providing the mechanisms for online sellers, third-party sellers, those online marketplaces to be able to report directly when they suspect that somebody's trying to sell stolen goods they got through retail theft or otherwise. So this is just one of those methods. It makes it easier for law enforcement to work with the online sellers and the marketplaces to be able to find those people that are stealing things to sell them online, which is primarily their source to sell things after they steal them from our retailers. So I would encourage a yes vote on this bill. So thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 70 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 48 ayes, 16 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 70 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1302.
House Bill 1302 by Representatives Brown and McCluskey, also Senators Amabile and Snyder, concerning increasing the availability of homeowners insurance in the state and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move House Bill 1302 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And again, I just wanted to say again and put on the record why I will be a no vote on this bill. I understand that we have concerns for wildfires and other damages in our state, and we want to make sure we have coverages for that. But as I've said previously, the concerns from insurance companies are that, of course, these costs will be passed on to the consumers, and these are some of the policies that we see lead to the direction of eventually pushing insurance companies out of the state, which is what my main concern is. It's another enterprise, can't vote for it, gets passed on to consumers. My people in my district are sick and tired of these fees, so I just cannot vote for more fees. Repealing fees is a different story. But again, I've heard from people in my district who work in insurance, and I've heard their concerns. So for those reasons, I will be a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1302 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excused, House Bill 1302 is adopted. Co-sponsors.
Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Oh, Madam Speaker, I've been waiting for this all day.
Me too.
I move the following bills be made special orders on Wednesday, April 23rd, 2025 at 4:51 p.m. Woohoo! All right, let's start with Senate Bill 184, House Bill 1322, Senate Bill 197, Senate Bill 175, Senate Bill 196, House Bill 1329, Senate Bill 79, House Bill 1325, House Bill 1324, and Senate Bill 116. Be ready.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders on Wednesday, April 23rd at 4:51 p.m. Representative Lindstedt. Members, you have heard the motion. Representative Lindstedt will take the chair.
We good? The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen. The coat rule is very relaxed. Bills will be laid over by motion of the majority leader. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 184.
Senate Bill 184 by Senators Cutter and Weissman, also Representative Ricks, concerning the continuation of the HOA Information and Resource Center and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations contained in 2024 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, first of all, I move Senate Bill 184 and the committee report.
To the committee report.
In the committee, we brought this bill. It's a sunset bill for the HOA, home ownership. What's HOA again? Drawing a blank. Anyways, for the HOA Information and Resource Center, which is housed under DORA. And in this bill, we basically passed an amendment that brought the next sunset review to 5 years, and the bill was passed out of the committee. I ask for your yes vote.
Members, the question before us is the adoption of the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is a bill covering HOAs, and as you know, more than 2.6 million people in Colorado live within common interest communities within Colorado. And for every new development that is coming, it's likely that there will be an HOA that governs and rules over keeping up the value, keeping up the community to standards. However, in Colorado, there's been instances where we've had predatory HOAs that have been abusive to our homeowners, and this is a very, very important mission that the HOA office serves under DORA. There needs to be greater expansion of HOA and what they do. I think there is a great desire amongst homeowners in Colorado to see that HOAs have an ombudsman that can manage disputes that arise between HOAs and unit owners. And so it's important that as we look in the future, hopefully next year, that we're able to expand the authority of the HOA office to include resolving disputes when these issues arise. If we had an office like that, that stops homeowners from having to go to court and pay thousands of dollars to solve these disputes, because most of these disputes arise between issues in the governing documents or the covenants of the community and interpretations within those documents. So we hope to expand the authority of this. This is an area that I've worked a lot in, helping to save a lot of homeowners and expanding more laws to create an even playing field between the unit owners and the HOAs. So I foresee more bills coming in this area. And again, this is a very important function. I ask for your yes vote on this bill.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 184? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 184. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 184 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1322.
House Bill 1322 by Representatives Carter and Espinoza, also Senators Exum and Roberts, concerning a homeowner's insurance carrier's duty to comply with the policyholder's request for a copy of their insurance policy.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 251322 and the Judiciary Report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the committee, we amended a couple of terms in the bill to make it clear that we are talking about the delivery by any means of an insurance document to the owners upon a request, and we changed the word damages to penalty in accordance with the wishes of the insurance companies who didn't want to see this as a damage because it's not in litigation.
Is there Representative Carter? Representative Carter to the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to let everybody know, this is regarding the ability for your homeowners to acquire their home insurance policies. We stakeholdered with both the insurance companies and the initial trial lawyers before we even got down on this bill. The reality is just to make sure that if there's any type of accident or in litigation, you have access, not only access, but a right to your homeowner policy, and I'm asking for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Espinoza.
As my co-prime just indicated, this is a good bill dealing with access to insurance policies. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1322. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1322 is adopted. Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 197.
Senate Bill 197 by Senator Exum, also Representative Bacon, concerning changes to the Tony Grampus Youth Services Program and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 197.
To the bill.
Thank you, members. I'm really delighted to be able to bring this bill to you. At the end of the day, this bill is about rescoping the Tony Grampus Youth Fund to be able to better support smaller nonprofits that support kids, as well as it addresses a reconstruction, if you will, of the board and moves responsibilities to staff. Members, the reason why we brought this bill is because it's really important to young people that they are able to have after-school programs, in-school programs, and the people who bring that to them sometimes are smaller nonprofits that don't have like a grant writer on staff, or they don't have someone on staff who can help with all the paperwork. And so, again, a really important part of this bill is saying that if there is a smaller nonprofit that has under $1.5 million in operating expenses, that they have to do kind of less of a lift to be able to get these dollars. And so, members, this bill might look long, but it is a lot of technical cleanup. But at the end of the day, we're restructuring how it operates. So lastly, I would like to thank all of those who were in Health and Human Services yesterday for supporting our students. We had around 30 or 40 students come in because they really wanted to testify on this bill. And for the students who stayed late, I want to give them a shout out because they stayed late in their suit and ties to tell our members how much after-school programs and in-school programs mean to them. And Tony Gramscis is a fund that is so important and storied in our state to get all of those nonprofit dollars. And so with that, members, I will ask and I vote, and then I do encourage my colleague to come up to the well.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L006 to Senate Bill 197 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Just a moment. All right, L006 is properly displayed. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much to the sponsor on this bill. It is an incredible bill, and I very much appreciate her open willingness to accept this petition clause, and I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon. Nope. All right. The question before us is the adoption of L006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L6 is adopted. To the bill. Is there, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I very much love this bill. It is fantastic to help our youth with their development. What we heard in testimony last night from the great gentleman who decided to stay up a little later. Hopefully they're not too tired today, or we're not too tired today back in school. But it gives them a safe place to develop friendships, develop leadership skills. And if you could have heard the way they articulated their questions, it was phenomenal. It also gives them a chance to experiment with what programs or subjects they want to learn about, and they get to develop their own character as they get older. So I very much urge a yes vote on this. It is for the youth, it's for our children, and let's help make that so we can offer these areas, especially, in rural Colorado when it's hard to get kids together with multiple miles. I urge a yes vote.
Is there additional discussion? Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of this bill. As one of the legislative appointed board members, I think this is a very significant and important change and improvement that needs to happen so that we can more effectively support the organizations that are doing the work and supporting the young people in our communities. And I urge a yes vote.
Is there further discussion? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very important bill for our youth. These kids were so amazing, and they spoke so amazing about the need for this bill, the need for this grant, and the terrific things that the adults and the mentors in their community are doing. I've spoken at length about the way I grew up and the need for mentorship in my life, and just very excited to support this bill. So thank you for bringing it.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 197. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 197 is adopted. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 175.
Senate Bill 175 by Senator Gonzalez, also Representatives Basin, Akron, Morrow, concerning the continuation of the towing task force and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2024 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, the bill is pretty straightforward. This is a sunset for the towing task force. We ask for a yes vote so that they can continue their work. They were created in 2014 to make recommendations to the public.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, could you move the bill?
Oh, I'm sorry. That'd be good. I move Senate Bill 175.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They make recommendations to the Public Utilities Commission related to the maximum rates to be charged for tows in our state. They consist of 14 members. The Sunset Report is available online. It's a good task force. They continue to do good work, and we ask for a yes vote.
Representative Morrow.
Good bill, vote yes.
Is there further discussion? Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do think the task force did good work. I think most of that work was completed and instituted when we passed House Bill 1051. The PUC actually has the teeth to provide oversight, permitting, and discipline is needed to this industry. I think this task force has run its course and should be allowed to sunset. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 175. All those in favor say aye. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 175 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 196.
Senate Bill 196 by Senators Judah and Mullica, also Representatives Leader and Jackson, concerning measures to protect insurance coverage for preventative health care services.
Representative Jackson. Representative Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this bill, well, let's try moving. I move House Bill 25196.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it is a pleasure to serve with you.
It is a pleasure to serve with you. To the bill.
So this is concerning measures to protect insurance coverage for preventative health care services. The bill is pretty straightforward. It's about ensuring Coloradans can continue to access preventative services to keep them healthy regardless of what may happen at the federal level. The ACA's requirement for no-cost coverage or preventative services has long been one of the most popular aspects of the law. So these services are already covered, and with this legislation, we are protecting the status quo going forward should anything happen to the three expert bodies that determine what services are considered preventative health care. So under the Affordable Care Act, carriers are required to cover a variety of preventative services as recommended by three national expert bodies: the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force, the Health Resources of Services Administration, and the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. So, high-quality preventative care helps Coloradans stay healthy, avoid or delay the onset of diseases like kidney disease, diabetes, and many others, so they can lead productive lives and reduce costs. Before the ACA, many individuals were deterred by co-payments and deductibles and delayed getting these essential screenings and immunizations. I'll turn this over to my co-prime Rep. Jackson. Good bill, vote yes.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The goal of this bill is to protect the preventative services and also to continue to follow the science on what preventative care should be and at what age. And we think it's important to be proactive to ensure Coloradans can access these services and manage their health care needs without confusion about what is covered, and I would urge a yes vote.
Is there further discussion? Representative Bradley.
You can stay up here with me. Come on, stay up here with me. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors. I appreciate your concern about preventative care. I appreciate your concern about the health care of Coloradans. However, no other state is passing a bill like this. And I question giving the Commissioner of Insurance any more power in the state. So we get $10 billion from the federal government for HICPUF. We don't see laws changing just because presidents change in any other state, really. I don't think that the federal government is wanting to remove preventative care. I don't see this mass exodus of mammogram care or any other care that we have And so I just don't feel like this legislation is necessary, but thank you. Thank you to the good co-prime sponsors of this bill. I have the utmost respect for. I will urge a no vote on this bill, though. Thank you, though.
Is there
Thank you
further
for your
discussion?
opinion.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also stand in opposition to this bill. It gives way too much power to the commissioner on insurance. If you go to page 2, it says the commissioner may adopt rules to require compliance with the guidelines or recommendations that were in effect on January 2025 or that comply with the recommendations of the Nurse Physician Advisory Task Force for Colorado Health Care. The issue with that, though, is with the current commissioner we have of insurance, may is going to be shall. He's going to do it. But it's also setting it up for a task force that is going to look at things, and if there's no other state doing some of these preventative practices, they're going to default to what they want, and it's not going to be science-based. With being the leading state on this and following, trying to figure out how we're going to set up a task force that is supposed to make recommendations, and if those recommendations are nowhere else in the nation, it means it's a free-for-all for what they want to do. That's a lot of unknown. I appreciate the concept of this, but I can't get behind that much bureaucracy power on a task force not elected or held accountable by the people to make these kind of decisions when we're moving forth on a lot of issues in this state that we're leading fronts. And we need to let the science catch up with that. We need to let the people catch up with that. I urge a no vote.
Is there further discussion? Representative Leader.
Hey, thanks to my great colleagues for sharing. Given the uncertainty at the federal level, we think it's important to be proactive to ensure Coloradans can continue to access these services and manage their health care needs without confusion about what is covered. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 196. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 196 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1329.
House Bill 1329 by Representatives Mabry and Soper, also Senators Frizzell and Gonzalez, concerning foreign third-party litigation financing for civil actions.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1329 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the Judiciary Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Judiciary Committee report, we made 2 technical amendments. We ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L3 to House Bill 1329 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment.
I can talk on the amendment and then we'll talk on the bill. Yeah.
L003 is properly displayed. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this legislation, we will get into it here in a minute, is about regulating third-party litigation financing, and it puts a number of requirements in the Attorney General's office, and what this amendment does is it just asks, as a part of the SMART Act hearings, that information regarding the regulations that we're putting in place here in House Bill 1329 be provided, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on L3? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L3. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L3 is adopted.
All right, you want to talk to the bill?
To the bill, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is one of those bills that you might be looking at and scratching your head to see the two of us down here presenting this bill. Well, that was the same thing that happened in House Judiciary, because you had both the trial lawyers and the business community together in full support of this bill. The problem that we're trying to solve is we have foreign governments that will have companies that will invest in lawsuits here in the United States and here in Colorado, and certainly that creates challenges for, as you're planning your case and how you're going to finance the litigation. This is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Foreign entities do get a % of the settlement or the verdict judgment. Foreign funding of litigation financing undermines transparency of the American legal system and the integrity of our legal system here in Colorado. Foreign funding can disclose sensitive information on intellectual property, national security intelligence, or business strategies to foreign competitors, foreign entities, and even foreign governments. And for this reason, we have this bill that requires disclosure. Everyone likes transparency, so we're saying disclose, and if you don't disclose, then the litigation financing agreement would be void as against public policy and would be empowering the Attorney General to take action. We also, with the amendment we just passed, have more transparency, which is a report back to the General Assembly through the SMART Act hearing of the Joint Judiciary Committees on what the state is of litigation financing from foreign entities. And we ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll echo some of the comments from my co-prime sponsor. You know, him coming to the table representing the interests of the trial attorneys, me coming to the table representing the business community. We thought that this would be great policy, making a compromise between those two interests, and my co-prime sponsor summed it up very well. We passed unanimously out of the Judiciary Committee, and we asked for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption or the passage of House Bill 1329. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. 1329 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 79.
Senate Bill 79 by Senators Rich and Roberts, also Representatives Taggart and Jackson, concerning the Colorado Vending of Digital Assets Act.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you. Now,
It is an honor to serve with you.
You be nice to me, okay?
We'll see.
I move Senate Bill 25-079 and the committee report on finance.
To the Finance Committee report.
The Finance Committee report had a couple of particular items that were important. This is about virtual crypto digital kiosks, so virtual currency kiosks. And in the Finance Committee, we added two particular points that are consistent with how the federal government deals with money service businesses. One for having a limited transaction for 7 days for new customers of $2,000, which is consistent with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, which is called an SAR report. And the second, which also comes from our federal government, again, with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, that there is a trigger of $10,000 and more for transactions on a daily basis. And I would ask for a yes on the finance report.
Is there further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill creates a strong fraud safety net for new users. The most often targeted are members who are of the aging population, and it sets the daily transaction limit at $2,000, like my good colleague mentioned, and the parameters within this bill are aligned with some of the federal regulations. And so this bill is really about protecting consumers and making sure that they have information in place to make good decisions. And I would urge an aye vote.
Representative Taggart.
Mr. Chair, I also made a commitment to you in the Finance Committee, and we will continue to do that, to work with the industry on a licensing standard for the future.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for not being here ahead of time. I am in the committee that this came through, and I was a no there. I figured that I would explain my no. First of all, I'll be perfectly honest. The concept of a crypto ATM machine is a little weird to me. I own crypto. I would never consider buying it at an ATM. That's beside the point. It's just a little bit odd. However, it is a legitimate business for buying crypto. There is plenty of legitimate business that runs through this mechanism to purchase crypto. I do not believe that over-regulating this because scammers are using this as a mechanism to scam is the right solution. Scammers are going to be very good about what they do. They're always going to find ways to rip people off. It stinks, and I hate it. There was somebody who lives, well, she used to live before she lost her house. She lived just a couple of doors away from me. Her husband had died years before. It was really, really sad. And wouldn't you know it, she met somebody named Doc. She met Doc online. Well, Doc was not actually a doctor. He really actually wasn't even, get this, from this country. Who would have ever seen that one coming? Instead, Doc, being the slimy little rascal that he is, preyed on my neighbor, ended up, I'll get to the bottom line, the short story of this. I won't give you the full novel. She ended up losing her house, ended up losing everything. Over a couple of $100,000 in equity. There was a terrible hailstorm. She signed over the $50,000 to repair her roof to the scammer because, the scammer got shot in the leg. Seriously, I can't make that stuff up. That's what happened. He got shot in the leg, needed emergency surgery. She signed over the $50,000 check. I use this example only to show that scammers are adept at removing money from victims, and I hate it. If I could have gotten my hands around that person's neck, it would not have been pretty. However, putting further restrictions into legitimate businesses because scammers use that mechanism is not the answer. I was a no in committee. I understand the intent, and I'm very sensitive to the very vulnerable group of citizens that are most impacted by this. I have a card. Actually, I'm a member of that organization. I'm now old enough to be in that group. Little red card gets me $3 off first cafeteria, back when those still existed.
Representative Brooks, to the bill.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chair, to the bill. I don't like it, and I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague. I guess I take objection to the term overregulate. The $10,000 that's in this from a transaction has been in place in banking for decades, literally decades. Anytime you take on a transaction of cash in terms of a deposit, you better have good documentation on that. And so we're just asking for the same standard that has been used in the banking industry for decades. Secondly, the $2,000 transaction threshold is not overregulation. Again, it's a federal standard that has been in place by the Treasury, U.S. Treasury Department, through their Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. So I don't think there's anybody in this room that does not like regulation on business, but these are regulations that have existed through our U.S. Treasury Department, and we haven't done any more or any less than what other money service businesses are regulated by. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I came up here for a couple reasons. The first one is to explain why I voted no in committee on this bill. There were some things in the bill that I felt could be worked on, but after speaking with one of the sponsors, and this was after committee, one of the concerns were obviously the guardrails for regulations when it comes to these money transaction machines. So my concern was I really wanted to put a money transmitter license in the bill, but after speaking with the sponsor of the bill, that had a high fiscal note to it, which I did not know. So I acknowledge that that information was not taken in until after the committee, so if I would have known, different story. I also understand the need to protect our senior citizens from scamming transactions. I can tell you from working at a bank, our senior citizens, our most vulnerable people, are always targeted when it comes to scams. And scams that transcend not just money transmitter or money machines, but also other forms. And I know people who have been scammed when you get the phone call, right, saying that you have a warrant for your arrest, you owe money to the IRS, you have to pay with gift cards, money orders, whatever it is. And again, people just don't know that the IRS never calls you. If you owe something, you will be sent a letter. The IRS will never call you, and that is something that I have been with fraud, when it comes to fraud prevention and scams, working at a bank we were taught to evaluate risk, the red flags, asking questions, especially when it came to wire transfers. When there were large, substantial wire transfers coming in, we would have to ask questions to make sure that it was authentic. Now, some consumers were upset that, well, why are you asking all these questions? You know, this is my money. Why do you care? Now, as soon as we send the money out, there's no way for us to get it back in. There's no way for us to claim it back. Same thing with those like Zelle, right? When the customer sends the money from Zelle, we cannot get that money back. So as soon as that money is sent through Zelle, for example, because the customer initiated the transaction, they weren't hacked, we cannot do a claim for that because it was initiated through the customer's approval. It's the same thing like with debit cards. When people would try to do fraud claims on their cards, they would say that there was transactions that they wanted to dispute. In some instances, I had to explain to customers that just because they let their spouse use their debit card on purchases that they didn't agree to does not make it fraud. Now, when you give your PIN number to your spouse, that null and voids any type of fraud claim because you knowingly gave your PIN to your spouse. In this case, in this policy, however, scammers are becoming more and more savvy when it comes to ways of scamming our most vulnerable, which are our senior citizens. I want to go on the record by saying I do support senior citizens, and I want to make sure we have guardrails in place to protect them. While this bill does not do everything that we have hoped for, it is a step in the right direction. And as speaking with one of the sponsors is, we can get there eventually to get those guardrails in place. We can get there to get the money transmitter license, which is what the biggest concern for me was that I want, and some of the other members of the committee have also spoken of. So on top of that, I respect my colleague from Grand Junction very much. I love him. And there's a few people that I do not want to make mad in this building, and he's one of them. So for those reasons, I will be voting yes on this bill, and I look forward to the continuing discussions to get the money transmitter license. Again, there was a high fiscal note to it. I did not know about that. Now I know, and I look forward to working with the sponsors down the road so we get that money transmitter license eventually, and we can have more guardrails in place So I encourage everybody to vote for this bill. Thank you.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our seniors are being scammed. They are losing their life savings. I appreciate the comments from our colleague who, in a long way, is supportive of the bill. I appreciate that support. We would be remiss if we did not put protections in place for our seniors, and I would urge a yes vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 79. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 79 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1325.
House Bill 1325 by Representatives Espinoza and Bradley, also Senator Exum, concerning updating statutory references to the amended definition of eligible person.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe Representative Espinosa's got this one in the bag.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you to my co-prime who is paying me back for being late to committee and not being on this bill at first. I was there for the vote, which was unanimous out of committee. And we had no amendments in committee. So to the bill, I move 251325.
Very good. To the bill, Representative Espinoza.
Thank you. This bill is a bill that happens sometimes when we do really good work in this body. We sometimes overstep other provisions in the statute. So this is a cleanup bill because in Senate Bill 23261, we created a new definition of direct care consumer and defined the term as an eligible person that was defined in 25.56-1101 subsection 4. However, in Senate Bill 23, and the following bill that year, 289, we took that definition of out of the bill. So what this bill does is clarify and puts the definition back in so that we know what an eligible person is in the statute and people are not confused. So it's a very simple bill, good bill, vote yes.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1325. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1325 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1324.
House Bill 1324 by Representatives Espinoza and Luck, also Senators Ball and Catlin, concerning clarification of the deadlines that are applicable to objections and protests concerning valuations of taxable property.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill comes out of the same wonderful...
Representative Luck, could you move the bill?
I could. Do you want me to?
I do.
Okay. Should we?
Yes.
I guess we will. All right. I move House Bill 251324.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this bill comes out of that wonderful committee that the prior bill came out of, just making sure that everything is aligned in statute. This particular bill does two things. One, it changes a date to conform with all of the other date changes that were made in a prior bill so that we don't have confusion as to when a particular deadline is. And it gets rid of language that no longer applies because we no longer allow for the election into a process. It is now a mandatory process. We, I believe, both asked for an aye vote.
That is correct.
Is there further discussion? Representative Espinoza.
I just said good bill, vote yes.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1324. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1324 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 116.
Senate Bill 116 by Senators Snyder and Frizzell, also Representatives Duran and Armagost, concerning spousal maintenance guidelines to protect victims of domestic violence.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 116.
To the bill.
Mr. Chair, this bill will allow courts to consider domestic violence convictions and any and all protection orders issued for 5 years prior to filing of the petition when determining spousal support. And I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll echo the same good bill. Vote yes.
Is there further discussion? Oh, seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 116. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 116 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration of the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1322 is amended, 1324, 1325, 1329 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third and final passage. Senate Bill 79 is amended, 116, 175, 184 is amended, 196, 197 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Lindstedt. Members, you have heard the motion. We have no amendments at the desk. The motion before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Representative Foray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Foray votes yes.
Oh, you know, can you just vote with me for this one? I think I still had you in the chair.
Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excuse, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Thank you for your patience, members. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move to reconsider the motion to repass Senate Bill 268 as amended by the first report of the First Conference Committee.
Members, a vote of reconsideration does require 2/3 of the chamber. That would be 44 yes votes. The motion before us is to reconsider the motion to repass Senate Bill 268 as amended by the first report of the First Conference Committee. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Representative Ferre, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ferre votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 19 no, and 1 excuse, the motion for reconsideration is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 268.
Senate Bill 268 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning changes to money in the marijuana tax cash fund and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 268 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 268 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Gilchrist, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes. Representative Ferre, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ferre votes yes. Leader, please close the machine. With 39 aye, 25 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 268 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar to Thursday, April 24th, 2025.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow, Thursday, April 24th. Members, announcements, introductions, and then we have some business. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, one quick announcement. There is an annual inventory of state-owned equipment beginning tomorrow, Thursday, April 24th. IT will be conducting a scan of your state-provided IT equipment. This is to inventory all state-owned technology assets as required by the accounting team. Starting Thursday, IT personnel will visit your offices to visually verify your computers, desk phones, and iPads. The visits will be brief and only take a couple of minutes, so please have your state-provided equipment readily available. If you are out of the office, IT will arrange for a later scan, or with your permission, they will go record the equipment in their office. The IT support team thanks you for your cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schiebel. Members, we're going to take care of some business, and then we will be adjourning for the night. You are free to go. Mr. Schiebel, Conference Committee reports.
First report of First Conference Committee on House Bill 1006. This report adopts the re-engrossed bill to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Conference.
Your first
Conference Committee reports will be printed in the journal. Printing report.
The chief clerk reports the
Printing
following.
report will be printed in the journal. Signing of bills, resolutions, memorials.
The speaker is signed.
Signing of bills, resolutions, memorials will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the
Message
Senate-
from the Senate will be printed in the journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit.
Message from the reviser will be printed in the journal. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 121 by Senators Judah and Mullick, also Representative Gilchrist, concerning Medicaid reimbursement for outpatient procedures related to drug-resilient epilepsy.
Senate Bill 121 will be assigned to the Committee on Health and Human Services.
Senate Bill 130 by Senators Gonzalez and Weissman, also Representatives Froelich and Zokai, concerning providing emergency medical services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 130 will be assigned to the Committee on Health and Human Services.
Senate Bill 162 by Senators Cutter and Snyder, also Representatives Mabry and Velasco, concerning measures to increase railroad safety.
Senate Bill 162 will be assigned to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 276 by Senators Gonzalez and Weissman, also Representatives Velasco and Garcia, concerning measures to prevent the violation of the civil rights of persons in Colorado based on immigration status and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 276 will be assigned to the Committee on Judiciary.
Senate Bill 278 by Senator Mullica, also Representative Stewart R., concerning the administration of emergency use epinephrine in a school setting.
Senate Bill 278 will be assigned to the Committee on Health and Human Services.
Senate Bill 283 by Senators Robertson Simpson, also Representatives McCormick and Soper, concerning the Colorado Water Conservation Board operations and in connection therewith funding projects and making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 283 will be assigned to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 287 by Senator Michael St-Jeannet, also Representative Lindstedt, concerning modification of the duties of the Capitol Building Advisory Committee.
Senate Bill 287 will be assigned to the Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs.
Senate Bill 291 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning the spending authority of the Division of Criminal Justice and the Department of Public Safety for community corrections programs.
Senate Bill 291 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 293 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning transfers of money from the License Plate Cash Fund.
Senate Bill 293 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 294 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning residential behavioral health services for Medicaid members who are in the custody of a county Department of Human or Social Services.
Senate Bill 294 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations. Introduction of resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 22 by Senators Michael St-Jeannet and Ball, also Representatives Woodrow and Weinberg, concerning remembrance of the Holocaust.
Senate Joint Resolution 22 will be laid over one day under House rule. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House stand in adjournment until Thursday, April 24th at 9 a.m.
The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 9 a.m.